As you can see from the bottom of the screen, it is day 503 of this world, meaning I have successfully survived 500 days of hardcore Minecraft. Throughout that time, I've built up a bunch of really cool stuff, and we've just had a great time on the world. To celebrate the occasion, today I have the 500-day movie. And what this is going to be is just the first 7 episodes of this series back to back to back. So grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you have to do, and enjoy the movie. It has been a very long time since I have made just a regular hardcore world, but here we go. And we're on top of a tree. Beautiful. And there's a shipwreck right there. Sick. This looks like a pretty good seed. So as I'm just like collecting up the early game resources and whatnot, kind of wanted just to talk about my ideas for this series and my goals. So this is going to be hardcore Minecraft Shram's way. And what that means is I'm just going to be taking a much more relaxed approach to hardcore Minecraft. So like if you've been watching my Forever World series, it's going to be very similar to that. This is probably a good time to say this too, but my Forever World is not going anywhere. It is my Forever World, like, for a reason. I'm going to have that world forever, or for just a very long time, you know? So that world isn't going anywhere. You don't have to worry about that. I just kind of wanted to start up a hardcore world again. It's been a little bit since I've just played regular hardcore Minecraft, like I just said, so felt like it was a good time. So what I mean by, like, a more laid-back approach, probably not going to be having too many, like, huge automatic farms. I likely won't have, like, big mega bases or anything like that, so whatever you're used to seeing in hardcore Minecraft series probably won't be in this one. And this isn't to bash any like hardcore creators. I think some of them make incredible content, but I kind of just wanted to take my own spin on hardcore Minecraft here. And I think there's definitely an audience for a more kind of chilled out experience. So I hope you guys are ready for this new journey. I'm very excited for it. I love making starter houses, and that's going to be the game plan for this episode. That's going to be the main goal. Got the coast armor trim smithing template before I made a pickaxe. Let's go. And we got a buried treasure map and our first piece of armor. Huge. Dude, look at that. A half of an armor slot. Whew. This world better watch out. I do want to have some self-imposed rules for myself here on this world, and I'm just going to go ahead and make an iron pickaxe right away. No reason not to, right? Let's just bypass stone and wood entirely right now. I do want to have some like self-imposed rules here on this series to like kind of halt my progression or just make it so I don't really get too overpowered too quickly. And I'm definitely going to need some help from the comments to kind of finalize these rules. The only rule that I have kind of thought of right now is just that I'm not going to be able to use a villager type until I build it a house. I think that's a pretty cool rule. So like I want to live near a village, and like in order to unlock a librarian, in order to trade with a librarian, I just have to build a library in the village, or like a librarian's house or something like that. Same for like the blacksmith or for the farmer or anything like that. Like I actually have to build a full house or a full like workshop for them, and I'm going the complete wrong direction. I think that's just going to be a cool challenge. It's going to cause myself to build just more things, which is always great. Building is my favorite thing to do in this game, so just figured that was a good place to start. But if you guys can think of any other like cool rules I can kind of impose on myself here, please let me know in the comments, and I can kind of showcase some of those in the next episode. And I just got hit by a pufferfish. What an interesting mob to be the first one to actually cause damage to me. As I'm just going through trying to find this treasure though, I'm gonna grab a couple other things. Saw some coal over here. Always good to get some early game coal. And then after I find this buried treasure, my next priority should probably be sleeping. I do actually see one of the newer bushes over here too. One of these firefly bushes. These are cool. I like these a lot. I don't know if you can bone meal them though. I kind of haven't messed around with them too much yet. But I really do like them. I like all the new like grass variants and stuff they added. I do keep getting distracted, man. I'm going further and further away from this buried treasure, but there's another portal over here. I'm gonna go check it out. Look at this, my enchanted golden apple. Nope. Hey, a lodestone. That's cool. Curse of binding. Let me not grab those. Once again, getting a tad bit distracted over here, but this is a much better distraction because I do need food. Hello, cows. All right, we are loading the terrain over here on the map, so we should be approaching here pretty shortly. If I can get my first diamonds out of this, that would be awesome. I do see some spruce wood just peeking up over there, so we'll have to make our way over there after this. And it looks like it's just on this little bit of land. What do we got? So no diamonds, but I do have an iron sword. That's nice. A little bit of food as well. Heart of the sea, sure. I don't think I've ever used one of those in my life, but it's fine. And the sun is going down. That is not a good sight. We could spend the night in water. That's not a bad option. It's pretty safe out there. I do just want to peek around here, though. This is a plains biome. Could very well be a village. A village here would actually be huge. Or just some sheep. See a couple sheep over there. I think that's actually enough for a bed. I can no longer sprint, though, but it's fine. Just come here. Whew. Make the bed. It's getting dark out. Make the bed. This is the fastest you've ever seen a bed get crafted, and probably the most organized inventory you've ever seen. Alright, there we go. We're gonna survive the first night. Got a little stressful, but we're good. Gonna spend a little bit more time gathering up this coal, and then I'm gonna start cooking up some food. And then probably just kill a bunch of the surrounding animals just to gather some more while the food cooks. And you already know I'm making a smoker. It's my thing. I love making smokers. You know what? I already have 22 iron ingots. I'm gonna start making some armor. It is hardcore Minecraft after all. I don't want to progress too quickly, but I also do not want to die. So we got, 75% of a set of iron armor. That's pretty cool. Could honestly be fastest ever. Could have just set a world record right there. Dude, we spawned in a jungle and I didn't grab any bamboo. What a rookie mistake. I don't really want to go back though to spawn, so I'll just come back later and grab some. I do want to head over towards the spruce trees though. Grab at least a sapling there. And then I think the idea is to just look for a village. Unfortunately, like, this area right over here does look really nice. If there was a village near it, I might have even decided just to live right there. But I want to live, like, super close to a village. All right, I got myself 4 spruce saplings, so I'm going to continue heading probably in the ocean. I kind of looked on top of the spruce mountain behind me, and it looks like it led to just more regular, like, oak forest, so I'm gonna go in a different direction. I kind of want to chill around a plains biome and hopefully find a village there. This area over here looks potentially promising. Looks like a pretty large meadow biome over there. I feel like there's got to be a village close to here. I see a village. That might be a weird village to, like, transform, though. Regardless, let's go take a look. All right, so in the village here, it's a little bit weird. Like, there's some houses up there. The terrain's not the best. But this could still work. There are some potatoes in here, which is pretty nice. I'm gonna grab those. Honestly, the main thing I'm looking for right now is a saddle. I would love a horse. Oh, a bundle. Okay, that's actually cool. I can definitely take a bundle because it'll free up a lot of inventory space. Yeah, that's sick. Okay. Very glad I just found a bundle. I didn't know you can actually find those in villages. I'm scaling this mountain over here to loot the houses up here, but also to get a better, like, view of the whole area. And I think there's more potential over here. I do also kind of like this little island right there. That could be a cool spot for a starter house. I do also really like right there. I think that's a really scenic spot for a starter house too. So I don't know. We do have some options for sure. I think I've decided where I'm going to settle down. Ooh, that archway looks really cool. Wow, look at that. So the village I was looking at is just like right over here, just on the other side of this mountain. I just wanted to check out this area over here. Looks like there was more plains, so I kind of just wanted to see if there was another village potentially that way. Doesn't look like there is, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit over to this little hill back this way, where I think would be a really cool spot for just like a little cabin. Yeah, right over here, this hill right there. I think that's just like screaming for a cabin to be on top of it. I'm gonna have to cut away a lot of this here, probably down to like this level that I'm on currently. That might take a little while with like stone and iron tools and whatnot, but I think it could be worth it. So I'm going to make 2 double chests, and we are going to settle down right here. I can also see myself potentially expanding this way. I don't know, does this completely open up over here where that can like access the ocean? Or honestly, even if it couldn't, it's fine, because if I just open it up enough, I can at least give the illusion that it accesses the ocean, because then that way I can make like a dock over here or a dock down here. I like this. I like this spot a lot. Like I said before, though, it is going to take a minute to actually tear all this away, but it won't be so bad. I'll just throw on some YouTube videos, just kind of grind it out. It'll be fine. I do want to start a tree farm. I'll start it over there. I'll start it across the pond. That means there is going to be podzol everywhere over here, but it's fine. That's a worry for me in the future. Gotta love pushing things off for your future self. Oh, there's another piece of grass. I need shears for that. Well, there's another new piece of grass. It's like smaller and a bit more dense. Just like me. I did see this ravine over here, though. Let's take a quick peek to see what this reveals. Should have brought some torches for sure, because I can't see anything. Let me actually go grab some of those, and then I'll go check that out. But it didn't look like it went down too far. I think that is just like a tiny room back there. But that's pretty cool. Maybe we can make that into something, like a place for boats to go. Or just like a cave entrance or something like that. There's options. All right, take 2 for this cave. What do we got in here? Oh, got my first couple mobs. There's a lot of zombies over here. What are the chances there's a spawner? That would just be the greatest thing since, dare I say it, sliced bread. Okay, so I'm not seeing any spawner, but it does look like a decent sized cave here. Ooh, and a skeleton. The skeleton shot the zombie. Oh, that's not good. Run! Oh, I forgot I'm like in almost full iron armor. I'm fine. I really thought this was just gonna be like a tiny little cave that I could go check out, but yeah, this thing goes pretty deep. I'm gonna keep looking around. I'm not really trying to do like a full mining session right now, but I do want to get all of this lit up. Probably be beneficial to kind of get this knocked out sooner rather than later. And at least there is a lot of coal down here, so I can keep making torches. One thing that I can't ever stop doing is just getting all of the coal I see in the early game. I just always grab it. I could probably be using this time to do so many more things. But hey, dude, the title of the series, look at it, man. It's hardcore Minecraft my way. If I want to put 2 torches right next to each other that aren't really doing anything because they're both in the same spot, I can do that. And I can leave it there. And I'm going to. Because this is my way. Found a little bit of iron over here too, so we can actually finish off our set of armor, I think. That looks man-made. Let's ignore that for a second. And, oh yeah, dude, this really goes down. If this could actually go down all the way to deep slate, I might be the happiest person alive. Does not look like it does that. But there's a little bit more iron over here, so can't be too sad. Yeah, I'm gonna do it again. I'm actually really glad that there's dripstone here. Because in my forever world, it took me like an entire stream, like a 2+ hour stream to find dripstone at all in that world. So the fact that I just kind of ran into a random cave and found some makes me very happy. Nothing beats a good old nap in a cave. What a great way. What a great way to sleep. But I think that's finally now this area completely lit up. But you know, this was a pretty good head start on some materials. Got a lot of coal down here. Got a decent amount of iron. And there's some more potential caves over there too. Oh my god, that scared me to no end. Hello, friend. Do you want to die? I think you do. Wait, maybe you don't. Where'd you go? Here we go. Gonna risk it. Ooh, he's mad at me. Get over there. Okay, we're good. This guy's still mad at me? Where'd he go? This Enderman is gone. He's got to be very weak though, right? I hit him a bunch of times. Oh well, he's gone. I think it is time though for the first time lapse of the series. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut away at all of this dirt and the stone, and we're gonna level everything down to right here, so we have a good platform to actually start building on. So let me cut it away to that. Hold on, the Enderman's back. Are you mad at me? I do want to kill you. Whoa! Oh no! Get back in here! Okay. Okay, we're good. Come here. Are you the same Enderman, or is this a different Enderman? It's the same Enderman. Okay. He dropped his pearl. Let's go. Anyway, let's cut it to that time lapse now. It is now exploring time, ladies and gentlemen. There's a couple things that I have my sights set on in this exploration. I want to go ahead and find every other wood type that I don't already have access to. I did pass some kind of on the way. Didn't grab a sapling when I was traveling through, so I'll have to backtrack and go get like a dark oak sapling, a jungle sapling, some bamboo as well. Just kind of want to have everything at my disposal. I'm not going to use all of the wood types in my starter house, that's for sure, but obviously it's just good to have. I think I'm probably going to use like gray blocks for the walls, get some stones mixed in, probably some moss, some mossy stones, maybe some of the new moss that's in the pale oak garden. I kind of want to go find one of those just to get my hands on that new block. I've never actually used that new moss, the pale moss, but it looks really cool. It looks really good with stone. I think it blends nicely. That's probably a block that I'm gonna want to use in this world. And arguably, most importantly, I want to find a horse. So that means I also need to find a saddle. I hope I can just kind of wander into a village and find one. I don't want to actually fish for one or any other method. I'm just hoping it's easy. Yeah, it turns out you can craft saddles now. That's cool. I didn't know that at this point in the video, but I can assure you that I do eventually figure out that they are craftable now. Regardless though, let's set out on a little exploration. I got the coordinates of this area right around here, so let's start heading back. I'm gonna make my way back towards spawn, just so I can pop into the jungle, get some bamboo, and then kind of just go from there. My mic was muted, but there was some ocean ruins back there. I was still recording like the gameplay, so I can put that on screen, but I just went and looted one chest, found this Lure 2 fishing rod, which is certainly not bad. Then a trident drown spawned, and I just dipped because I did not want to deal with that. Trident drowns are insane. Even with like nearly full iron armor, they still do so much damage, so there's no way I was risking that. But we are approaching the jungle now. So let me grab up some bamboo, and then probably 4 jungle saplings, just so we can plant up one of the big trees. Why? Why are you here? This isn't even like my base, man. I just got here. The audacity to spawn here right now is crazy. That's not right. That probably shouldn't be happening. But oh well, I got my 4th jungle sapling. That's not my problem anymore. Gonna pop over here quick to get my enchanted golden apple. That's gonna be in the chest over here for sure. It's in that chest. Watch. You guys are gonna be so amazed. Look at this. Well, there's a regular golden apple. Could have been worse. Actually, I'm gonna take that helmet just for now. Could have been worse. Should we go in there right now? Just pop into an ocean monument, take down some guardians. That seems like a good idea. I think I could do that. I have, I think, 1 water breathing potion at home. That should be enough. I am gonna stick to the oceans for a little while though. See what I can find. There's usually some good loot over here. Like there's another ship down there. Think that's another ship? No, that's another nether portal. Okay, so that's where my golden apple was. Sorry, I was mistaken before. Enchanted golden apple, 100% over there. My bad. Ooh, maybe I don't want to go on this ship. I'm gonna risk it. What's life without a little risk, you know? This could be my source of moss, so it could be very important to me. Hey, it is my source of moss. Let's go. It's huge. Frostwalker boots? Why not, man? And a diamond. Okay, this chest over here also looks very, very easy to loot, so let's go grab that. What do we got down here? Another buried treasure map, some more coal, a couple stone axes. All right. If these are 2 different buried treasure maps, that could be pretty nice for us. Of course, though, before I check out either of these, gotta go get my my enchanted golden apple that is for sure in this ruined portal. I'm suspecting that some of you guys still don't believe me, but you're gonna be shocked. Just watch. Okay, these are the same buried treasure map, unfortunately, but at least we'll get one of them. Oh, this is a different buried treasure map, though. Cool. All right, so we did end up with 2 after all. Not bad. This buried treasure is just completely in the middle of the ocean. Huh, that's cool. You don't normally see that. I feel like you typically see it on actual land. Sadly, no diamonds in that one, but all good. We still have 1 more to check. I actually already looted that other buried chest. That was the first one that we actually looted in this world. Alright, whatever. At this point in my exploration, I was planning on just heading home, unloading my inventory, and then heading back out, but on my way home, it started to rain. And since I had just gotten that Lure 2 fishing rod, I figured it was a pretty good time to give it a shot. I was actually fishing here in hopes of finding a saddle. This was still before I knew that you can craft them now. So that was kind of my main plan with fishing here, but also just all the extra loot you get is definitely worth it. The rain has stopped. Unfortunately, I did not end up with a saddle, but got a pretty decent like food reserve here. Got 3 name tags as well. I don't think I got any like other good loot. Got a tripwire hook. That's garbage. Got a copper ingot as well from killing a drowned. I mean, cool, but that's not useful. Yeah, so no saddle, but it was worth a shot. I am going to head home now, like I was mentioning earlier, just so I can unload my inventory, and then we can kind of set back out again. I just unloaded my inventory into this chest here. It's very disorganized, but don't worry. I will get everything very organized once I have a house built. I also went ahead and planted down the saplings that we gathered already and the bamboo over here by the spruce trees. So kind of just continuing like the tree farm over there. I'm going to take a quick nap and then gear up to head out once again. Gonna head off in this direction here, straight east. Let's see what we can find. I'm seeing some dark oak trees here next to this birch biome. I always find dark oak next to birch. Like that has to be a thing in the game, I guess. I've always just kind of speculated that was the thing, but it's been confirmed to me way too many times for it to not actually be in the code. But hopefully there is a pale oak garden attached to this. That would be just massive. But while I'm here, let me chop down a tree or two, grab some saplings, then we can continue the search. All right, there is our 4th dark oak sapling. Let's go ahead and continue over this way. I did see an acacia biome over here just on the horizon, so let's go grab one of those saplings. And there's also a plains to the right, so pretty good chances of a village up ahead. Oh, and there's a shipwreck right in front of me. I'm blind and just didn't point it out. It's not looking too good though for there to be a pale oak garden around this dark oak forest. Maybe over here. Like maybe in that direction, because it gets a little bit snowy over there, so we're going to be moving out of like the jungle and the acacia and stuff, so maybe after we head up the acacia and the plains, we can head in this direction. Another diamond. We'll always take that. I think one of the best ways of finding like really good loot just super early on is just looting oceans. That's one of my go-to ways of gearing up in hardcore Minecraft, at least early on. You can obviously go in caves and whatnot, but they can get a little scary sometimes. Also, I see a parrot over here. Can we get a friend? 2 seeds. Come on, be enough. Come here, little guy. Nope, he's hungrier than that. That's fine. I respect it. This is the hungriest parrot I've ever seen in my life. I am now beyond committed to this guy, though. Come here. Where'd he go? Dude, this parrot's insane. Come on, man. 17 seeds. That took so long. But now we have a best friend. Yeah, dude. What's up? Look at him. Oh, that makes me happy. Okay, there's a green parrot back here, too. Let me see if I can get him. And we got the green parrot. I don't know if I've ever been this happy, dude. Look at him. Okay, so we have 3 name tags at home. Please name both of these parrots. I just need some name suggestions in the comments. I'll pick 2 next episode. That is so good. Okay, cool. What was I doing? I think I was following this treasure map. Let's keep going. And I can kind of see the next like biome past the dark oak forest over here. Doesn't look like it goes to pale oak, but that's okay. No more diamonds, but we got some TNT. That's pretty cool. A little bit more food. I'll always take that. I don't really need all of these water breathing potions, but oh well. Ooh, a lush cave. Okay, I'm gonna jot down these coordinates. That's something I will definitely want to come back to later. Hello, hello, village. How are you all doing? Look at your new cows. What's up? And you also best believe I'm taking all of these hay bales. Not for food, though, of course. Who would use these on food? And any rational person would use it on packed mud. Yeah, we got some illegal grass. And another bundle. But we got some illegal grass. I love me some illegal grass. You okay if I take that? Thanks. Appreciate it. The other cleric said it was fine, so hope you understand. What do you think? What do you think, guys? Do you think we should go in there? I think we should go in there. We could take it, right? What do you guys think? You think we should go in there? I'm gonna probably stop making that joke now. I think my plan is to search around for another like 10-15 minutes. See what else I can find, and then if I don't find anything interesting, probably just head back home and just start gathering up the materials that I have access to. I can always update my starter house afterwards if needed. What do you guys think? Should we go in there? I am now back home. I continued exploring for a bit, didn't really find anything too useful, but I found out something incredibly useful. You can craft saddles now, dude. I had no idea. And it really isn't much to craft. Just a couple leather and then a piece of iron. I'm gonna go get a horse. I want one. In the morning, though, of course, because it's scary out here. All right, it's getting dark out, man. Come on. I gotta make it back home. I forgot my bed. Okay, this horse is very fast. This is going to be my new horse. Let's go, man. I'm so excited that I got a horse. I do need to, like, really run back home, though, because I don't have my bed. But please, in the comments, name this horse my third best friend on this world. Not many hearts in this guy, but it's fine. We should be good. Really like the speed. Oh, the jump is crazy, too. This horse is insane. That new horse is going to make exploring so much easier in future episodes. I do wish I could have found a pale oak garden and also just a mangrove swamp. That's all right. We can search for those biomes in a future episode and it'll be all good. I do think I have access to a lot of good materials in this area here. I should be able to make a pretty good looking starter house, like starter cabin. It's going to be very small, but it's all right. I don't want my starter house really ever to be that big. I like having the need to like move out eventually. I think it just makes the game a little bit more fun for me. So I'm going to go around, collect up some materials, and then I'll be back to go over the color palette before I actually start building. I went ahead and gathered up just a little bit of materials here. We got some spruce wood. We got a couple different like stone blocks. We got some moss as well. So I'm hoping that this is enough to finish off like the starter house that I kind of have in mind. But it is raining, as you can tell, and I kind of want to take advantage of fishing once again. I normally like never fish in my Minecraft worlds. I've been trying to do it more often in the most recent worlds that I've made, and I kind of want to continue that here. Just, you know, whenever I think about it, when it's raining, I kind of want to pop over here and just fish for a little bit and just see what we can get, because you can seriously get some really good books by fishing. So this would be a pretty good like head start on enchanting here. I don't have too many more uses on this fishing rod. I think I might just go until this fishing rod breaks. Hopefully I can get another one. Hopefully I can just fish up another fishing rod here. That is a trident drowned. I am out of there. No, thank you. My fishing rod did not break, but I am not risking it with a trident drowned nearby. I do kind of want to see if I can kill him, though. Hold on, this could be big. There's no way he drops his trident, right? Trident drowned is now dead, but I don't think he dropped his trident. He did leave a mess, though. Jeez, dude. Wish I could just pick this one up. To go over the color palette here, before I actually start building, I'm going to want the majority of the house to be made out of stones. So we're going to have some cobblestone, of course, but then also with this cobblestone, we're going to have a little bit of a mossy cobble and then some moss as well. So we'll have this kind of design going around the whole thing, and then just in a few different spots I will work in some regular stone, but I kind of don't want to place it down actually because I don't have silk touch right now, but just imagine there's regular stone right there. When I'm building with regular stone as well, I do also like incorporating just a little bit of mud, like a little bit of packed mud into the walls too. If there was stone all around this, it would look a lot better. I think the stone and the packed mud blend in super nicely together, and it genuinely just looks like this is just a piece of stone that's just covered with mud. So I like doing that in just a few spots. I don't want to go crazy with it, but every so often, I think this is a good touch. And then the roof is going to be very simple. It's just going to be out of spruce wood. I'm not exactly sure of the shape just yet, but I'll probably keep it fairly straightforward. I will definitely add some texture variation into the roof, because I do like what spruce into mud brick and then into jungle planks looks like. So I'll probably do something like that on the roof as well, just to kind of change it up from being only spruce wood. So that's the idea for the house. Let's go ahead and actually start building this thing. All right, here is a look at the new starter cabin and the tree I built right next to it. I think it's really cozy. This is like the exact vibe that I wanted to go with here for episode 1, so I'm really happy with how this turned out. Got a little farm next to it too. I still have to wait for some of this stuff to grow in so I can actually fill it completely out, but we have a small farm over to the left and then a small tree here as well over to the right. This isn't one of my best trees, but I still think it's fine. Not too bad, I guess, for a first episode. Outback is still a complete mess. I still have all of my storage and my furnaces and whatnot still just chilling back here, and the birds, so gotta move all this at some point. But we have a small like collection of hay back here too. Just figured it was a good spot for that. We actually have a little area for the horse too, so he's not in the ground anymore. So our unnamed horse has at least a roof over its head, so that's nice. The interior is still entirely empty except for a bed, and I guess I did put the floor in, so I'm making a little bit of progress in here. But I do think I'm going to pick up with the interior next episode, so I think that's going to do it here for this one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Really hope you guys enjoyed this one. And I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Man, who's the genius who decided to put the replay mod camera right there for the intro time lapse? There's a bush here. It kind of obstructed the view near the end. But welcome back to the hardcore world. I hope you guys are all having a great day. Last time, it was episode 1. I built up this starter cabin, made a tree, built this little farm over here too. Found this beautiful area to build in, and I'm really excited here to really begin this world. As you kind of saw from the intro cinematics, I did also do the interior between episodes. And I think it's pretty cozy in here. So you walk in, you get this little like kitchen area. This also means I moved the chimney to over here. I think it makes more sense over here. The chimney was originally at the end of the house, but I just shifted it over here. We have a little bit of a storage room. We have, 8 double chests filled, but also like the walls here are just all barrels. So there's a lot more storage than it looks here, which is actually pretty cool. And then the same thing over here on this side wall. It's also just all barrels back there. A little bit more storage in the bedroom, just a barrel and a chest. Of course, a bed, the armor stand, and a bush. And then I got a little carpet here with some moss. I think it's pretty cozy in here. I like what I did. I think I used the space pretty well. This works very well, in my opinion, for a starter house. I love it. Also, last time, though, I got 3 pets. All right, we got the blue parrot, we got a green parrot, and we also have a horse. I have names for all of these animals, but I am severely lacking in iron. Yeah, I only have 14 ingots and 3 nuggets, so that's not enough to make an anvil to actually name the animals. I do have the 3 name tags, though, right down here. So the first thing I would like to do here in this episode is just go gather a little bit of iron, at least enough to make an anvil. I do have some options. There's some caves back here, and there's also like a dripstone cave over there. I think I'm gonna elect for these caves. I think it looks a little bit safer, but let me just go prepare a little bit, grab up a shield, make another pickaxe probably, and then we can hit that cave on that little mound over there. Also, you probably noticed, but I installed a day counter mod. As you can see, like, above my armor there, it says day 40. I just like having the day counter on screen. Like, I'm always curious whenever I'm watching Minecraft videos, like, what day they're playing in. Ow. And I figured I would just kind of put it on screen all the time for my videos. I might take it off at some points, but I don't think it's, like, in the way too much. It doesn't really take away from anything, so I like this mod a lot. All right, so in the cave over here, hopefully I can just find some nice and easy iron. Not seeing too much. I do see some coal back here, and you guys know me. I gotta grab all the coal that I see. That little cave in there didn't really go anywhere. I'm hoping that one of these at least has something to offer. I don't really want to do like a full-fledged mining trip right now. This cave over here is a lot more expansive, but I'm just not seeing any iron. Maybe I'm just not at a good Y level for it. Iron! We found some! Now to just get up there. I'm building up. I'm lazy. I need to go mining really bad, though, in this world. I am running out of a lot of stuff. But you know what I'm not running out of? Coal. After I posted the first episode in this series, I realized something. I never showed a picture of my cats. So I'm going to do that now. As a cheap tactic to guilt you guys into liking the video. So look. These are my cats. Aren't they adorable? They're the best. They're my favorite. You should like the video now. Is that more iron that I see? Dude, we are rich. 17 whole pieces of iron. Somebody stop me. Like, not anymore, but when I was walking up from this way, this kind of looked like an Among Us guide. Like, does that not kind of look like an Among Us, dude? Kind of does. Over here, like, not really at all, but close enough. I do see these snowy mountains over here, though. I'm gonna head this way because there's a lot of iron usually in these mountains. I don't know if this is quite tall enough, but I'm gonna hope it is. I do see a couple emeralds, but I don't really want to mine those. I'm just gonna let these creepers blow up. Thank you. I do see a bit of iron as well, and a whole bunch of creepers. We definitely have enough iron for an anvil now. There are just a couple other veins here that I do want to go ahead and grab, and of course we do still have like 14 back at the house that I kind of forgot about, so I didn't even need to grab all of this, but it's fine. It's not like I'm not going to use it. And I think my reign of gathering coal every time I see it, I think is coming to an end. I'll keep gathering it every so often, but it's just taking too long now. There's so much coal in this cave. Okay, and there we go. Our first anvil. And, I don't know where to put this. Up there, I guess? Yeah, it actually fits perfectly. Wow, dude, it's like I left a spot for it. Man, I didn't, but it's like I did. Yeah, I did that. I left a spot for it. Yeah, edit that out, make it look like that was on purpose. Of course, though, with this anvil, let me go through and name all the animals. Now, I got a ton of name suggestions for all of these animals, and I really appreciate that. Thank you all so much for your different name suggestions. But let's start with the horse. The horse's name is going to be Gravy. I think it's perfect. He's a brown horse. I just love the name Gravy. I think that's awesome. Thank you so much to Amandapedia for the name suggestion. I really appreciate it. Next up, we have the green parrot, and a lot of people suggested this name, and I think it fits beautifully. We're gonna name this little green guy Kiwi. There's probably too many people who suggested this name to really include, but I'm just gonna thank a few of you. Vazir mentioned Kiwi. Dark Link also mentioned Kiwi. And then we have another one here. Hold on, scrolling through my phone. We have Drew to Scrooge also mentioning Kiwi. Oh, sorry, one more. Candle Dough. 4 people. So thank you all so much for the name suggestion, Kiwi. And then to, you know, kind of keep on that same trend, we got Gravy, we got Kiwi, you know, things, you know, like food items, things you can consume, whatever. The blue parrot, it's going to be named Galactic Destroyer. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you? That name suggestion comes from Tony SN 7959. I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly, but thank you so much for that one. For today's episode, though, I'm sure you can all tell from the title, obviously, I want to build a barn. I love building barns so much. It's like right up there with a starter house. It's like my favorite thing in the game to build. So I'm incredibly excited to get started today. I'm thinking we could probably have the barn down here somewhere. I don't have the spot, you know, exactly figured out yet, but I just think like a nice winding pathway down the little hill over to here. Maybe, I don't know what direction it's going to be oriented at all, but we're going to have to clear out some trees, but I just think somewhere down here is a good spot to have a barn. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the color palette of the barn is going to be. I kind of have to still think about that, if I'm being honest, but there is something that I actually want to add here to the tree. I'm having trouble finding the comment, but somebody also in the comments of last episode mentioned that I should make some bird cages out of scaffolding. I actually kind of intended on doing that last time. I was going to like hang it from the house, but I didn't really have a good spot. I don't think like on this house. I feel like there's too much detail already crammed into here, and I didn't want to do anything else. But with the tree, I think I could probably hang some like chains down from some of these branches and use some scaffolding along with a little bit of like bamboo trapdoors to kind of make a little bird cage for, of course, Kiwi and Galactic Destroyer. Gotta get used to saying that one. So I'm gonna go harvest up my bamboo wood, and then I'm gonna see what kind of design I can come up with here. Now, after messing around for a little bit, I have settled on this design for the bird cages. It's very simple, but I think it gets the job done, and it makes the tree look even that much more interesting. I'm a big fan of this. This is way better than the birds being on the ground. I also found the comment that suggested this. It is Travanowski. One of those two might be right. I don't know. But thank you. Thank you so much for the comment. While I was building these, I've also been kind of thinking about the color palette that I want to use for this barn today. And I'm leaning towards making it red. which unfortunately means I should probably go find a mangrove swamp. If you've seen my Forever World episodes, you know that I can't find these very easily. It took me way too long to find one in that world. Hopefully, since this is a regular Minecraft world and not a large biomes world, I'll be able to stumble across one far easier. I'm just getting a few things together to prepare to take a journey, and I'll be right back when I'm ready to go. I think I should have everything that I need to go explore a little bit more. The main thing I'm looking for, obviously, is that mangrove swamp, but I would also love to find a pale oak garden, just to kind of get every tree out of the way. I do still want some pale moss, too. I think that'll look good with a couple of the builds that I have in mind for this area. So let's head out on top of Gravy, our newly named horse, and let me see what I can find. I found this dark oak biome. I'm gonna kind of wander through here and hopefully find a pale oak, you know, forest attached to it, but I do also see this abandoned nether portal. And a lush cave over here, which is pretty cool. I might pop down there, get some glowberries, maybe a spore blossom or two. I think I'm probably going to spend a little bit of time here. So let me put Gravy in a little 2x2 hole. I still don't have enough string to make any leads. I was hoping to get some leads here too, so I can take Gravy with me on a boat potentially. I always feel bad doing that, just dragging him across the water. But I don't think horses mind too much, honestly. But let's go ahead and pop down into the lush cave here. What can we find? I don't want to, like, go too deep if this cave gets kind of spooky, but honestly, looks pretty good down here. There's a really good source of clay, if I need that. But really, I'm just looking for a spore blossom, if there's any anywhere. And I guess I should probably equip my shield. I do see a spore blossom right behind the skeleton, so we're going to grab that for sure. I would love to grab another one if I could. There's one right in front of me. There's a lot of mobs down here. Oh, wait, this goes into a mine shaft? Okay, that's actually pretty big. Because I can make a lead if I just explore a little bit of that mine shaft. I'm a little scared, though, because I'm still only in iron armor. And this guy is in better armor than I am. Oh, he dropped his leggings. I'm putting those on. I'm going to take a small peek into that mine shaft, then. I don't want to be here too much longer. And I definitely don't want to overstay my welcome in a mine shaft. But if I can just grab enough string in here to make a lead, I'll be stoked. And then we can come back and loot the rest of this whenever I get better gear. Though, it looks like it kind of just ends. Like, there's no way to go on either side here. There's no way this is the whole thing, right? Okay, good. There's more over here. Because I just walked in right here, and there's no way to go this way, right? It just ends. And then that way, it's the same thing. That would have been the smallest mine shaft ever. All right. Anyway, let's just peek around a little bit. This also doesn't really look like it goes anywhere. Like, there's just a bunch of dead ends. There's got to be more over here, right? Like, surely. Okay, it opens up a little bit more on this side, too. Didn't really go anywhere over there. Started digging on the other side, and it definitely looks like it opens up. And I don't think I'm really going to explore any more of this. This is probably going to be it, because I do not want to die. And it's still so easy to die in these things, especially for a player like me. Oh, that's a zombie up there. What's up, man? All right, let's go ahead and grab up some of this string. I think I just need like 5 pieces, something like that. It is 5 pieces. Okay, and that is definitely enough for me. I'm going to grab up this little bit of iron and then get out of here. All right, Gravy, let's go ahead and continue the search over here. Sorry about that, buddy. I just walked right into that magma block. Oh, there's some ruins over there that are supposed to be underwater. Definitely going to take a look at that. And I'm sorry to do this to you, buddy. But yeah, I'm going to have to drag you behind. I think he has a good time, though. Look at him back there. He's vibing. He's fine. All right, what do we have here? Buried treasure map. I've looted so many of those, but you know what? I will take it. And another one. These are probably the same, though, right? Yep. I was really hoping for a fishing rod, but I guess that's all right. Let's see if I can get any free diamonds out of this. Still looking for this buried treasure here, and I found a pretty crazy-looking mountain behind me. That looks kind of sick. And also another village. I don't want to get too sidetracked here, though. I am still looking for the mangrove wood and the pale oak garden for sure. And there's a couple shipwrecks in the ocean. So yeah, like I said, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but it's hard. I still need a lot of stuff. Honestly, though, it's alright if I get a little bit distracted. I'm not in any rush or anything like that. And I like just exploring in this game. It is a lot of fun. This village is massively lacking in chests, though. I've, like, not seen any yet. Okay, this one will be a chest. What do we got? What a crazy chest, dude. No way. A whole piece of bread? I'm not even gonna take that one. That feels wrong. That feels wrong to take. I also realized I've just had F3 up this whole time. I'll definitely be taking another bundle. Don't need potatoes. I'll take the apples. Those are good to have. Oh, and a blast furnace. Okay, that's big. Don't have one of those yet. And then we may as well check out these 2 shipwrecks. I feel like if there is a treasure map in these shipwrecks, it's probably just going to be the one I'm already looking for. So I probably have to go this way anyway. Yeah, it looks like it's just right over there. It is impossible to see down here, but we got a buried treasure map. And it is the exact same one. Nothing useful in that chest, and then there's just one more. But let me get my breath back a little bit more. And then we'll dive back down. I just dropped my sword. Or my axe, I mean. I grabbed it back, though. Okay, a little bit of iron. 14 iron ingots. 19 lapis. 15 emeralds. Definitely worth checking out. Hey, a diamond. I think that's 3 diamonds in this world. Each from a shipwreck. And there should be one more down here. Another map. And it's the same one. No diamonds in here, but I'll still take the rest of the stuff. I think this is the first blacksmith of the world. Still do not see a mangrove swamp, sadly. But I think we're getting somewhere. There's an acacia biome over here. Can maybe give Gravy a rest of, you know, being dragged around. Maybe just, you know, take horseback here in this acacia biome. But I'm going to take a pit stop at this village. Hopefully get some more iron, maybe some more diamonds out of this blacksmith here. And we got some horse armor at least. There you go, Gravy. Look at him. Looking so much cooler. I'm going to have an insane number of hay bales on this world. I've taken every one from every village so far, I think. Okay, the search continues. This terrain generation is insane. I kind of want to just explore over here for a minute. Another lush cave over there too. I can't turn around back far enough, but you see it. It's back there. Look at it. I found a pale garden at least. So that's one of the biomes that I was kind of looking for here. I just have such bad luck when it comes to mangrove biomes. I do kind of feel like instead of using red blocks, I might be able to make this barn out of the pale oak wood. That could look pretty good too, I think. I'm not going to give up just yet though. So let me gather up a little bit of the resources here. And then I'll continue the search for a bit longer. If I just really can't find a mangrove swamp, I think I'll probably just resort to this wood. I think, regardless, the build will still look pretty good. I got 9 of the pale oak saplings, got a stack and 10 of the logs as well, so that's a good head start. Like I said, though, I'm going to keep looking just for a little while longer. And then, I guess if I can't find a mangrove swamp, I'll just meet you guys back at the house. Dude, you can attach leads to boats now? This is so cool. Look at it. It's just on my boat. I had no idea this was a thing. One last little swim, and then Gravy and I are home. So, unfortunately, no mangrove swamp. I really feel like this is gonna be a repeat of the Forever World, but I very much hope it is not. We'll get that wood eventually. We definitely will, man. A huge advantage to taking all these, you know, explorations, even if I don't exactly find what I'm looking for, is that I have been just killing every cow pretty much that I've seen. And as a result, I have a lot of leather. That's way more than enough for a full enchanting setup. And then, of course, there's a ton of food in here, too. So we should be good on both of those aspects for a really long time. I'm going to quickly expand my bed to a 2-wide bed. This is what I wanted it to be the whole time. I just didn't have enough wool earlier in the episode when I designed the interior. But let's take a nap in our home bed. That always feels great. Now that I put everything away that I gathered up on my exploration, I want to go ahead and talk about the color palette for this barn. So I'm thinking that we have a mostly stone foundation. And of course, with this stone foundation, we're going to texture it up the typical ways using some moss and some mossy cobble, much like the starter house. Alongside the mossy cobblestone here, I want to break in a little bit of the new pale moss. I think that looks pretty good up against the mossy cobblestone. I think it blends in pretty nicely, especially the further you get back. So definitely think that'll work here in the foundation. And then just as a quick placeholder here for regular stone, I have some andesite. I still obviously don't have silk touch, so I don't want to use my precious regular stone blocks. I might actually end up working in some andesite too, so it could be worth it to actually go ahead and grab some. I do think andesite looks super nice next to regular stone. It works great as just a slight highlight above the regular stone. So if I think I have enough space for it in the foundation, I might go ahead and work some in. On top of this foundation then, this is where I'm going to be working in all of these pale oak blocks. So we're going to use some stripped pale oak and some regular pale oak planks. And then I'm thinking about working in some tan blocks over here, like some sand and maybe some birch planks. I think these blocks here work super well with the pale oak wood. I imagine I'll probably have this underneath like some windows just to kind of look like the building is a bit weathered. There are animals living in the barn, so I imagine the walls will probably take some damage, and I think this is a good way of showing that. And honestly, I haven't thought too much about the roof, but I will probably end up just using some spruce planks again. I'm imagining it'll be very similar to what my starter house roof looks like. I kind of toyed with the idea a little bit of using deep slate. I don't know if I'll go through with that. But for now, my idea is spruce wood. I guess that could change though. This looks incredibly messy right now, but hang with me for like 1 second here. I'm also going to try to incorporate some mud into that foundation too. I should have mentioned that when I was actually going over the foundation blocks, but oh well. I mentioned it last episode, but I do like using mud in my stone block palettes. It just, to me, looks like a piece of stone covered in mud if you use it right. And that's the exact vibe I want to go for. This is going to be a pretty dirty barn. That's the main idea though. I think this thing's going to look really cool. So let me go ahead, grind out some material gathering, and I'll be back when I have everything that I'm going to need. Gotta be honest, I have no idea if this is going to be enough materials to completely finish off this building, but it should be enough to get a good start. And I did also go ahead and work on a little bit of terraforming. Nothing too crazy, just got a pretty large flat piece of land to actually start building on. I'm gonna have to like fix up over here because it is a pretty harsh drop, but that's a problem for me later. And I also cut down just a handful of trees. So we have a good plot of land now to actually start building on. This should be enough space for the barn that I have in mind. I also want to start getting better at building on camera, so I'm going to do at least a portion of this build on camera here while commentating, just so you guys can see my thought process and understand some of the decisions that I'm making. So the main idea I have here for this barn is I want a central, like a long rectangle going this direction. And we're going to make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... maybe 7 blocks wide. I don't want this thing to be huge, so I think 7 blocks is probably good. And then we're just going to kind of come back this way a decent amount. About there looks pretty good. So let's just round this off. And this is going to be where we enter from. And then attached on either side, I want to kick this out a handful of blocks as well. Maybe like that many? Yeah, and then let's connect that up so it is right in the middle of that wall. So something like that. And then we'll do the same thing on this other side. So I think I came over 4 blocks. I'm just going to walk this all the way down here. So it connects up at the same spot. So that's going to be the basic layout of this building. And then all of these blocks are actually going to be taken away. So in these sections here, and here, that's where the animals are actually going to go. Now I'm going to build up all of these walls, at least a couple more blocks. And I'm going to stick with only 1 block for right now, and then we can come back through and texture. I'm thinking we go up here just 3 more blocks total with the cobblestone section. And then on top of the middle like rectangle that we made, I'm going to start incorporating the pale oak wood, just like this. And then we're going to bring this up a couple more blocks too. I think this pale oak section is going to be a little bit taller than the cobblestone section. Admittedly, right now, this thing does not look great, but that's just because there's only 2 blocks here and it's very basic looking. So we're going to fix that at the end for sure. I just want to get the base shape down for now, and then I can come back through and make it look a lot better. I've been working on this roof way longer than I care to admit. And I still don't really have anything. I was going with like a more rounded design, and I just could not come up with a good one. So honestly, I think instead I might just make this roof incredibly simple. What does it look like if I just stare up to the middle? And then maybe just throw a couple slabs over here and round it off like that. How does that look? Honestly, it does not look bad. This roof is subject to change, but I think for now I'm going to commit to this. I do sort of want to bump it out 1 more block though, and you'll see why in a second. The reason why I wanted to do that is because I want to add a little bit of spruce wood in the walls up here, just to give it a bit more interest. And the way I'm going to do that is by putting an upside down stair, just like that. And then I'm going to be putting the spruce logs on top of the stair, connecting all the way up to the roof up here. And we're going to strip all of these. Going to do the exact same thing on the other side. And then just taking a step back, you can see it frames out that second floor pretty nicely. I'm gonna go ahead and put some trapdoors here at the bottom. I always just like that the stairs into the trapdoors I think look really nice. And then I do want to put something here, just so it breaks up the cobblestone going directly into the pale oak wood. And I think something kind of like that looks pretty nice here. There's probably some more detail that I can add to this front face as well, but for now I like what this looks like. So let me shift over to the roofs of the two side sections. I do think I'm going to bring these side sections each up just one more block. I'm just going to do this one side over here for now, and then I can, you know, replicate it over there. And then for this roof, I want it to just kind of gradually meet up with the wall. So I'm probably going to be using mainly slabs here. Actually, you know what? I think I might take some inspiration from a previous build of mine. I'm over here on my Forever Worlds, in my Italian village that I started a little while back, and I'm mainly looking at this building right in front of me, this green one. So this section over here, on the left side, I really like the roof that I added here, and I think I kind of just want to take this exact thing for the barn. So as you can see, it just gradually goes up until it meets the side of the building, and I feel like that's going to look really good here in my new build. Now, I do think that this section over here is one block longer than what I put down for the barn, but that's okay. I feel like I can probably accommodate this pretty easily. It'll just stop right here then. So let me transfer this roof back over to the hardcore world. And just like that, we have this new roof on this left side, and I think that looks really nice. So let me put that over here on this right side too. And now with both of those in, you can get a better picture of what this building is going to look like in its entirety. Obviously, still a lot of detailing to do, but I like the shape a lot. I think this is going to be a really nice starter-worthy barn for us. I want to continue working on just this front face of the building, but I want to start working in some textures and some different blocks to make the building look better. So I'm going to start cutting away at the cobblestone here. And we're going to start working in some moss. And then, of course, everything that's touching this moss, I'm going to put some mossy cobblestone. I've said this plenty of times, but this is by far my favorite way to texture. If you just kind of keep your blocks touching in consistent ways, it will usually look nice. As long as you have good blocks that you're texturing with, I guess I should say. Now from the mossy cobblestone, I'm going to start working in this new pale moss. And that's going to kind of darken up that corner a little bit more. It's not super noticeable, but I think it gets the job done very well. Now this left wall over here looks like this. I think it looks way more interesting this way. I like the color variation here now. And then I'm just going to probably poke in a little bit of regular stone. That's not regular stone. Hold on. I'm going to poke in just a little bit of regular stone there near the top. Nothing too crazy. Maybe another block right here. The thing with texturing is you just gotta kind of keep tweaking it until you get something that you're comfortable with. Like, I'm feeling pretty good with that. I'm gonna take a step back and see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good over there. I like that new pale moss. This block's really nice. Gonna do a similar thing over here on the left side, but instead let's put the moss on this corner. And then I think I'm just gonna use only a little bit of the pale moss just in this corner here. And then we'll get a couple extra pieces of mossy cobblestone in there too, just to blend that into the pale moss, because I think those two blocks look really nice together. And just with only those two sides done, I think this building looks way better. So that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing for the texturing for all of the stone bits of this building. Now let's move up to the pale oak wood, and honestly I think this is going to be far more simple. All I'm going to do up here is mix in some of the stripped pale oak wood. That's pretty much the same color as the pale oak planks. It just adds a new texture, so that always looks good. And then I'm going to work in just a small amount of the birch wood and the sand. I don't want to go overboard with this, but just in some patches it should look really nice. And then let me take down my birch wood scaffolding, and then I can take a step back here. Yeah, this looks good, I think. I think that adds a nice like weathered effect to the pale oak wood. It's pretty subtle. If you get too close to it, it might look a little bit off, but honestly, like, it should be fine. The further you get back, the better it looks. And that's kind of what I try to go for whenever I texture. Because if we're being real, I'm not going to be too up close and personal to that second floor. Like, I'll walk through it like that, but I'm not really going to be, like, standing up there too much, you know? And then last but not least, the roof. I'm gonna texture up the roof too. I do need to go grab some jungle wood for this, so let me be right back. The texturing for the roof up here is going to be very, very similar to what I used in my starter cabin. I'm going to be transitioning the spruce wood into the mud bricks, and then the mud bricks into the jungle wood. And that's gonna be pretty much the main idea for the texturing on the roof. So let me throw this in here, and I'll take a step back so I can kind of show you what it looks like. It is very subtle, but I really do like it. I really think that jungle wood makes a beautiful highlight here with the spruce. And then the mud bricks, just a nice in-between color to connect the two. So that should be the texturing techniques for every section of this building. And I hope you guys learned something here with at least how I texture. Maybe you can incorporate some of these techniques into your own builds. But I think that's enough talking for me right now. Let me cut it to a quick time lapse so I can finish off the rest of this build. Wait, hold on. Pause the time lapse. As you can see, I've done just an absolute crazy amount of work in that time lapse. I put down 2 whole rows, three whole strips of spruce slabs. Crazy. There's a wandering trader, which means, there's a chance that I could get mangrove wood. And if I'm being completely honest, if I get mangrove wood right now, after completely coming up with this color palette and building the front part of the building, I'm gonna kill this guy. Okay, I see dark oak. I only see dark oak. Okay, that's the only sapling there. Nothing else here I think is useful. Yeah, I don't need anything else. All right, you can live. Back to the time lapse. This build turned out so much better than I could have expected, honestly. Like, I kind of doubted myself throughout the process of this. I usually kind of go through that whenever I build anything. Because if you guys don't know, everything that I've built, at least lately, in my forever world and in this world now, I just freehanded. I built it for the first time in the world itself. Like, I don't have a creative world or anything like that for this. And that usually leads to me being a little bit not confident in my abilities, because at some point throughout the process, the build doesn't look good, and then I just don't think it's going to end up looking good. But I just trusted the process with this one, and I am super happy with the outcome. I actually ended up getting a little bit carried away, and I added a whole bunch of extra details that I didn't really talk about before. That's kind of on me. I just kind of got lost in the video I was watching and just kept building. But I'm going to fly around a little bit just so you can see this thing in its entirety. I decided to change the roof shape up a little bit. We have these 2 little like windows up top now too. I just think it makes like the side areas look a little bit more interesting. Before it was just a tad bit too flat, but I like the look of this a lot, so I'm glad I went with that. As for like the other exterior decorations, we have a couple leaf piles, a couple piles of hay bales, a few chests and pots and stuff like that. We have a little covered section off to the left too, just to kind of break up the symmetry a little bit. I decided to put a whole bunch of signs going all the way around. I feel like that looks good for a barn. So yeah, overall, incredibly happy with this. The interior is still very, very bare. There's nothing on the inside, and that's actually what I want to work on to finish off this video. I'm probably going to keep it pretty simple. I want this thing to be mostly functional. So let me just grab up a couple materials, and then I will be inside. First things first, I'm going to go ahead and replace the floor on the inside here. And there goes my shovel. That didn't last very long. All right, new shovel in hand. So let's get rid of this entire floor on the inside here. I think I'm gonna have this main like strip in the middle. I'm gonna make that out of oak wood, and then I'm thinking the sides can be out of some kind of dirt, probably coarse dirt. I think that just looks the best personally. I don't know if I have gravel at home to actually make that, but I will check in a minute. Though actually, hold on. Let me not get rid of all of this. I think I'm gonna have some sheep on the inside of here, so I want some grass on this side. So I'm gonna let the grass grow back over on that like half that I already destroyed. So the sheep are gonna go here, the cows are gonna go over here. So for the cow pen, I'll make that mostly out of coarse dirt. I think I'll probably just have just a few patches of the stripped oak planks, just to add a little bit of texture variety here to the floor. Yeah, something like that. That looks pretty good. It's basic, but I like the color. All right, and there is all of the coarse dirt in. I don't think I'm going to texture this up at all. This is going to be filled with cows in no time, so honestly, there's not much of a point. I have some extra leaf litter on me. I'll throw that down here. You really can't notice it at all, but whatever. Now I want to start working on some spruce pillars on the inside to act as support beams and just kind of shape out what this interior is going to look like a little bit more. And actually, I want to put barrels at the bottom. It looks interesting. It also acts as a little bit of storage on this first floor if I need it. All right, and now it's looking a little bit more sectioned off. Gonna go with the classic archway design here. I've reused the same design roughly 1 billion times, so nice to see it again. I do want to put a fence gate on either side here, just so we can get in and out with the animals pretty easily. And I want to use these mud brick walls just to change it up a little. Wait, I'm out. I'm out of mud brick walls? Oh, that's sad. Got a couple more mud brick walls. Let's throw those there and there. Gonna go ahead and just probably put a very simple ceiling on the inside of these pens. It's going to be entirely filled with animals in here, so I'm not too worried about the aesthetics of the pens themselves. But I will throw a little bit of hay. Why not? Give them something here. Alright, now these pens are completely ready for animals, but before I do that, let's finish off the rest of the interior. I want to continue these beams going all the way across, just like this. And then I'm going to have another archway design. Instead of using the stairs and the trapdoors, we're just going to have only slabs, because this way I can put lanterns on the front and the back, just like that. I'll put a trapdoor in the middle one, though. Now I'm going to go ahead and fill in these little gaps in the middle, just to finish off the ceiling on this first floor. And you can see the back here is still empty. There's no ceiling on the top, because I actually want a staircase back here to be able to access the second floor. Yeah, there's enough room there to get up and down. That works pretty well. Could probably add another, like, beam here, just to make it look like it's being supported a little bit better. And then I can probably do that to kind of round it off. That doesn't look so bad. I kind of figured I could put some storage down here. I don't really have many more barrels or chests, but I kind of wanted to put the storage under the stairs down here. I feel like that would be a pretty good use for that area right there. And I guess we'll do the little rounded off section too. I need more trapdoors. Let me see what this looks like as well, actually. What if I did that, and then there's a room back here with some storage. This can be a little crammed, but honestly, I don't mind it, because this will actually give me room to put double chests back here. And I think I'd be able to open them all. I think I could just do this. Oh, and I can't open that top one. Okay, hold on. Let's just change that one out for a slab. Think that should work now? It does. Sweet. Okay, we actually have a good amount of storage in here now. It doesn't look like much, but 3 double chests, 2 barrels, and then all the barrels underneath the pillars. Like, that's plenty. And then now upstairs, I have no idea what I want to put up here, so I don't really think I'm going to decorate this right now. What I will do is add a little railing, just so I don't run up here and then fall down and take damage. And I guess I'll make the ceiling look a little bit nicer from in here. I suppose that's the least I can do. But if you guys have any other ideas of what I could put on the second floor, please let me know in the comments and I'll probably take one. Honestly, I think the last thing I'm going to do on the interior is just put down some leaves just to add a little bit of greenery to the inside here. And I should probably get something to plant these in, like composters or something like that. Yeah, I should definitely grab some composters. Actually, you know what? To change it up, I think I have a few cauldrons in the house. I'm going to use those instead. The composters might just blend in a little bit with all the spruce. All right, got 3 cauldrons. Put one there, and one there. And I think that's going to be the completed interior. It's not much, but I like it. I also have a bell. Hold on, wait, I forgot about the bell. Kind of wanted to put this somewhere. Where do I want to put this? I like it. Of course, though, it's not a barn without animals. So, let me go grab 2 cows and 2 sheep. All right, so now 2 cows and 2 sheep are safely in the barn, so we can start breeding them up and get the advancement, the parrots, and the bats. Let's go. The final thing I want to do in this video is I just want to have a pathway connecting the starter house and the barn. I don't think I'm going to really design this pathway too intricately right now. We'll probably just use path blocks and then just some type of slab just to get up all the different elevation changes. And I will definitely go ahead and clean up my chest monster over here. And when I come back, I will throw some shaders on. We can take a good look at everything that I've built so far. Why did you guys even have to come here, man? I'm doing my outro. They just bother you so much in this game, man. But anyway, yeah, so I have shaders on now, as you can see. World's looking beautiful. Just wanted to take a quick look at everything that I built so far in the first 84 days here of the hardcore world, just as I end off this video. So here's a look at the starter house with some shaders in the tree with the birds hanging down. I still love this vibe a lot, especially with the shaders. This looks so good. Very cozy up here. And then this new pathway. It's very simple, just some path block, some coarse dirt, some mud brick slabs, and a little bit of the leaf litter on top. It's not much, but it gets the job done. And then a quick look at the new barn. I am still very proud of this. I've said it a bunch of times, but this looks way better than I thought it was going to. This is one of my favorite barns that I've built lately, so I hope you guys like it as well. But thank you all so much for watching this episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. And I will talk to you soon. Bye. As you all saw in the intro cinematics, I was a bit busy in between episodes here once again. This time I added a couple new crop fields next to the barn that we built last time. I ended up taking a little bit of inspiration from my friend Simply Knight with these crop fields. He posted a video recently where he made a farmhouse and also a couple different wheat fields and stuff. And just within his wheat fields, he added a bunch of different types of vegetation, so it's not just only wheat going all the way across. And I just really like that idea, so I kind of incorporated it in my own way over here. A couple different pieces of grass. We got some firefly bushes, some of the other new, shrubs and whatnot. Also just got a bunch of like azalea leaves kind of sprawled across. Got some leaf litter, making it look overgrown and not perfect. And I think it looks really good, in my opinion. I want to continue this style over here. I think it's gonna just look really cool. I don't really like when crop fields look too organized. I know they can look really nice that way if you do it right, but I've always liked going for the messier look. There's also this pathway here that doesn't lead to anything just yet, but I actually want to start working on a building in this area pretty much right now. I'm probably gonna have to gather a little bit more materials, but I'll get to that here in a second. The thing that I want to build right here is a horse stable. I haven't built one of these in a while. I usually just kind of attach little areas to my buildings where I just kind of stash my horses. That's what's going on with my starter house. The other side of it that you can't see, I do have a horse over there. Of course, I got Gravy, my man. But I want to give him a better home. Gravy getting a building dedicated to him before Ghost does is actually kind of a crime. I gotta start working on that probably on my next survival world episode, but that's not what this is at all. All right, this is hardcore Minecraft. What's up, guys? How you doing? Hardcore number 3, banger intro. I've been talking way too long, honestly, and I keep messing up my takes. So this is what we're sticking with. I hope you like it. Yeah, so there's going to be a horse stable at the end of this pathway. I kind of want to make it like a diagonal building. Maybe not entirely diagonal. I don't know, but I just think like a building oriented like where the doorway is like right here would probably work the best, just based on where I put these crop fields. I kind of did it this way on purpose because I want to force myself to build in a ways I'm not super comfortable with. I want to get better at building, all that nonsense, the vibes. I did actually gather up a decent amount of materials just from my storage room and my starter house. This should probably get me most of the way through this build. There's just a couple more things that I do want to go ahead and gather. You can never have enough spruce wood, so I'll probably chop down one of the big spruce trees that I have over there. And then I do want to get some of the pale moss and some tuff. So those are the 3 blocks that I have my sights on right now. I might go ahead and add a couple more in there too, just kind of as I'm collecting, but I will be right back and this chest will be more full. Do you guys smell that? It smells like building time to me. Sometimes I think of things to say and they sound a lot cooler in my head, than when I actually say them. But usually what happens is I don't want to exert the energy to figure out something else to say to like start off a segment, so I kind of just roll with those. That's exactly what's happening here. We're gonna roll with this take. But anyway, I have a lot more materials now in here. Way too much spruce wood. Honestly, did not need to gather this much, but I chopped down just all of what I had over there because I just kind of got carried away. Grabbed a little bit of tuff, got a little bit of pale moss blocks, and also some deep slate. I think I'll probably incorporate this into the color palette a little bit here. Now I'm thinking that the most important part of this stable is definitely going to be the shape. So I want to spend actually a decent amount of time here really ironing this shape out. I feel like if I rush this, it's just going to look really bad. I want to make sure I have enough room around this building to actually have a pathway connecting, because I actually want the pathways to completely circle each of these crop fields. So I'm going to map these out just very loosely. I can come back in later and actually make these pathways look how I want to, but just so I have enough space in mind, let me just put in a temporary one here. They don't look good, but now I have two just path block pathways that kind of go around each of the farms. So I should have a much better idea of where I can actually put this building. And I have no idea what I'm doing in terms of this shape. This is just going to be a whole bunch of trial and error. But let me see what I can come up with, I guess. Yeah, I have no idea if I'm onto something or if this is just awful. But I'm going to pop into free cam so you can kind of get like a bird's eye view of the schematic here. So this is what I have plopped down. There's a little bit of diagonalness. That's not a word, but you know what I mean. It's a little diagonal off there to the left. And then there's like two boxes over here to the right. I think this shape actually looks all right now. It might be something that I change just kind of as I'm building this thing up. Like I feel like I'm going to very heavily tweak this build as I just continue to go here. Then I also have these two fenced areas. I just kind of want to have like little overhangs like what I have over here. Like that exact thing I want on this right side and the left side. And I just wanted to denote that with fences rather than full blocks, just so I can kind of remember like what I want to do here. So that's the shape. What I'm going to do now is just continue building up these walls only using cobblestone. And then once I get a height that I'm comfortable with, we can come back through and texture. And this build kind of goes across a couple elevations. So I think I'm going to kind of show that in the height of the build as well. So like the right side here is going to be the lowest point. And I think this is a good height for the lowest point of the building. So then over here, I'm going to bump this up at least a block. I don't think I'm going to do two. I think one block should be enough. And then part of me even wants to make the diagonal section over here just go up another block. I honestly think that'll look pretty cool. It'll just add more interest to this build. Like the shape is already pretty interesting, but then if the roof shape kind of just falls down like that, I think that'll look even better. And just as you walk down the pathway, the building will look, you know, better proportions to like where you're standing. If I made this all the same height, I feel like down here, it would just look way too tall because this would be 2 blocks higher, you know? I may have to tweak these heights a little bit more too, because like this section right here looks a little bit awkward. It's only 3 blocks tall from where I'm standing. But if I put another 2 blocks on top of that, it doesn't really connect up nicely. Like if I were to do this, you can see the other section would have to come out a couple more blocks over there, like this diagonal section, in order for this to line up correctly. But I don't know. Maybe I can do some weird funky roof like this, because I think this looks better from down here. Might be a little bit in over my head for this one. But let me just keep working on the shape here, and then I'll be back to actually start texturing. I have finally settled here on the shape for this building, so we can actually start going through and texturing. I did also, you know, make a couple rooms here. These are the actual spots where the horses are going to go. We got spots for 4 horses. That should be plenty. For the texturing on this building, I have a lot of different blocks that I want to incorporate. So here's a small section using some of the blocks that I have. I have a little bit of deep slate, a little bit of tough as well attached to that. We have some moss, some mossy cobblestone, and some regular stone. So I like what these blocks look like together. But now let me come to a different part of the building. Let's actually just do this little diagonal here. I also want to work in a little bit of pale moss, and then everything that this pale moss is touching, we're going to put some tough, because I just think those blocks look really, really nice together. It's pretty subtle, but it just adds some nice texture variety and also a little bit of shadow. And I think actually deep slate at the bottom here could look really cool, because if you're looking at it like this, that just kind of darkens up that bottom a little bit more. So I'm going to replace these 3 blocks with deep slate, just like that. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And then let's work in just a little bit of regular stone. I think that also looks good. So I'm going to be kind of just doing this in different patches, right? So we have a patch using these few blocks. We have a patch using these few blocks. I'm just going to keep mixing and matching these all around this building, just to give it a lot more character. And I also wanted to break in just a little bit of andesite as well. Whenever andesite is touching regular stone, I think it looks really, really nice. It just brightens it up. Yeah, so that looks pretty cool there too. So using a few different gray blocks here in the front, And then a little bit of moss there on the right. I think this is starting to look really, really good. That should be everything. That should be every wall of the building now textured. Still looks a little bit weird because the shape is still something I'm not used to at all. But hopefully when I start working on the roof, it'll start to look a little better. I would like to start working on this roof now. And I'm going to start with the right side. You know, the sides that are just regular boxes that I'm used to building. I'm going to start over here. And now I want to figure out a way to not make this roof too tall. Like, this wall right here is pretty long, if I'm being honest. So I think I should start working in some slabs, maybe at this level right there, and then just slab my way up to the middle. That might have actually really worked. Hold on. Let me fill this in. And let me pop in a free cam. It's just way faster. Yeah, that looks good. I think it's actually a nice little rounded shape there. Okay, let's do something similar down here. All right, did a very similar thing to the front. And yeah, I still think that looks good. Okay, awesome. Let me fill this all in. And then I gotta start worrying about the diagonal part, which I'm kind of scared about, man. I have no idea what I'm doing. I just keep placing down slabs and hoping for the best. I'm gonna just kind of keep doing that. And I'm gonna see what this ends up looking like, I guess. This roof looks weird. All right, I'm aware of that. But this is what I have so far. I don't think it looks so bad. You know, I think this kind of works for the vibe that I'm going for. This section looks a little bit weird, but honestly, I kind of like it. I can put a little flower pot right there too. We have a little window. I kind of don't mind that. I also think extending the overhang, which is a couple trap doors here, is going to help a lot too. Am I doing something with this? I really don't know. Yeah, I think that's going to be it, okay? I like this. I think I like this. I'm just going to convince myself to like it, I guess. I do want to have a couple fences just come all the way down from the roof just to kind of look like it's being a little bit more supported. I think these fences are actually working really well. All right, I'm going to keep putting these all over the place here. Okay, I'm actually liking this build a lot more now. The shape of it's a little weird, but it's definitely growing on me. I think this is a pretty cool addition to this area. It's definitely unique. Like, I've never built anything like this before. And once I get this to blend into the area a little bit better by just, you know, throwing some more external decorations, I think this thing's actually going to look pretty good. And that's actually what I'm going to do right now. And honestly, I don't want to spend too much time on this build today because there's still some more stuff I want to get done. So let me put on the final touches to this build, move the horses in, and then I'll show it off. I'm just gathering up a little bit of jungle wood here to continue on the build. And since when is there a woodland mansion right there? How have I never seen this? Dude, it's day 108. I've been in this area for like 100 days already. How have I not seen this? What do you mean? That's definitely something we can tackle here eventually. I'm just so shocked it took me so long to actually notice that. Kind of lost track of what day it was and just completely played past day 100. I was gonna come back and like say something about it, but now it's day 114. I missed it by like 2 weeks. My bad. But I did finish the stable, and it looks actually a lot different than when I last spoke to you guys, like while I was building this thing. I never actually intended on putting a second floor up there. This was like a complete last minute decision, but I'm really glad I ended up doing this. I think it fits a lot better now into the area. Like, it looks really nice next to the barn here. This was supposed to just be an incredibly simple build just to start the video off, but this took a lot more time than I anticipated. But I am really happy with this. I think this is a really good looking stable. We actually have our horse Gravy in here as well. It does keep jumping up against these trapdoors, and it's really annoying, I'm not gonna lie. So maybe I can fine-tune this a little bit, but anyway, Gravy's in there. This one's empty, and then this one over here is also empty. And then instead of having a fourth area for horses, I decided to make this like a little house. So you can walk in, there's a little chest, some paintings, head upstairs, and then you have a bedroom. So the interior is actually done. I do actually want to make some progress, though, in this video. So to close this one out, let's do a mining trip. I think I should be all prepared to go. Got a bunch of food, got a water bucket, got a backup shield as well, got a couple extra pickaxes. The goal for this mining trip is just to find some diamonds. I want to actually make some diamond gear, some diamond armor, all that fun stuff. So I'm going to head over to this mountain over here because it looks like there is some kind of a cave peeking out. I don't know how deep this goes. But if this can quickly go down to deep slate, this could be, you know, kind of exactly what I'm looking for here. All right, so in this dripstone cave, there's a bunch of zombies. But does this keep going down? It kind of looks like it does. This zombie is dripped out. I know I'm here for diamonds, but I still also want to grab all this iron that I see. I kind of really enjoy not having an iron farm. I'm not going to lie. Like, I kind of like coming into the caves to actually mine iron myself. This area over here looks promising. It goes down pretty deep. If this doesn't take me all the way down to deep slate, it should at least take me like most of the way there. Okay, yeah, that definitely goes down to deep slate level. Okay, we're heading in the right direction for sure. All right, I am passing by a lot of iron in this cave, but I kind of don't care right now. I've gathered up a decent amount, so I just want to kind of keep making my way towards deep slate here. Just gotta be real careful of these creepers. These dripstone caves can be super, super tough. These creepers really just hide everywhere. And I actually am level 30 now. That's pretty cool. Like, look, there's another one over there. These guys just keep hiding, man. This is probably not where I should be, but whatever. Okay, yeah, this definitely keeps going down for a while. Cool. There's got to be a bunch of diamonds down here. Yeah, this is exactly where I want it to be. Okay, cool. So there should be a lot of diamonds in this area. Looks like it keeps going deeper. And it's not as much of a dripstone cave anymore, which is something that I love. Now, unfortunately, it looks like this cave ends right here, which is not ideal, but is this an iron vein by any chance? That'd be cool. No, this is not an iron vein. I don't know, it could be. It could be. I keep mining around and I keep finding iron. I think this is an iron vein, actually. Yeah, this has got to be one. Honestly, I have the time. I'm just gonna mine out most of this. Oh, this goes into a trial chamber. Well, alrighty then. Didn't expect to find one of these. I don't think I'm going to tackle this right now, but I definitely will. Eventually. Gonna screenshot those coordinates for later, for sure. Oh, I should have brought a bundle. How did I forget? A bundle would be really useful right now. Alright, I'm finally going back down again. This dripstone cave is huge, but it's kind of all at the same Y level. I keep finding these little pockets that go down, but it only like barely gets into deep slate, and then there's just nothing else. Okay, there we go. There's a mine shaft down there. That looks like it goes into a really big cave. This is exactly where I need to be. Gotta be careful, though. Oh, there's also a spawner right here. Okay, that's interesting. Let me not have the creeper blow this up. Sounds like it's a spider spawner. Yeah, if that's the case, realistically, I don't think I'm gonna do much with it. It is a spider spawner, very unfortunately. I don't know if I'm gonna make this into an actual farm. I can at least take a stop here for a second, unload my inventory, and then actually, how do you craft a bundle? Do I have enough? I do. That's gonna be amazing. All right, let me use this time to clear out my inventory a little bit. All right, the inventory is looking a lot cleaner. Got a couple bundles. Let's continue the mining session. And this cave looks like it opens up into something massive. Yeah, just leave the crafting table. Definitely don't need that anymore. It would be a real shame if this ended up coming back to bite you. Like, imagine you're trying to dig out of a dangerous cave, and then all of your pickaxes break, and you don't have a crafting table to make a new one. So you're stuck with the choice of either just punching your way out, even though you're on like Y -15. So you're going all the way up like that with your fist. So you're stuck with that choice, or going back down into the cave to grab a couple pieces of wood from a mine shaft, but then the cave is real scary and not lit up. Let's really hope that it doesn't come down to that. Just gonna try to run around and light everything up. That's the plan. They can't kill me if I'm running, right? I do see a chest next to me in the mine shaft. Don't have too much time to loot it though. Hold on. Let me go check out this one chest before I forget. We good? Are we safe? I think we're safe. Always take a name tag. That's always good to have. Fortunately, no diamonds or anything, though. And I guess we're in the mine shaft. Alright, I mean, I'll explore this. There could be some good stuff in here. It's a little scary. but I think I'll be all right. Okay, perfect. This mine shaft looks like it branches off into some other caves. Much safer to mine for diamonds in a cave like this. Oh, I've never seen a spider fight a skeleton before. Interesting. I guess the skeleton shot the spider. That's funny. We got our first bit of diamonds up there. Sweet. Hopefully it's more than just that one. Great, we got 2. Okay, this is at least enough to make an enchanting table. And we have 3. Hell yeah. And by 3, I mean 4. That's a lot of skeletons over there. Man. But this opens up really well. I am, like, entirely out of torches, though, which is not good. So, honestly, it could be smart for me to, like, resurface and then come back. I feel like that's what I should do. There are so many mobs over here. Okay, I'm gonna dig out over here, and then I will be right back down with just more torches, because I want to keep exploring down here. Well, it turns out I have left my crafting table behind, which is not ideal. So I guess I gotta go back down into the cave for a second. And hopefully I can just quickly get back into that mine shaft, grab a couple pieces of wood, and then continue heading up. Okay, my plan is to run back in this direction. I got my blocks out. I should be able to run back over here and hopefully spot some of the stronghold. There's a lot of skeletons shooting at me, though. I need to keep bobbing and weaving. They're shooting each other. Okay, this could be good. I think the entrance is over here somewhere. Oh, no. This is bad. Okay, I'm safe. I'm safe, but I am in a hole. Am I able to mine through deep slate with my fist? Okay, I can. Okay, honestly, I don't hear anything around me again. Let's see if we can bust back out one more time. And I have just now realized that I left my water, which is not good. I think there's like an opening. Okay, it's right above here. Hold on. Okay, I just need to get up there. That's all I have to do. I can barely see the skeleton. Okay, you're dead. I should be able to get up here now. We did it. Okay, okay, we should be good. Let me just grab 4 of these, make a crafting table. Give me any kind of pickaxe. I'll make my first diamond pickaxe now. Thank you very much. And I'm gonna try to run back to where that hole was. Oh my god, I did it. I did it. I'm safe. I cut off my water, but I'm safe. Okay, I should be good. I should be good. That was so scuffed. I am really not good at this game when it comes to so many aspects of it. But hey, alright, we made it work. Okay, where am I? I don't know, but I'm alive. I'm right by the woodland mansion. I can't believe this is right here. That's insane still. Okay, I'm gonna put this little pillar here because I do want to actually go back down to this cave, probably like right away. I have screenshotted the coordinates of the little dirt pillar that I just made so I can, you know, get back into the cave I was in. I am going to stop home. We're gonna gear up again. And I'm gonna do some enchanting, I think. I definitely want to enchant a pickaxe. And I'm also just thinking about putting a couple, like, basic enchants on some iron armor. Just to make it so I don't die. Thankfully, I can make way more than enough bookshelves. And I actually think I even have some obsidian chilling around. I do, I have 4. Perfect. Let's make the first enchanting table on the series. And just for right now, I'm gonna throw the enchanting table right here. Obviously, this is going to have a building eventually. I just want to be able to get some enchants going temporarily. So we got efficiency 4 on the diamond pickaxe, power 4 on a book. I have 2 more diamonds left over. I'm gonna make a sword as well, and I might as well check that. If I can get looting 3, might be worth it to take right away. Unbreaking 3. Okay, I'm definitely gonna take the pickaxe here then. Efficiency 4, silk touch, and unbreaking 3. That's a very good pickaxe to get right away. I will take that. I would love fortune, but silk touch is certainly not bad. Awesome. And then I see smite 2 down here. I'm gonna take that. Smite 2, sweeping edge 2, knockback 1, looting 1. That's also not a bad enchant at all. Then I am just gonna grab some pretty basic enchantments on some iron armor. Projectile protection 4 in the boots. I don't mind that at all. There's a lot of skeletons down there. Fire protection 2 on the chest piece. I'm probably gonna disenchant that one. Prot 2 on the legs isn't bad. But let's see if I can just get some regular, just basic protection on both of these. So protection 2 on the chest piece. Aqua affinity isn't so bad on the helmet. I'm gonna take that off. That's kind of pointless for me right now. Protection 1 on the helmet. I'll take that. Okay, so it's not great, but it's something. I think I'm now ready once again to hit the caves. All right, so this time will be much different. I have way more torches. I have better armor. And I have a much, much better pickaxe now. And honestly, this sword really is not bad. This should help me a lot. I'm actually really glad that I got Silk Touch so early. I use a lot of regular stone and like regular deep slate in my builds. So not having to smelt them now is going to be massive. All right, we are back. And I did not put water in my bucket. That's all right. I should be able to find some down here. Let me begin by just lighting up everywhere that I can. I have a ton of torches. This area is huge. There should be a lot of diamonds around here that I'm just not seeing. Like right there. Wow, that's perfect. All right, how many diamonds we got over here? Just 2. But it's fine. Ooh, I see some more diamonds over there. Sweet. And there's more diamonds right there. Probably very dark. I'm sure you guys can't really see, but trust me, they're here. Oh, there we go. This is a big vein, though. That's going to help. That is going to help swimmingly. And let's grab these diamonds down here. These are probably just 1. Better than 0, but still, 1's not ideal. Oh, and this cave keeps on going. Okay, I'm going to be rich at the end of this. Or dead. I guess let's see what happens. Okay, there's some more diamonds. Thank you very much. Let me just kind of continue lighting this up. I like being very thorough whenever I go mining. I try to light up as much as I can before I actually go back and mine everything. Some people are maniacs though, man. Some people will just mine as they go in the darkness, and that stresses me out. My anxiety cannot take it. Another 2 diamonds. We'll take that for sure. And there's more down there, but they're heavily guarded. It's fine, because I'm the greatest. Ready? I've played years of zombies. I know exactly what to do in this situation. Shoot him! No! No! It was so close. I think he was 1 shot. Why is your aim so bad? Oh well, how many diamonds is this? 5 diamonds. We will definitely take those. And let's continue going down below. There's more diamonds over there. Okay, yeah, this is awesome. This is exactly what we needed. Okay, I got a couple more down here. I got 18, so this is going to be 19, 20. And that's it right there. All right. I think I'll probably go until I have enough. There's more right there, too. And right there. Wow. I'll probably go until I have enough for, like, a full set of armor and then maybe tools. I'm debating on if I want to wait until I get fortune to actually mine all these, or if I should just mine them immediately so I can make my armor and just be a little bit safer here in the world. I'm not exactly sure just yet, but I'll decide whenever I resurface. Okay, that puts us to 25 diamonds. And while I'm down here, I might as well grab some of this obsidian. Feeling a little rich too, so grabbed 14. Gonna actually put the corners on this portal. Oh wow, that zombie dropped a carrot. I think that's actually my first carrot on the world so far. That's cool. Oh man, that goes down even deeper. Alright, we got a whole other area to light up down there. There's gotta be so many diamonds. I'm gonna try to put some torches on the side here. Maybe I'll see this and I can actually come back up this way. But I'm just gonna head down. What do we got? Oh yeah, this cave is huge, dude. I'm glad I brought a lot of torches. Just keep bobbing and weaving. Keep bobbing and weaving and keep lighting stuff up. I'm not really looking for diamonds. I'm kind of just running around just spamming torches, but I also just haven't stumbled across any, which feels crazy. This thing is legitimately like never ending. I feel like I've been running around for like 10 minutes. That guy just tried to 360 me. How disrespectful. These are the first diamonds that I'm seeing in this whole area. There's gotta be more. But honestly, it's still not bad. Just right there, that was what, like 5? I got 30 diamonds now. And there's just no way that that's all of the diamonds in this whole area. Because, dude, look how big this area is. This could be a cool spot for, like, an underground village eventually. That could definitely be a cool build in a future episode. Alright, got a couple more diamonds tucked back here. It actually was more than one, too. We'll take that. Okay, this looks like this opens up into another pretty big cave here again. So I think what I'm gonna do is just resurface, take all of the diamonds that I have mined down here, actually craft those all down into some armor, some tools and whatnot, and then we can come back to this cave whenever I get fortune on a pickaxe. So I'm gonna proceed with that plan in mind. So let me see if I can find my way out of here. I think I should be able to find that staircase that I used to get down here. Yeah, it's in this room. It's right there. Awesome. Okay, so I will be back into this cave. There's still a lot more to explore. I'll be back once I get fortune on a pickaxe. I went ahead and mined 3 of the diamonds, just with an iron pickaxe, so I can make another diamond pickaxe here. The enchant right now is efficiency 4. I think what I'm gonna do is, before I mine the rest of these 31 diamonds, I'm gonna quickly get up to level 30, enchant this pickaxe, just in case it gives me fortune right away. If it doesn't give me fortune, I'll probably just mine the diamonds out normally, and then craft up a full set of tools and armor, just with these 31 diamonds. And the primary way that I'm going to get my levels is just by fishing. I will go ahead and breed up the animals, though. I haven't done that in a little while, if I'm being honest, so that'll give me just some experience, and then I'll get the rest by fishing, and hopefully we can even just fish up some cool stuff. I don't think I've actually bred up my animals at all this entire time since I've gotten them back here, so this is going to give me, like, no experience. Yeah, okay, so we're level 23. That's fine. I don't mind fishing to get to level 30 here. And maybe, just maybe, we can get ourselves a mending book or something like that. Or like a mending fishing rod would actually be huge. I'd honestly rather that than just a regular mending book, if I'm being honest. But let me cast out the line a couple times, and then I'll be back whenever I get something cool, or if I just get to level 30 without getting anything cool. Whatever happens first. Hold on. That is a bow. What is that bow? Power 3, Unbreaking 3, and Mending? That's a really good bow, but we can't get Infinity on that. Because I don't think you can put Infinity and Mending together. But that's still the best thing I've gotten so far, for sure. I'm sure I'll eventually, like, gravitate towards an Infinity bow, but, you know, for the early game, that's really good. That's another enchanted thing. Hold on. Couldn't see what that was. Was that a bow or was that a book? It was another bow. Power 4, just straight up. Alright, dude. We're getting really lucky with these bows. Give me a fishing rod, man, please.
Okay, sorry, I am eating a sandwich. But that is an enchanted book, and it's knockback 2. How disappointing. And we get a fishing rod back to back. I'm still eating the same sandwich. That's a mending fishing rod. Hell yeah. That is exactly what you like to see.
Another enchanted book alert. Come on, show me something good. That is an incredibly good book. Wow. All right. Sharpness 4, efficiency 4, unbreaking 3. All right, I'm gonna have to really consider what to use that on. That is a super good book. Got yet again another bow. The number of bows you get fishing is actually crazy. Power 4 flame. All right, we're just building up a really good bow here. Okay, this is kind of getting ridiculous now. Let's see what this next bow is. Another mending bow. We just have an infinite number of enchanted bows. Like, am I just gonna keep getting these? Give me more books. All right, that's yet again another fishing rod. Unbreaking 3. It's honestly not that important to have these together. Like, this mending fishing rod has not gone down at all ever since I got fully healed, but I'll probably combine those. That was a really good fishing trip, by the way. I got all this stuff right here, plus like another half a stack of food probably. I didn't count my food exactly because I was already eating cooked salmon and I think a little bit of cooked cod I had on me already. So I probably got like a stack and a half, about 2 stacks of food total. But obviously we'll always take that too. I don't know if I'm ever gonna actually go through all this fish, but at least it's an option now. But most importantly, let me enchant this second pickaxe. Efficiency 4. Let me check a book, I guess, before I do anything else. Can't remember if I've already done this. It's protection 3. Okay, so efficiency 4, and that is it. I'm gonna disenchant this right away. It's Unbreaking 3 next. Okay, if that was a guaranteed fortune, maybe I would have taken it, but anyway, let's go ahead and start breaking all these diamonds. And I guess if I get to level 30 while mining these diamonds, might as well enchant again, right? Wasn't able to get back up to level 30 here, but it's all good. I have 31 diamonds now. Okay, so let me go ahead and start crafting everything that I'm going to need. So let's get a chest piece. Let's get a pair of leggings. Let's also get a helmet. And then let's get some boots. Let's also go ahead and get an axe. Let's get a shovel. And then let's do it. Let's also get a hoe. I'm gonna go ahead and display my old iron armor in the new stable that we built today. So got a little armor stand back here. Just toss everything on, so now it stares at you right when you walk in. And we can also throw on this brand new diamond armor. And let's throw all of our tools on the hotbar as well. This ended up being a way more productive episode than I was expecting. Built up a brand new horse stable, so now Gravy has a long-term house in this world. And I also got a whole bunch of diamonds, covered myself in diamonds, and also gave myself diamond tools and diamond weapons. Thank you all so much, though, for watching this video. I think next time, we'll probably tackle this enchanting setup. It's not going to be this forever. I think I should probably make an actual building for this, so be on the lookout for that. I really hope you guys enjoyed, though. Thanks one more time for watching, and I will talk to you guys soon as we watch the sunset go down. Man, it's so pretty. All right, bye. Yeah, it looks like Gravy is still just jumping at these trapdoors here. You just gotta stop tweaking. Like, relax, Gravy. You're good, man. You're good. You don't gotta go anywhere. Just, like, enjoy your hay, dude. Relax. But welcome back to some more of my Hardcore Minecraft series. Hope you all are having a great day. Last episode, I built up this horse stable for Gravy along with these 2 farms. We also got covered in diamonds and I did a little bit of enchanting. I want to actually completely focus on enchanting today. So obviously I have this little temporary setup over here. I want to make a big tower. I think I want to make like a wizard tower to enchant on. I haven't completely decided on the area, but just looking over here, I kind of feel like this little like island calls for it. We can have a bridge connecting over here or something. I don't know. I didn't spend any time thinking about this. I literally just looked at this right now and thought this could be a good spot. We could like take off all of this grass, widen out this little like stream, and then maybe have like a little bridge connected. I don't know. That's something I'll decide later on for sure, but I'm kind of leaning towards that right now. As you did see though in the intro cinematic, unless you just didn't for whatever reason watch the first like 10 seconds of the video, I detailed the interior of the second floor of the barn from a few episodes back. I just threw in a little bit of storage and then just some places to sit and look at a dark oak sapling. So it's nothing crazy. I'm still not great at interiors, but looks better than if it was just empty. And also I am using, I think all but this chest. So we got some moss stuff down there. We got some flowers and some other like colorful pieces of vegetation, whole bunch of seeds, got some food, and we got some saplings and some other random stuff. Downstairs though, I have like the crops that I usually get the most of. Like we have a bunch of wheat, a bunch of hay bales as well, got some potatoes now, and also some sugarcane. We don't have too much sugarcane left because obviously used it all to make the bookshelves, but I think my farm's probably fully grown. I just have it like around the coast over there. I'll go punch that right now, actually. So yeah, the main plan for the episode today is to build a wizard tower. There's a couple other things I would like to get done before that, though. I did craft up all this diamond armor, like I mentioned before. I crafted it all up last episode, but there's no armor trims on it, and I kind of want to make my armor look cooler. So the first thing I'm going to do after collecting all this sugarcane is I'm just going to see what armor trims I have currently, and just kind of see what kind of drip we can put on the armor. The only armor trim that I have is this coast armor trim, and I actually have exactly 4, so that's going to be good for each piece of armor. I know I can duplicate this, but I'm kind of out of diamonds. I think you need to surround it in diamonds pretty much to duplicate it, and I only have 1 left. So I'm just going to use these 4 on my pieces of armor right now. This isn't a rare armor trim, so If I don't have an extra one to duplicate, I honestly don't care. Do need to go ahead, though, and craft the first smithing table of the world. That's not really a big milestone, but feels worth mentioning, I guess. I have 4 different materials here. I think just changing up the colors is going to be really cool just as you go down. So let's make the helmet gold. Let's make the chest piece red. Let's make the pants green. You can barely see that, but I still think it's going to look cool. And then we're going to make the boots blue. You really can't see the emerald on the pants. But does this look like the face of a man who cares? It doesn't, right? Because I don't. How far can I zoom in? I have no idea if I'm still zooming in. I'm hitting my scroll wheel, though. You can hear. Ready? Maybe you can't hear. My microphone's pretty good, but I think you should be able to hear that. I don't know. But I don't know if I'm zooming in anymore. If I zoom out? Yeah, okay. I definitely was not, because that was way faster to zoom out. Anyway, that's me getting dripped out. Let's go. Something else that I would actually like to do is I want to get some bees. And I think I have a pretty good spot to put the beehives. I don't want to make like a whole building for it, at least right now. I do like making apiaries. I think they're cool builds to actually make, so I'll probably make one eventually. But just for now, to make it temporary and to make it not look too bad, I think I'm just going to cover my water sources here in the farm with beehives. Maybe not all of them, but just a handful, right? Because then they can actually do their thing and like pollinate the crops here and all that fun stuff. So just for now, I'm going to put some full blocks here just to kind of get the idea. But I think having some beehives here will be nice. I can actually go ahead and harvest the honey then. I do want to use some copper. I don't know about today, but like I love copper. It's one of my favorite blocks to build with. So I think just preparing to use some is a good practice. I think I have like 7 or 8 spots for beehives. That should be plenty. But along with like getting the honey for the copper, I think getting some honey for some candles will also be really good. I'm also just realizing the back of the armor doesn't actually look all that good. It's just 4 parallel lines. Whatever. Let me go see if I can find some bees. And it is actually turning nighttime, which makes this super, super easy. And I do have a new Silk Touch pickaxe from last episode, so I can actually grab the beehives themselves. Wait, do you eat fish? Oh, you do eat fish. I never knew that. Wow. Hey man, excuse me. Sorry to bother you. I'm just gonna make you get up. Do you know where bees are? You shouldn't go out there. It's dark. Let's do this a different way. All right, listen to me. Tell me where the... Listen, hold on. Tell me where the bees are. Over there? All right. If you're lying to me, Jim, it's over for you. Oh, no. They got one of the gym. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. You know, that Jim might have been telling the truth. He was kind of looking off in this direction. I do see a cherry blossom biome. There could be some bees up there. Let's go check it out. Also, if this is like one of the first few videos you've seen of mine, I call villagers Jim. They're all Jim, all the same. Male, female, doesn't matter. Just Jim. Let's put a campfire in my offhand so I have some light. This has definitely never happened before. And let's see. There's got to be a couple, right? There's got to be some bees around here. And at least running around at nighttime is gonna get me a couple levels here. So I should be able to get to level 30 by the time we get back. Oh, I found one. Let's go. Okay, hopefully there's actually bees in here. It is full of honey, so there should be. And there's another one over there to the right, too. And that is a child. Where are your parents? I hate... Dude, baby zombies are just awful, man. A baby zombie with, like, any type of weapon is, like, one of the scariest mobs in this game. I'd honestly almost rather fight the warden. So far, I have 3 beehives. I'm not really seeing any more on these trees. There's a very real chance that I'm also just kind of missing them because it is dark. But 3 should be enough. I'm just going to do, like, 1 more lap just to see if I can grab up a few more. And then if not, I'll just use these 3 to make just a couple man-made beehives. That didn't really have to be done. But I don't regret it. How did a skeleton shoot me in the bottom of my foot? That's actually really impressive. Ended up with 5 beehives here. All of them have at least 2 bees. So that's not bad at all. Let me go ahead then and replace these spruce blocks with the beehives, and also got to make sure I throw some campfires underneath so I can actually harvest this. Okay, you're mad at me. Why are you mad at me? I have a campfire under there. Maybe it's too far below. Well, that's sad. All those bees are gonna die. Are you gonna hurt me? Yes. Okay. Well, I guess the campfires need to be a little bit higher. Why did the first one not attack me? Oh wait, you're not mad at me anymore. Are you guys gonna stop being mad at me too? Maybe if you don't sting me, you won't die? Yeah, hold on. Wait, okay, that works. Cool. Cool. So you guys should be good. I'm just gonna break one block. I was breaking two before. And I guess if you can see the smoke coming out, honestly, it's not a big deal. Adds more movement to the area, so I don't really mind it, to be honest. Are you good? Nope, you're not good. This should not be this difficult. Why am I so stupid? I do actually want to throw a couple, like, sunflowers around the area, too, just since there's more bees here now. I feel like they'd probably appreciate some additional flowers. And let's also breed up the bees, because I definitely just killed, like, 3 of them. It was a little scuffed, but I think we're gonna be smooth sailing from here on out. At least we have a source of honey now. I am also level 31. I do want to enchant, but let me clear out my inventory quick, because this is a mess. And actually, there's more random junk in the one chest down here. I should probably bring that, otherwise I'm going to forget. I'm honestly not sure what I should enchant next. 3 of my pieces of armor have protection 4. My tools are going to all have unbreaking 3 guaranteed. I don't know what my sword's going to have. I don't have enough diamonds to make another one. I don't really want to disenchant this either. I'll probably enchant a sword a little bit later. We got blast protection on a book. I have a lot of options right now. I still have another pickaxe as well. Like, I could try to hope that this is fortune. That would be really big. Or I could just be a little bit safe and just take one of the pieces of armor. I think I'm going to do a combination of, like, safe and risky. I'm going to enchant the boots. I'm being a little bit risky here in trying to get Feather Falling 4. The safest option would probably be the leggings. Just to get protection 4 on those. That would be really solid to get, but I'm going to hope to get Feather Falling. Ah, it's just protection 4. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. I do think it's about time now, though, that we start preparing to build up this wizard tower. And I'm going to begin here by going over the color palette. Let me see if I have the blocks that I'm thinking of in my storage room here. I have enough blocks on me so you can at least kind of get the picture. There's a couple of other specific blocks that I'm going to have to go ahead and gather. But let me just go over the color palette that I'm thinking of, and then we'll probably have to do some exploring because, well, you'll see why. So I'm thinking that the walls of this tower going to be out of a combination of these pale oak logs. So we're going to get some white blocks in there. We'll probably strip a couple of these as well, just to get some texture variety. And then I also want to break in a little bit of birch, kind of like what we did up there. A little bit of birch, a little bit of sand. But I kind of want to incorporate some more white blocks as well and just add to this color palette even further. So these are the blocks here that I have at my disposal right now, but I also would like to add to this by adding in probably some calcite and some, what is it called? The white terracotta? I think it's white terracotta. I'll put it on the screen now, the one I'm actually thinking of. That block looks super nice next to some calcite and these white blocks down here. And if I'm feeling ambitious, I might work in a little bit of mushroom stem as well. That's another block that I don't have, but I'll throw that on the screen too. Those blocks in conjunction, the mushroom stem and the white terracotta, look amazing when they're next to these white blocks. So that'll be the walls. The supports are going to be out of spruce probably. I don't know if I'm going to use fences or not. I just kind of brought fences. Actually, let me move them over here. Might be a little bit easier to see. And then I only have one block to show off the roof, but I want the roof to be out of like a teal block of some kind. That means I'm gonna probably have to go to the nether. Does this look like the face of a man who wants to go to the nether? It shouldn't, because I do not. I'm stuck. I'm stuck zoomed in because my keyboard broke. Oh, no, hold on. This is awkward. This is so zoomed in. Are we good? We're good. Okay, I'm gonna take a nap. That was stressful. But anyway, I want to use some teal blocks for the roof. I think that's gonna look super nice with this color palette. A pretty good juxtaposition, and also kind of gives off wizard vibes to me. I don't know. I like it. Oh man, who's the genius who put all the moss all the way over there? If I find that guy, it's not gonna be good for him. Got some moss. So there's actually a couple really cool things you can do with like a teal color palette in this game. Obviously you got copper. That's the only teal block I have right now. I want to go to the nether to get some warped wood. I don't want to do that, but you know, I'm gonna. Warped wood looks really nice. You can strip the warped wood if you want. There's a lot of options there. But then also with the version of copper before this one that's like a little less oxidized, you can bleed that into moss pretty well, or like mossy cobblestone really well. It might look funny now because it's only one line and these don't blend really together at all, but incorporating moss and mossy cobblestone with the stage before this looks really, really nice. I've done it a handful of times, most significantly on my survival worlds in the library that I built there. I did that on the tower. That's kind of what this build is kind of based on. I want to take some inspiration from one of my old builds. I think it's going to look nice in this world. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of the idea here. It's really busy right now, but it always looks like this when it's like on such a small scale. But once I extrapolate this to like a much bigger building, all these colors are going to blend a lot better together. And I think this build's going to look really good. I hope that made at least a little bit of sense. I feel like I was kind of all over the place when going over that color palette. But the next plan of action is just for me to start exploring. I think I'm going to start with the overworld. I would like to find a Badlands biome, and I would also kind of like to find a desert. If I'm going to keep using sand and birch and whatnot, I should probably find a desert. There's not too much sand around here. There's like little patches here and there, you know, that could probably sustain me for a while, but if I can get it in bulk, that would be huge. So I'm going to try to look for a desert. I also still want to find a mangrove swamp. Like, I'm not really trying to use any mangrove wood in this build, but I still don't have mangrove, and I just want it. And then I think once I get back from that exploration, I will take on the nether for the first time and grab some warped wood. Really not looking forward to that, but it has to be done at some point. Man, who's the idiot who put all the moss storage over there? Where are you going? No chance you're going after one of the flowers in that building. Oh, dude, you are. Look at him. He's trying to claim it. Buddy, there's a slab there. I hope he figures it out one day. I think I am all set for the journey, so let me go ahead and grab gravy. You can stop banging your head on that now. Yeah, of course, dude. You don't even want to move. Is that all it took? Is that all it's going to take for you to stop doing that? Also, side note here, but Gravy is one of the most insane jumping horses I have ever seen. I don't know how many blocks that was. Is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think that's 5 blocks that he can comfortably jump up, and maybe even like 5 plus, because I'm landing on either a trapdoor or a slab. I don't know what the max jump of a horse is, but it's got to be close to this. I actually do want to empirically test this. All right, Gravy, come here. Stop running away. This is for science. Can you jump on top of this? This is 5 blocks. With absolute ease. No way you can jump to 6, right? That's not possible. That is actually so close to being possible. Wow. He can't do it, but surely a slab. No, he can't do it. Okay, so 5 blocks it is. Maybe 5 in like a couple snow layers or something. Unless 5 is just the max. I don't know. But regardless, this is one of the best horses I've ever had in terms of jumping. Like, that's insane. Yeah, let me just jump on the roof of my house. No problem. I don't think I've explored, like, in this direction yet. So, let's head off that way. Is that a mushroom island? Have I found this already? There are 3 ocean monuments here, though. Should we go in there? No, I'm not bringing that joke back. All right, I'm gonna stop at the mushroom island, actually. I'm gonna grab a little bit of the mushroom stem here. I don't know how much, but I kind of hate growing that stuff, because you actually have to bone meal it. It's just annoying. So I'm gonna grab it here, where I don't have to worry about it. You know how, like, leaving a half-cut tree is, like, a cardinal sin of this game? Does that also go for mushrooms? It has to, right? Like, I can't just leave this. I can't do that. I can't do it, like, consciously. There's no way. What do you think? Do you think I should go in there? I think this is actually the first librarian's house that I found on this world so far. I will be taking everything. I already checked the trades of the librarian, and it was just, like, a bookshelf and paper. There's no enchanted books. If they had a mending trade, I might have kept it. If it just spawned like that, that would have been really cool. I've had that happen exactly one time. I randomly was looking in a village a while ago. This was like a few years back on an SMP I just had with some friends. And the first librarian I checked in the one village was a mending villager, and I was losing my mind. That was actually before I even knew that you could like re-roll trades. So I really just thought I won Minecraft, you know? Oh, this shouldn't... That shouldn't exist. Oh, we got some illegal farmland. Let's go. Man, that looks weird, doesn't it? Minecraft Village Generation is just top tier. Top tier, man. Now, shortly after leaving that cursed savannah village, I stumbled across this just insane looking mountain range. Just take a look at this. And it honestly gets even more ridiculous when you go inside the mountain. The entire thing pretty much is hollowed out. I feel like I need to come back to this area and build, like, an underground city or something like that. Like, this is just screaming for it. There's also even, like, a village really close to this mountain, too. Like, I kind of wish this was my spawn. I'm not gonna lie. I would have totally lived here. But it was actually in this village that I discovered something interesting. When did I get an enchanted golden apple? Now, admittedly, I was in a Discord call with my friend Wombat here. Hey, Wombat, what's one thing that you want all my viewers to know?
6, 7.
Okay. So I was kind of just like locked into our conversation. I wasn't really paying attention. I just grabbed an enchanted golden apple out of an abandoned nether portal chest and just didn't even realize. Gotta love when that happens, I guess. But unfortunately, after this, I didn't end up finding any of the biomes that I went searching for. It's all good though. I should be able to get all of the blocks that I need just somewhere around my base. Back home now once again after yet another failed like exploration attempt. Like I found out that my limit for exploring in Minecraft is about like 2 hours. Once I hit 2 hours, if I don't find what I'm looking for, I usually just turn around and come back home. But I tried sticking with some warmer biomes, like the acacia biomes, the jungle, stuff like that, so I can potentially find like a desert and a badlands biome attached because, you know, biomes of similar climates are usually paired together in this game. Tried to stick along those, didn't really find anything, so I just headed back home. I figured I could just go ahead and grab some clay from like the surrounding area. I think I see some right there. Or that could be sand, honestly, I don't know. It looks like clay. But, you know, if you smelt up clay, you get terracotta. I could combine that with some white dye, get some white terracotta that way. I knew that was an option the whole time, obviously. I just was hoping to find a badlands biome. That would have been pretty cool. So I'm going to go ahead then, grab up the little bit of clay that we have in the area, smelt that down. I honestly should not need too much. And then when I'm back, we can head to the nether, because I still got to do that. Just gonna start preparing to go to the nether here. I'm gonna combine these two bows together to get a power 4 flame, unbreaking 3, and mending bow. It did take away 10 levels, but that's all right. And I'm also just going to repair this bow pretty much all the way up, just by combining it with an ordinary bow. So it's still power 4 flame, unbreaking 3, and mending. I think I should have some arrows over here. I have 57. Hopefully that's enough. I will bring all the gold that I have too, because I might as well trade with some piglins. There's a chance that they can give me even more arrows, so that's probably worth it. Let me also go ahead and grab a gold helmet. One final thing I actually do want to do is I want to use this enchanted book that we fished up last time. Brinsmith76 actually gave me this idea. They said that the sharpness efficiency on breaking book could go on your axe and no enchantments wasted, which is completely true. So if I put this enchantment on my axe, even the sharpness will go on. So I think this is definitely worth it. It's going to cost 11 levels. That's pretty much all of our levels, but I kind of don't mind. Now, as you saw in the time lapse as well, I did clear out an area over here on this little like island thing for the enchanting tower to go on. And I also kind of put in this very temporary bridge. I just wanted to kind of get a shape across and at least have a starting and ending point for the bridge. I think this thing's actually going to look pretty cool. I do still have to like widen off this stream here and actually put water all throughout this area, but I'll get to that at some point. Gonna take a quick nap, so when I come back, hopefully it's at least daytime, so it's a little bit safer. But I'm leaning towards putting my nether portal in this build somewhere as well, so I'm just gonna put the temporary one over here, just so it's kind of the same spawn. Let's hop through, and are we immediately dead? Oh, I don't have a shield. That could potentially be bad. Gonna make a very temporary box around the portal, of course, but this spawn doesn't actually look so bad. Being next to a crimson forest isn't ideal, but it's okay. Let me actually run home really quickly, though, to grab a shield before I completely regret that. All right, brand new shield in hand. Let's head back to the nether, and let's hopefully find ourselves a warped forest biome. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'm gonna trade with this piglin. I did see another piglin over here, didn't I? There's a lot of them over here. Actually, hold on. Trading hall's going here now. I did just go ahead and trade pretty much all of my gold with those piglins, but that shouldn't be an issue. I don't really need gold for anything else, honestly, right now. Yeah, they should give me some good stuff. I already got 2 pearls. They're still cycling through the rest of the trades, but I'm assuming there's some good stuff here. I got a stack of spectral arrows. That's really useful. And a bunch of other random stuff. I think I see more pearls down there, too. I want to grab those. Yeah, 6 more ender pearls. That brings me to 8. That's not bad at all. Let me actually go clear out all of my inventory, because I got a bunch of junk in here now. I got a dried ghast. Wait, you could trade dried ghasts? Oh, that's awesome, dude. All right, one more trip back home, and then we can actually start exploring. Third time going through the portal now. This time only focused on finding a warped forest. I mean, I guess if I find anything else cool along the way, I'll definitely stop and check it out. I don't really know if I'm gonna explore like a fortress or like a bastion right now. I feel like I'm just not mentally prepared for either of those things. Regardless, though, back in the nether. Also grabbed a couple fence gates so I can actually get in and out of here. All right, I'm gonna head off in this direction. We're gonna kind of stick to the Soul Sand Valley. I'll also try to put some markers going all the way through here, just so I can hopefully remember my way back. I do have the coordinates screenshotted, if anything, but it's nice not having to pull up my screenshots. Watch this. Bang. Oh, wait, that... Dude! I feel like that would have hit him. That pillar just saved his life. Alright, we are here at the warped forest biome. I hopefully don't need too much of this stuff, and this biome is actually relatively safe. And it's pretty much a straight shot back that way too, so honestly I should be able to get it in and out pretty quick. So let me go ahead then and chop down a lot of these trees. I'm also going to take some of the warped wart block. I feel like that could look pretty nice. And also, I mean, it's just good to gather because I hate leaving these just stranded like this. I really wish these just deteriorated and went away, but oh well. I have completely lied to you guys. I can't believe I've done this. But yeah, I'm not cutting down all of that warped block, the warped wart. There's no chance. I cut down a lot of it. My inventory is completely cluttered too, don't mind that, but I've cut down a lot of it, man. I got about 4 stacks, and I'm just done collecting it. So that'll be an issue for me later if I ever actually want to come and grab all the rest of this stuff. But I'm good for now. I think I have enough, I think I have enough warped stem and warped wart to actually build this roof. So let me go ahead and make my way back out of the nether, which shouldn't be too bad. Ow. Bang. Okay, dude, what? That should hit him. Thank you. Finally. Oh, that's a music disc. Wait, you get a music disc for this now? That's actually so cool. It's called Tears. I gotta listen to that. I do think I am gonna commit, though, to getting to level 30 at least before going back into the overworld, so let me just grind out a little bit of quartz here, and then I'll meet you guys probably back at the enchanting setup. Man, so okay, I'm at the enchanting table now. Level 31, gonna go ahead and enchant something here real soon, but I just want to give a shout out to the video that I was watching when I was getting all that quartz in the nether. Usually I just throw a video on my second monitor when I'm just kind of doing part of the grind in this game. And this video by a YouTuber named McKay is phenomenal. It's called What I Learned from Getting 3 Middle-Aged Men Addicted to Minecraft. It is such a good video. I'm gonna put it in the description just if anyone wants to check it out. It already has like a lot of views. It's at 359,000 as of right now. Definitely watch it. It's such a good video. Anyway, though, after that little unexpected shout out, let me go ahead and enchant probably a pickaxe. This pickaxe is coming up on half durability, which isn't ideal, but I don't have enough diamonds to make another one. So I think I'm just gonna go ahead and enchant this and hopefully get fortune. Let's see what we got. Efficiency 3, unbreaking 3. I don't think I'm gonna disenchant that one right now. I mean, I could. I'm level 28. I could just re-enchant that pretty soon. I've talked myself into it. I'm gonna get some of the levels back for disenchanting that, and then we will re-enchant this pickaxe another time. The search for fortune continues. Makes it a lot easier, though, knowing that I already have this Silk Touch pickaxe. Like, this pickaxe is already chilling, so I don't actually mind being a little bit pickier when it comes to the fortune one. It is now building time, though, and I think I'm actually going to time-lapse pretty much all of this build. So let me go ahead and compile all of the build materials into those 2 double chests over there. And while I work on that, let me kick up the music a little and start the time-lapse. I am a huge fan of the new tower over here. I think it's just a really cool shape. Like, I really like the roof and how it comes to, you know, such a nice point up there. And I like all the extra decorations around. Like, when I was building this, I thought it might have been a little bit too busy in some spots. Like, there's a lot of jungle wood, a lot of mud brick, like, going on. But I do like it. I think it actually adds a lot to the shape of this thing. It would look a little bit boring, I feel like, if it wasn't there. Maybe there's more of a middle ground I could have added, but I like it a lot. I also like the little staircase we put off to the side. And the interior is completely decorated. I mean, it's not like my best work, but there's something in here. So in the bottom floor down here, we have the enchanting setup. This is a, you know, complete level 30 enchanting setup. I have a lot more bookshelves. We have a bunch of extra ones. I put a little bit of just amethyst in here. I want some of the clusters. I just didn't feel like going back to the geode right now. Maybe I can add those down the line. I am absolutely going to forget to do that, by the way. Have a couple different bushes. We have some chests. We have a grindstone. And I also now have an anvil, which I will put somewhere. Let's put it up here. I feel like putting it on a leaf block doesn't really make any sense. But putting the amethyst on a leaf block might. Not really, but whatever. We're going to roll with it. I also have a bunch of chiseled bookshelves. This is where I'm going to keep all of my enchanted books, I think. I haven't made that decision completely yet, but it's a cool idea to me because you can actually take them out and make a cool noise when you take them out and put them back in. Like if you just listen for a second. It's different from a regular book. Even the regular book sounds nice, but this has a little little noise to it, you know? It's cool. It sounds enchanted. I love it. But then heading up here, we just have a pretty basic room. Honestly, there's like not too much going on. I have a barrel with nothing in it. We have a lectern because why not? I have a table, a couple flowers. It is very, very bare bones in here, but I honestly don't mind. I'm probably never going to really be in this building again, so I'm okay with it. And then upstairs, it's just a ladder. I didn't really feel like I had enough space for a staircase. Up here, it's just like a little reading nook, I guess. A couple extra bookshelves. Just a way to access these copper grit windows, I guess. I don't know. I'm probably never going to be up there either. But I wanted to at least put something in here so it's not completely empty. Also, on this little balcony that we have, I used some hanging signs as railings, and I think they look pretty cool. I think that's more interesting than just using fences and fence gates and whatnot. I did have to put some fences in the corner here because, like, the hanging signs wouldn't have connected to anything. Like, I could have technically done it. I'll kind of show you what I mean. If I put the hanging sign Let's just borrow this one for a second. I could put this hanging sign like right here and it would kind of look good, but not really. You know, like maybe from like this angle it looks okay, but the closer you get to it, like if you're looking at it like this, that just looks really weird. So I just think the fences are a better option there, and also gives me a spot to put a lantern. Wait, you can put lanterns on hanging signs? Hold on, that's a huge development. I'm moving this lantern. And instead, we're just gonna have 2 on the hanging signs. Oh, I love that. Okay, let's put this one back. Man, I had no idea you can do that. That's so cool. Anyway, yeah, so I had to put a couple fences there just to kind of round it off, but I still think it looks good. I think it fits. This was like a last-minute decision to add this staircase, but I'm very, very glad that I did. I also kind of planned on putting the nether portal in here. I maybe even still could. I could probably like tuck it back in here. That's actually not a bad idea. I didn't even consider that until right now. That could look pretty cool. I'll worry about that later. I might do that. I might also just put another few buildings on this island. I mean, I'm going to populate this island with more buildings anyway, so it might actually be a better choice just to make a whole building dedicated to the nether portal, but that's not for today. But what is still for today is this bridge. I actually want to fully build this thing. I don't think I'm going to work on any of the water, though, down here, like any of the terraforming that I was mentioning earlier. Next episode, I kind of have some stuff in mind for a bunch of, like, water-based builds, so I think I'm going to probably tackle this next time, but I can fully flesh out this bridge today for sure. And I think I'm just going to widen this right now. I feel like this is going to be like a 2-wide pathway along the bridge. And I would also like to make this a slight diagonal. This might be a lot, but let's see if I can do it. And by slight diagonal, I mean an incredibly slight diagonal. This just goes like 1 block over. And of course it's raining, whatever. But this just goes 1 block over. I think this is just going to add a little bit more interest to the bridge. Like, I think that looks a little bit cooler than if it were just straight across. Now, this bridge, I think, is going to be out of a bunch of stone blocks. So let me grab up all the cobblestone that I have. I think I'm only going to use cobblestone for right now, just to kind of shape it out. Yeah, these chests are hideous, by the way. Please don't worry about those. And I actually don't have too much cobblestone, so I'll bring a little bit of ordinary stone as well. So I want these stone blocks just to frame out the dirt that we just put down. Honestly, even just with that, it's already looking like a much better bridge. Like, obviously this isn't even close to being done, but just putting like 1 layer of stone along the outside makes this look so much cooler. I do want to work in some pillars sticking all the way down, and I feel like right here on either side could look really cool. Let me just put these all the way down to the water level and then peel back and see if I like the placement. And I am out of cobblestone. All right, regular stone time. I actually need to move this one over slightly. The right side of the bridge that I'm facing, like over there, has way more land supporting it. I could probably fix that with some terraforming. Like, I think a lot of this land is going to be pushed back pretty far. So if it looks a little bit asymmetrical now, or not asymmetrical, but if it looks a little bit lopsided, I guess is the better word. Don't worry too much about that. I feel like once I actually start carving away some of the grass here, it'll look a lot more balanced. Let me go ahead and set a free camera right over here. So now I can always come back to this exact spot. That's looking all right. I think we should add a little bit of an arch in between these pillars to add even more support. And I just dropped my pickaxe. Let me do that with just some regular blocks. And then I can kind of come through and add some stairs and slabs and whatnot to shape it out even more. Does that look weird? I think that looks weird. Let's maybe try 3 pillars. And the way I'm going to do that is by pushing the 2 pillars that we have now back a little bit. And then I'll just put 1 in the middle. And now the pillar on the right side is going to be even smaller. But it's alright. Unfortunately, that's all of that pillar that I can add to make it symmetrical. But kind of like what I was saying before, like, all of this is probably going to go away, you know? Like, this is going to probably stop, like, the landscape will stop, like, right here. All of this dirt is going to be gone. So you kind of have to use a little bit of your imagination. This is the exact middle block. This middle pillar is probably going to look a little weird. But do I care? I don't know if I care. I think having it a little bit wonky is going to look kind of cool. I'm really just kind of riffing on this one. I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't feel like I hate that, though. Maybe a little bit more support here. Just like that. And then I will do the same on this side. I feel like some walls will help to shape this out, too. don't feel like that looks too bad. All right, and then I want to have some kind of like archway between each of these pillars, just to make it look even more supported. And I think just to start, I'm going to cover up the bottom of all the dirt. All right, and now I think this looks way better. Okay, we're in a much better spot now. I do want to break out some slabs and some stairs at this point, though, so I can kind of get more of the shape down. I feel like I'm kind of done with the full blocks at the moment. I don't want to go too complex with this bridge. I think for like that underneath section, the section that's all regular stone, I feel like that looks good. I don't really know how much more I'm going to have to work on that shape. I feel like at this point, it's kind of just like a texturing thing. Let me shape out the cobblestone section a little bit more, though. Somehow I am out of cobblestone. I have no idea how that happened. And I don't really feel like going to gather anymore right now, so let me just use like stone bricks or something just to change it up. Yeah, so all I really did is just add a couple stairs just underneath the cobblestone blocks, and I think that actually added to the shape a lot. I think we could probably do the same thing up here. But maybe instead of stairs, we use some walls. Yeah, okay, those walls definitely helped. The ones in the middle are still a little bit weird, but I'm really just looking towards the outside. Those walls helped out that shape, for sure. I do kind of want to use the hanging sign design again. I think in order to do that, I'm going to need some regular blocks like that. And same over here. Don't know if I have any hanging signs left. Let me check. Okay, I have a handful. We can at least see if this is going to look good. That looks cool. I actually quite like that. We can even put a little bit more slabbage right there. That's not a word, but I'm rolling with it. We can put a little bit more, a little bit more slabs on top, just to give it a bit of a height difference. And I think I like that. I think that looks cool. I do think I actually have to take these walls away though, because I'm thinking I should probably have some hanging signs like that. Yeah, I think they should go all the way across. Okay, hold on. Let me sleep and make a couple more of those. Okay, all of the hanging signs are in. And I still think that looks really cool. Now I think we just need to texture this thing up and it's gonna look a hell of a lot better. Oh man, the only problem using the hanging signs is that they don't load in. I think I might still keep them. I don't know. Should I, dude? I don't know. What do you guys think? I'll actually just ask you. Do you think I should keep the hanging signs as the railing? Or do you think I should just switch it out for fences? I think the hanging signs look way better up close. But obviously, if they're not rendered in, it might just make the bridge look kind of funny. I'll let the comments decide. What do you guys think? I think I'm probably going to need more moss as well. I only have 13 right now, but I will make the most of this 13. I'm going to texture up this bridge very similarly to how I texture up a lot of my stone builds. But this makes the most sense, I feel like, for actually having moss in the build, because this is all going to be up against water. So making the bottom very overgrown and mossy, I feel like makes the most sense. I'm also then going to work in a little bit of mossy stone brick. I feel like I don't actually use this block that often. I probably should use it more. It is a good block, especially in this type of color palette. From the mossy stone brick then, we can bleed that into some regular stone brick, and then that will bleed into the regular stone. And then as for up top here, I kind of wanted to work in a little bit of deep slate just under this overhang. I feel like that could look kind of cool. This might be a little bit too close to the moss sections, but honestly, I feel like I could make this work. Because then just everything that is touching this deep slate will be tough. And then let me go make a couple tough stairs. So then that will just darken up underneath there a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks really good, actually. And you know what? I actually need more moss. And I'm gonna have to destroy this area eventually, so I might as well just convert it to moss and then start going to town. So obviously do not mind how completely messy it looks now down here, but I was able to get a lot of moss through that, so that's gonna help me at least finish off this bridge. I am once again moving this pillar over here, just because I think this archway over here that's just nice and round looks a little bit better than whatever this is. Yeah, so now it looks like that, and I think that's way nicer looking. Okay, I think the texturing is pretty much all done. Let's take a quick step back and take a look at the bridge. I think that looks really good. I really like the moss. I like how it blends into the tuff. I also like those patches of deep slate there just to darken up a few areas. Let's check out this side. Honestly, I think it looks just as good. Okay, I'm actually really happy with this bridge right now. This is one of my better bridges I've probably ever made. And it's going to look so much cooler once we actually get some water through this area. And, you know, terraform the rest of it. I am nearly completely finished with this bridge. I just need to connect up this pathway over here. And then I also want to switch out the majority of the blocks on the inside here. So a lot of this dirt I'm going to get rid of. And I'm going to replace it with a mixture of coarse dirt and probably just regular dirt. There's no grass that's going to be here really, so I think it shouldn't spread. It should just remain regular dirt. Then I'm just going to use a combination of jungle trapdoors and slabs just to make the incline and decline a lot more gradual. And then the absolute final thing I want to do is just chuck down a couple lanterns. Honestly, 2 might be enough. You know what? I'll do that. Let's put them all in the middle there. I think that should look pretty good. And we'll put 2 on the ends. So I'll put 1 there and then 1 on the other end, but I just ran out of lanterns right there. All right, I got my final lantern. Let me go ahead, throw that on the bridge, and then I think we can call this thing done. Pop into free cam 1 more time just to take another look. And yeah, I think that is going to be the final bridge design. I'm actually really glad I decided to make it a little bit diagonal. I think that makes it look a lot cooler, especially like the more you peel back. I think that just little squiggle adds a lot. Cool, I'm really happy with this bridge. I'm actually just really happy with the builds today in general. But that's gonna do it here for this episode. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Oh, wait, that's an insane book. Let's go. Feather Falling 4? What an amazing book. Let's go. I'm really just trying to fish here until I got back up to level 30 again. I did put Lure 2 on this fishing rod. I had another enchanted fishing rod from our last fishing session that gave me Lure 2. Combined it with the mending one we also got, so we're catching stuff just way more frequently, so making it a little bit easier to get some experience as well. I'm telling you, fishing is very, very good to do early game. It's a very safe way to get experience, really safe way to get some good enchantments. Just got another enchanted book. Sharpness 3. Not super useful, but at least it's something. I'm going to continue fishing here in a second, but I might as well record the rest of the intro. Last episode, we built this enchanting tower over on this island, and also a bridge connecting it. Got a few armor trims on here, got some bees as well. It was a pretty productive episode. Today, though, I want to make the main focus fishing. So, a few content creators do this, and I've also been recommended to do this in my comments section, but I want to fish up a mending book for my first mending book on this world. And if I'm going to be fishing for that long, I should probably build a nice spot to fish. So the main build for the episode is going to be a fishing dock of some sort along this coastline. There's going to be a lot of terraforming that has to be done. There's a couple like holes in the ground, like this is like an underwater cave type thing. This slope isn't that great for a fishing dock, so we're definitely going to have to come through with a lot of dirt and kind of map out what the landscape is going to look like. And I would also like to widen this like stream over here to go underneath the bridge. As it stands right now, there isn't much water over here. It's just like a small puddle. So I want to clear all of this grass out, actually have the water connect all the way over there, and it'll make it so the bridge looks a lot better, I think, because all these moss sections will be at the water line, and I think it's going to just blend in super, super nicely. That is the plan for the episode. For right now, though, I'm just going to continue fishing until we get back up to level 30. I haven't actually enchanted anything in the new enchanting tower yet, and I really want to. Hello. Please sell me a mangrove sapling. It's a jungle sapling. How disappointing. You can stay alive, though. Can you finally be my friend? I have 52 bones. Let's go. It only took 3. We have a friend. We have another friend. And I also have a name tag. I actually just fished this up. So, I need a name suggestion for the dog. And of course it starts raining right when I'm done fishing. If you guys didn't know, it's more efficient to fish in this game when it's raining. You actually catch stuff more often. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. But yeah, I need a name suggestion for the dog. Name this pup. I'll pick some name next episode. You're gonna hang out, let's have you hang out by the horse stable. Maybe hang out in the front of this left stable just because it is covered, so you're at least gonna be out of the rain. You can be our stable dog. There you go. Just for your troubles, my man. I didn't really get anything else too notable there while fishing. I got another Unbreaking 3 fishing rod and another Unbreaking 3 bow. So nothing too important, but it's cool to get just enchanted stuff in general. I am level 30 though again, so let's head over to the enchanting tower and try to figure out what I should enchant next. None of the armor enchants are too enticing right now, so I am leaning towards another pickaxe. Still obviously looking for fortune. Let's see what we get. It's only efficiency 4. It's gonna take me so long to get fortune, man, I swear. Fortune 2 is guaranteed next. Not really what I want, but better than no fortune at all, I guess. Now, for the dock that I have in mind today, I'm gonna have to do a lot of terraforming, and I don't really want to do terraforming with an unenchanted, just normal diamond shovel. I also don't have too many more diamonds to make more tools. I think I only have 2 diamonds remaining. So I feel like I should probably make a mine before I do anything else. I've been brainstorming a few areas of where I should put this mine, and I think I'm going to put it on this island. So we do have this pathway that kind of branches off to the right side after you cross the bridge, and then it, comes up here to the top of the island. I think I could probably continue this pathway along the side here, maybe around this corner. I'm gonna pop into free cam because it's gonna be easier, but maybe around this corner, and then we can have the mine like right here. The terrain actually already kind of comes out a little bit more too, which could help us. I could probably extend this even more, have more of a landing then, and then just kind of tuck the mine here into the mound. This isn't gonna be like a full-fledged mining building. I think it's just gonna be like a mining entrance, and then we can kind of carve away a little bit underground to actually have some like mining storage and stuff like that. So let me actually just work on this extended pathway here really quickly, and then I will be right back to talk about the mine idea that I have. Hey, look, the hanging signs are still rendered. I found a mod that allows me to keep signs and stuff actually rendered in. Like, these signs are still rendered in as well. This is huge. I love this. Huge shout out to these 2 viewers for actually pointing out that I should just look for a mod that increases the render distance of these items. Somehow I never thought of that, so thank you so much. But as you can see, the pathway is now functional. Doesn't look too great right now. It's not completely terraformed. I haven't really put too much thought into like what I'm gonna do underneath here. We'll get some level of texturing and stuff to make it look better and blended into the environment, but just for now, it is a completely functioning pathway over to where I'm going to put this mine. I'm very lazy. I should have probably put some slabs here. I have no slabs on me, just a lot of dirt. But, yeah, so this pathway now winds around the corner, and we have, like a little room. Well, not yet, obviously, but I have a space now to carve away the inside of this mound to actually make the mine entrance. Does anyone even notice when I do stuff like this? Like, I was just walking back into my house. This wasn't path block before, and neither was that. But I just made them both path block. I do that all the time to my paths. I'll just be running around and just see a block that I feel like should be a path block, and I'll just change it. I really, really wonder if anyone has ever noticed. I've been doing it, honestly, since I started my survival world, probably. If you've ever noticed that, you're a real one. And if not, you're still a real one, don't worry. Got a whole bunch of different materials here now in the inventory, so let's come up with some type of design. I kind of feel like this should be 5 blocks wide in between these pillars. So let me get rid of this grass block. We can have the other pillar over here. Thinking about dark oak for right now. This is totally subject to change. But I'm going to start off with some dark oak. Let's have a couple pillars coming out like that. Is that potentially too big? Honestly, I don't think so. I feel like that could be decent. Let's get rid of this. I'm definitely going to have to go grab some more of these, but I have 6 mud brick walls. I do think some walls to some capacity could be really cool. I have 13 mud bricks left. I'm going to make them all into walls. This might be a mistake, but it's okay. I think walls as the blocks like here would look pretty cool. I do need some stairs now. Of course, I made all of my mud bricks into mud brick walls. I literally just said that's probably stupid, and it is stupid. Look at me go. I was right. Is there anything I can do with that? That looks pretty cool, but I don't really know if that works. We might revisit that one. Let's just stick with the walls for right now. And maybe we kind of frame out the door like that. Looks a little weird up here, I think, with this being next to the stairs, but I feel like we could fix that. This is definitely funky. This is definitely very funky, but I don't hate it right now. I think I want to make this floor coarse dirt mainly, which of course I don't have. I'm very well prepared for anything. Placeholder is just going to be regular dirt for right now. This is probably going to convert the grass, but it's fine. So I'm thinking that we have mainly coarse dirt, maybe mix in some other stuff. And I'm thinking we go down just 1 level. This isn't going to just be a staircase straight down from here to the mine. I think I mentioned this, but I do want to have like a room back here. And I think just a little bit of elevation change could be huge. Just excuse me for a second. I ran out of dark oak wood. And I'm back with a little bit more dark oak. So I'm thinking we can have some pillars on the inside. Probably right here. That will connect up the wall as well. I don't really know what kind of roof to put on this. Something like that might even just look decent enough. It's like, it's very standard, but that does work. I'll leave it for now. I do want to put some additional slab action up here. And then, do I want to extend these one more? I kind of want to, just because I wanted to have, like, a slab and then a trapdoor at the end. I feel like that looks pretty cool. Let's do that on the other side. And then let's plop back down here. And then we need to put something underneath. It's kind of calling for a stair. I feel like that looks good. Though, should I make all of these dark oak? The problem is, I kind of don't like what, like, dark oak slabs, stairs, and planks and stuff like that look like with, like, stripped dark oak. I don't really know what it is. There's just something about it that just doesn't fit with me. Like, they're just completely different colors, I feel like. I mean, I know the spruce is also a different color, like, entirely, but it almost looks better to me. I'm gonna go with the spruce for now, honestly, just because I have so much more of it. This is something I could very, very easily change out later. But I'm thinking if we kind of trapdoor that, maybe just a trapdoor as well underneath the stairs like that. Am I doing too much? I might be doing too much here. Or I might be cooking. We'll never know. I don't know. I keep messing with the roof. I'm gonna leave it for now. I think it's more important that I just get the inside probably done at this point. I'm pretty happy with what this looks like, for right now at least. Let me just carve away the inside and get a nice big room. I don't know how big I'm thinking. I'll just kind of go until I don't feel like it anymore. And then we can work on the interior decoration here. We got room now. This also means we got an interior to build. What? Why grass? Is it you? That just changed. That was weird. I think that was you. That was you. Yeah, so we have an interior now to build. If my calculations are correct, I should be able to have 5 wide gaps between these pillars. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam. Hang on a minute. Wait. My calculations aren't completely wrong. Hold on. It's in line with the torches, not in line with the corners of the wall. Okay. Sweet. 5 wide gaps. Just like I planned. I don't know what to do in these corners. Might just fill it in with blocks. I don't know. But I'm gonna attach all of these to the ceiling. They all gotta come out one more block. I forgot that I still have to put a wall on the inside. Oh, I'm out of dark oak. Dude, what is happening to me? I'm out of dark oak again, too. Watch how fast I can click. Ready? Didn't even mess any blocks up. Those are all placed exactly where they were meant to go. Let me go get more dark oak. Man, darn, dude. That just means I have to finish the B-dubs video I was watching. That really sucks. I hate watching that guy. Look, I'm doing the path thing again. Got more dark oak, and we also have now 3 times the trees planted. So if I need more, I should be good. With these beams, though, I want to come up with some type of archway design. Something like that is probably pretty good. This is also a really good spot for some lanterns. And then same thing over here. Just gonna have another archway design. Probably something just like that. Last thing here for the spruce section, I just want to put probably a stripped spruce beam going all the way across. And let's just incorporate a couple more trapdoors. Just in the middle of each of these sections. What do I want to do next? The walls? I think I want to do the walls. I don't really know what I'm gonna do for these. I could just texture up some stone. I feel like that would look good. Or maybe I just texture up some tuff instead. That might end up looking just a tad bit better. It's just slightly different from the stone that you'd be, you know, kind of used to here. Though I don't know if I have enough materials to fully texture this. Let's find out, I guess. I did it. I need the back wall, too. I didn't do it. Or maybe we can have an accent wall in a mine. That doesn't make any sense, does it? I'm gonna do it. You guys can't stop me. And maybe some oak in these corners to kind of tie it together. I kind of like that. Let's get rid of all this stone on the floor, and we're going to replace it with some coarse dirt. I did actually go back and craft some, so we have more than enough. I do want to start throwing in the ceiling, and that's going to be out of this warped wood. And I think I unfortunately have to change these trapdoors, because the trapdoors in the middle, at least, like, you could see the dirt above it. That's okay, though. I think it looks perfectly fine with the stripped spruce beam going all the way across. Hey, look at that. We're on day 199. Man, just about survived 200 days in this hardcore world. Love to see it. I now just have to kind of go through, throw in some details, like some chests, probably some stone cutters, maybe like a furnace or two, I don't know. Also, like, texture up some of this stuff. The roof is just warped. Probably want to throw in a couple more blocks there. Same thing with this back wall and these two, like, corner walls. And then the ground is all just coarse dirt still, so I still kind of have to do all that. I think if I just, like, spam my mouse around enough times, the interior will just get done. I'm a pretty big fan of this interior. Gives off some cool vibes, a lot of particles going around with these firefly bushes. I really like these bushes. I think in isolation, they look super, super good. Any kind of movement you get just helps out a lot, so big fan of the firefly bushes. But yeah, I think this interior looks pretty cool. We have a couple empty armor stands. I do actually want to put armor on these. I just don't really have any cool armor sets. The only one I have is like mine, and I don't want to put my diamond armor on here. But as we just kind of progress through the world, you know, kill enough mobs, get some chainmail, gold, leather armor, that kind of stuff, I can just display it on these armor stands, and I think it'll fit in really nicely. We have a pretty big pile of like ores over here too. Maybe this is what was excavated. I don't know exactly. And we have a lot of storage. I think this is going to be where I keep all of my ores and my valuables and probably a lot of my stones. We do actually have a lot of chests. I could have maximized this even more by having the chests go this way instead of going this way, but I've always liked this look way better. I think seeing the front of the chest looks a lot better. I know I kind of did it the other way in my starter house, but I was kind of like crammed for space in there. I feel like this is probably enough chests for me for a long time, and even then I still have a bunch of barrels. So we have a lot of storage in here. The water chutes are also completely done, so if we fall down to this water chute, this will drop us into a little pool of water, and we also kind of decorated this. It doesn't look as good because I didn't really want to take out the walls, since I'm going to continue probably pushing this back even more. But these are going to be each of the little branch mines that we use. This is, again, not completely optimized because, you know, it's better for me to only go 2 blocks away and then start the next one. Realizing I did forget a couple trapdoors here. Did I forget them on the other side? I did not. Okay. But yeah, I don't really care about optimization. I'd rather go for vanity, so I think this looks cool. And of course, you go back up in the other water stream with some soul sand at the bottom. These are all source blocks, so this will take me all the way back up to the surface. So this is completely functional now. I do want to clear out this chest though, because it's completely disorganized. And then I can actually do some mining. Yeah, so I wanted to have a mining time lapse here, but between the mining session and right now, I updated my game to 1.21.10. And because of that, I can't open the flashback file. That's my bad. I didn't even consider this as a possibility, but I should have. To try to make up for this, it's been a little while, so here's a picture of my cats. They're doing great. Look at them. Anyway, back to the video. The copper armor actually looks really cool. Look at that, dude. I don't know how much I'm actually going to use this stuff, but I feel like for decorative purposes, it's really cool. Yeah, I finally updated my game. That's strange. Why doesn't the copper pickaxe work with the item frames? Interesting. I was going to have a copper pickaxe leading up against there. But anyway, yeah, a lot of my mods were finally updated. Not all of them, but the majority of them were updated to 1.21.9 at least. So I was able to update my game too. So I got all the new copper stuff. Got to actually start building with that. I got to remember it's actually in the game. I'm pretty sure though that the mod I showed off earlier to render in the signs isn't updated. So the signs are gone again, but it's fine. It's fine. That model will get updated at some point, and then we can get our signs back. I did finish my mining trip, and we now have so many more diamonds. We have 57 deep slate diamond ore. Also, I mined one without silk touching it by mistake, so we have an additional diamond. Also a bunch of redstone. I was mining that up just to get some experience, some gold, a little bit more iron, I think. Nothing too notable there, but really it's just the diamonds. We have a ton of diamonds now. I would obviously like to fortune up all those diamonds, but I think I want to work on enchanting a shovel next, because the entire point of me going mining there was to make terraforming easier, and I think having an efficiency 4 shovel will make my life so much easier because that'll insta-mine all this grass. I just want to check what the guaranteed enchant is on a shovel right now. I cannot remember what it most recently was. It's Fortune 2. Let me actually just throw away a level 1 enchant quick. It's now Fortune 3. So it looks like I'm enchanting 2 things right now. I'm going to enchant a pickaxe to get Fortune 3. And then after that, I want to definitely enchant a shovel, just to, obviously, like I said before, make the terraforming a lot easier. And since this episode is all about fishing, I'm going to get all of my experience by fishing. I'm already level 27, so this shouldn't take too long. But I'll let you know if I get any cool books. I didn't get any enchanted books, but I did get another really good bow. It's just what happens. I just keep getting solid bows. I don't know how this would exactly work, like logistically or whatever, but I feel like it would be a pretty interesting mechanic where, like, if you used an enchanted bow to make a dispenser instead of just a regular bow, then it added more effects to it. Like, for example, if I used this power 3 bow here for a dispenser, it would be cool if, like, whatever dispensed out did more damage or, like, just traveled faster or something like that. I don't know. This is everyone's reminder. Take a sip of water. You don't want to forget to do that. Now that I'm all nice and hydrated, I definitely took a sip of water, not a sip of coffee when I said that. And I definitely just took another sip of water and not another sip of coffee. Let me go ahead and enchant my pickaxe. Fortune 3, Efficiency 4. I really wish that I had Unbreaking on it as well, but we got Fortune 3 in this world, dude, finally. It's another Fortune 3 enchant? I mean, that's cool, but I don't really want that on a shovel. I'd rather have Silk Touch. That might be a problem I deal with a little bit later. If I can just get Efficiency and Unbreaking along with that Fortune there, that'll just be perfectly fine. And now I can actually go ahead and mine up all my diamonds, and I should get a decent amount of experience for doing that. Let's see how many diamonds I get with 57 Deep Slate Diamond Ore. Got about 2 stacks of diamonds now, and that actually almost perfectly took me to level 30. It's actually insane how close I am to being level 30 right now. I don't know if I've ever seen it that close. But we now have a ton of diamonds, which is amazing. I'm gonna mine up just a couple of these just to get to level 30. I mean, realistically, I only needed 1. I don't know why I brought more than that, but whatever, we're here. And we got Fortune 3, Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. I would have loved to have that on my pickaxe, but it's fine. I can get Unbreaking 3 pretty easily, hopefully. And now, with this shovel, terraforming should be so much faster. Dude, that's amazing. I'm so glad I took the time to do this. And then for the stone sections, to make that a little bit faster, I think I'm just gonna bone meal up some moss. I'm gonna need moss just anyway. Like, in general, I use it all the time, so just collecting it up would probably be useful, and also it's just way faster than mining out the stone. So let me go ahead and start terraforming, and then I'll be back to actually start building the dock. Those new shelf blocks are fantastic. I decided to go ahead and switch out the hanging signs on the bridge for a combination of spruce trapdoors, the spruce shelf blocks, and just one spruce fence. And I think that looks really cool. It also allows it to render in the whole time. So now I don't have to wait for my mod to update. I can just have this. I think that looks great. But obviously, alongside that, I terraformed a lot. So now this river connects, and it actually makes the bridge make more sense. The pillars go all the way down into the water as well. But yeah, this now is all completely widened, and there's water just everywhere through here. I even connected it up to that little stream on that side. The actual like terraforming within the water could probably use some work, but it should be good enough for now. Maybe I can come through and actually make all of this look better, but terraforming underwater sounds awful to me. So I don't want to do that right now. That might be a problem for me in the future. Alongside widening out this this river, I also went ahead, I'm going to pop into free cam again. I went ahead and kind of mapped out a little bit of the dock, or at least like the pathway and some retaining walls and stuff like that. So as you can see, we have a temporary path now going from the starter house all the way down to this level right here. Branches off in this direction. I have no idea what I'm going to put over there just yet, but I just wanted to give myself the option. And then you can take another step down a couple different ways. This will access probably some level of the dock. I think I'm going to probably have this dock on a couple different levels. So I think one of the accesses will be right there, and then this winding pathway will get you to like the waterfront. And we have a couple different retaining walls. I'm gonna have to go through and texture those, of course, but I think this looks a lot better than the terrain used to look like. I forgot the two boulders. We have two small boulders at the top as well. The terrain was just a little bit awkward there, so to kind of fill in the space, I just wanted to put something, and I came up with those boulders. I also compiled together just a handful of materials in this chest down here. I'll definitely have to gather some more while I'm building, but I just wanted to grab just a couple of base materials. Just to quickly show off the color palette here for the docks, I'm leaning towards a jungle wood and stripped spruce wood color palette here. The jungle wood will just, you know, be the blocks that we mainly walk on, and then these support pillars will be out of spruce. I would want to make these blocks underwater a different type of wood. I'm kind of leaning mangrove. I just don't have any right now. So I think for right now, I'm just going to make them all spruce, and I can come back later and retexture this up whenever I get blessed with a mangrove swamp. So it's a really simple color palette here for the docks, but I think this is going to look really nice. And then the other blocks that I gathered are going to be for a couple houses. I don't think I'm going to like really overpopulate this place with houses, but I think just a couple small ones up in this area will look really nice. And I want these to be like super colorful. And they're also going to be kind of weirdly shaped houses. They're not going to be like perfect rectangles or squares or whatever. I think the more wonky they are, the better they're gonna look. And I'm imagining they're gonna be fairly close to one another. Something kind of like this. As you can tell, these houses are all pretty tiny. But if we put like the amount of detail that I have in my starter house into these, I think they're gonna look really good. It'll also keep my starter house to scale because these are all, you know, similar sizes. And if I feel like doing it later, I'll go ahead and grab some villagers and bring them over here just to add some movement to the area. But I can't promise anything. I don't like dealing with villagers. So just taking one more step back, this is kind of the idea of the area. I think it's going to look really cool. I can add to this even more as well. Like we can add more than just these 3 houses down the line. There's more room like over here for more houses, over here even. So we definitely have some opportunity to expand this, but I think this will be a really, really good start on the area. And just add a little bit more to, you know, this side of the little mound that we live on. All that we really have right now is just the starter house up here, and then everything else is at the bottom. So I think adding some detail around the starter house will make it look really cool. So that's the idea. Let's get to work. Let's go! This drown dropped a trident. And it has Impaling 2 on it. That's awesome. I haven't had a trident in such a long time, man. This sword doesn't even have looting on it. That's crazy. Or it has looting 1, actually. But still. We definitely take those. I guess while I'm here, though, I mean, I'm not finished, but I might as well give you a quick progress update. Look at the dock, dude. It's pretty cool. We have a bunch of different places that you can kind of walk off and fish. You can go catch your boat, whatever you got to do. I'll pop into free cam to really show it, but this is really turning out to be something, man. I really like this. Pretty much like everything else, I had no plan going into this. I just kind of like winged it, and I think this is cool. I've never actually built a dock before either, so this is definitely a new experience. Wait, a wandering trader. Hold on. If you can give me mangrove, this will be the best, like, minute and a half of this world ever. Unfortunately, no mangrove. Just give me a propagule, dude, please. That's all I want. Well, that's sad. Anyway, back to the time lapse. Let me finish this thing up. Dude, I just got another one. What do you mean? This just might be the best sword of all time. I remember, like, dude, back on my hardcore season 2 world, like years ago, I spent like an hour and a half to 2 hours trying to get a trident with a looting 3 sword, and I just could not get one, and I gave up. I got 2 in like 15 minutes. This game is wild sometimes. Mending book. Mending book. Mending book. Not a mending book. One more time. Come on. Mending book. What? Okay, hold on. I'll get to you in a second. Mending book. Come on. Give me luck. Please. That's another fish. All right. What do you have? Cactus. That's actually pretty big. I don't have any cactus yet. I'll definitely take some of that. Who's the genius who put all my emeralds over there? It really doesn't matter how long I've had like a separate storage building for. I'm always going to forget where my things are. I just always think they're in my starter house, and they aren't, obviously. I literally built this today. Oh well, give me my emeralds. I'm going to buy as many as I can. What do you guys think of the new dock? It's not a great angle from over here, but I think it looks really, really good. I spent way longer on it than I was expecting to spend, if I'm being honest. As you can see, it's day 271 now. I honestly don't remember where I started this episode, but I know at one point in this episode it was day 199, so I spent quite a significant amount of time building this dock, but I'm actually really happy with it. I'll go over it all in a second here, but let me find the Wandering Trader again. Where'd you go? I hear you. There you are. Come here. I will take all the cactus I can buy. I mean, actually, I only need one. Anything else? Do I need red sand for anything? Probably not, right? Take some ferns. 12 ferns, why not? I'll buy the red sand. I have no idea if I'm ever going to use this, but I don't have any, so that's cool. But yeah, here's a look at the brand new dock from the docks down below. Let me look back up. You can kind of see everything. I think this looks sick. I kind of surprised myself with this, I gotta be honest. I didn't think this was going to turn out this cool. But man, dude, huge shout out to these shelves. These shelves are amazing. Like, look at this archway design. That's so good. I'm going to use this everywhere. I love this archway design. It looks so perfect. I just love how it gets a little bit wider than the trapdoor. That's honestly amazing. This is like the closest thing we have to a half slab, like vertically. I'm going to use the hell out of this block. But alongside these magnificent archway designs, we also have a whole bunch of custom trees. I didn't really spend too long on these. I have a couple of these like taller ones that aren't as fat, and I also built up like two really weird ones. This one's like kind of leaning over, but I sort of like it. Trees are weird, man. Trees are weird in real life, right? Like, I would say like 85% of the trees you see in real life don't really look that good in terms of like how symmetrical they are or like how well they would translate to Minecraft. I feel like is more of what I'm trying to say. So like trees are weird. I don't think it's a big deal if the tree doesn't look perfect. I kind of like this. Adds a little bit more personality to it. Same thing down here. This tree is also very strange. Really weird like triangular shape, but again, I don't really care. Honestly, I think it takes up the space well, and I think it's better than just a Minecraft tree. So I'm cool with it. But these tall ones I really like. They're super easy to build. They really don't take too many materials. And it's not like you're going around the whole tree trying to figure out exactly where the leaves should go. It's pretty straightforward. They're very, very simple to make, but they actually make a pretty big difference. And then of course we have the row of houses up there. I'll pop inside, but the interiors are just not done at all. I honestly don't know if they're ever going to be done. Probably. I think I'll do them. I'm trying to do all the interiors in this world. I don't know if you've realized that yet, but pretty sure everything now aside from these three houses like has a completely finished interior, even if it's not really like an area I'm going to go to that often. Like the top of the tower over there is completely finished, even though I'm not going to really ever be in there again. But yeah, it's completely empty in here. I have a spore blossom in this one just to get some particle effects, but they're all the same. I'll probably come through, like I said, and just put a very basic interior in here just to have something. But as for right now, this is definitely good enough. And as for like the rest of the decorations, I reused like just scaffolding and barrels and chests all over the place. But I think it fits a dock actually pretty well, especially when you actually get down here like on the water. I like the barrel piles, I like the chest piles. There are so many trident drowns in this area. It is insane. There he is. I'm gonna kill him. Come here. Not another trident. But it's fine, dude. I already got two today. As you also might have seen when I was underwater, I have a couple of these like cage-looking things kind of dropping off the edge. I think they look pretty cool. I don't really know if they make any sense, but I like them. Last few things I want to show off here with the builds is we have like a little like pier type area over here. I don't really know what else to call this, but this is over the water, and you can kind of like take a seat, look at this mountain, I guess. Maybe I'll put something here eventually so you have more of a view, but I think it's a pretty cool addition. And actually underneath is one of my favorite sections because it just looks so cool over here with this over top. It's all like nice and supported and everything. I think this looks really cool down here. We also have a couple like fish barrels, I guess these are supposed to be. Of course, though, this is like raw iron, raw copper. Kind of looks like just fish mushed together. I don't know. Use your imagination a little, I guess. And we have a whole bunch of the new lanterns. I love these new lanterns. They're so cool. I also love like the other stages of them. I think that one might be my favorite. So maybe I can actually come back through here and wax some of these. Actually, that one's really good too. I don't know. They're all pretty cool. But yeah, maybe I can actually come through and wax a couple of these. I think in one of these future episodes, I'm going to work on a couple boat designs. I actually want to have a couple boats kind of chilling here. I've just been working on this for a while, so I feel like the boats will come in a future episode. So yeah, we finally have a spot to officially fish in this world. And I have a spot to try to fish up a mending book. I'll give it one last attempt here in this video. This can take a really long time. I've heard of people taking like 10 plus hours to fish up a mending book. But I'm definitely down for the commitment. That's not a mending book, it's leather boots. But I'm definitely down for the commitment. I'll probably just spend, I don't know, a little while in every episode just fishing off this dock until we get one. I think that'll be a cool thing just to add to every video. Let's take one last fly around in free cam, and you know what, let's throw shaders on. Thank you all so much for watching this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one, and I will talk to you guys soon. Bye. Okay, this one is definitely the mending book. I can feel it. All right, the search is going to be over. I've hardly searched, if we're being honest, but this is the one. Nope, okay. Well, anyway, welcome back to some more of my hardcore Minecraft world. Hope you guys are all having a great day. This is being recorded literally directly after the last video. Like, this is still the inventory I had at the end of the last video. I haven't even cleaned up the chests from last episode yet, okay? That's how immediately after this recording is. But the reason why I'm recording this so quickly after the last one is because I have so much work to do. For the next 7 days, as you can tell from the title, I'm going to be committing pretty much all of my time to making a spooky haunted mansion, with the hopes of getting this uploaded either on or before Halloween. I genuinely have no idea if I'm going to be able to do this, but let's get started with... I have even more chests from last episode that I didn't clean up. This is when I terraformed the river. That's going to help, actually, because first thing I'm going to do, day one here, is I'm going to try to focus on collecting as many materials as possible, because this build is going to be massive. And thankfully, one of the blocks I'm going to need in massive bulk is moss, and I already have a lot of it. I honestly don't know if that's going to be enough. I have a little bit more in the barn as well. I'll go show that in a second, but honestly, I don't know if that's going to be enough, man. This is one of the biggest builds I've ever done. And because of that, I have actually built up some of this in a creative world. I've been messing around with Axiom a little bit, just trying to familiarize myself with the mod, because I feel like some aspects of it will be really important to me, just like getting big shapes down and stuff like that. That's kind of all I used it for with this build, and what I have so far is massive. I might scale it down, but I'm not sure. What I am sure of, though, is I'm going to need so much oak wood, a lot of spruce wood, a lot of dark oak wood, moss, which we already kind of got started on, and then a bunch of other random blocks to texture with. So suffice it to say, I need a lot of materials. All right, so I almost have a double chest filled with moss. That's going to be at least a good start. I do think I am massively lacking in oak wood, though. I want to say I maybe don't even have a log. I'm pretty sure I just have these 3 oak planks. Maybe there's a little more in these chests that I'm missing, but I don't have a lot. I also don't have like a huge collection of oak trees over where I've been collecting my wood for this world. So I think what I'll probably do is venture off like that way-ish and just kind of completely tear down a forest. I have also somehow lost my blue bed. I've had that for a while. I have no idea where it went, so we're going to upgrade to this pink one. This one cactus also might be very important. Since I'm using moss for this build, I might want some other green blocks too. So let's get that planted. It's going to take a while. A better YouTuber would probably make a farm. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to run over to that forest I was talking about and go chop down a whole bunch of wood. I guess I should probably repair my axe first, though, because it's about to die. And seeing as how my fishing dock hasn't provided me with a mending book yet, I have to actually just go do this manually with some diamonds. But we do have a ton of diamonds now. I'm going to go through and just repair up all my tools with these diamonds. I'm probably going to need them all. How do you guys actually expect to do anything when your captain's that stupid? He almost died to a tree. Watch this 360. Hold on, watch this 360. Got him. First try. My tools are all in a good spot now. Let's head off in this direction and go chop down an entire forest. My inventory is now almost completely filled with oak logs, so that'll be a good start. I don't know how much this is gonna really get me, but it's a lot of oak wood, that's for sure. This village is illegal. Let's go. You can't do that. Can't do either of those. Did you do that? How'd you do that? Tell me. Right now. Alright. I see how it is. Now that I have a lot of oak wood collected, let's shift focus to spruce wood, which I actually don't have to go too far for. I think that's like 5 of the big spruce trees just all put together. So let me chop that down a couple times and see what that gives us. After a little while of collecting, this like wood chest is almost completely filled. We have a lot of spruce, a lot of it stripped, a lot of it not. I think I'm gonna continue with the wood chopping and we're gonna go cut down those dark oak trees for a really long time. Because I only have 3 of them over there. Actually, completely scratch what I just said. There is a dark oak biome just over there. I think I'm gonna head that way. That's gonna be way faster. I wanted to take this time just to show where I got the inspiration from this build from. I just googled like spooky mansion and found what I'm pretty sure is like a puzzle or something like that. I don't know. I think it looks cool. This kind of just goes to show you that Minecraft inspiration can really come from anywhere. I'm gonna say that this is probably enough dark oak for this build. I actually don't think I need that much, at least compared to the spruce and the oak that we gathered. So I'm hoping that this will do. I'm gonna go drop this wood off into the chests, and then I think I'm gonna start going underground and collect up some stone blocks. I also don't think I'm gonna need all that many stone blocks. It's really just for like the foundation of the build. And I'm pretty sure I actually do have a decent amount in my mine building that we built last time. But I don't think I have too much tuff, and I definitely know I'm gonna need probably that more than any other stone block. Oh, and by the way, for the stable dog over here, the last episode isn't uploaded yet when I'm recording this one right now, so obviously I can't read the comments, but I'll name that dog as soon as I upload the video. I'm gonna take a quick inventory of my stone blocks quick before we head down into the mines. I have probably more than enough just regular stone. That should be perfect there. I don't really know if I'm gonna use any stone bricks, but I could even just craft more of those. Andesite as well, I have a lot of... We don't have like any cobblestone. This is supposed to be the cobblestone chest. So I'm gonna go ahead and gather up some of that too. But then, yeah, the tough chest is not looking good. I don't really think I'm gonna use any deep slate. Maybe just a little bit of this stuff, but we have a ton. So it's really just tough and cobblestone. Unfortunately, I don't have my fortune pickaxe on me. It's in the house. All right, let me go grab that, and then I'm gonna head down into the mines, grab up some tough, and also some cobblestone. Now I think this might be the last bit of materials that we gather in day 1. I just destroyed my water source. Wait, that's so annoying. I'll just have to remember to bring some kelp and bone meal next time I come down here. I can't believe I just did that. That's why you don't keep torches in your offhand. Anyway, like I was saying, I think this is gonna be the last bit of materials we gather today. The cobblestone I gathered is still in the mine building. I actually have to move it over here, but the rest of day 1 here, I just wanna spend looking for a good area to actually build this thing. So let's hop on Gravy and let's head, I think, this direction. Oh, another wandering trader, hold on. What do you got? Why can you just never give me a mangrove propagule, man? Why? I feel like I've gotten every single other sapling. Anyway, I want to head this way because I think the least amount of terraforming I'm going to have to do is going to be best. And if I can kind of stick with the plains biome, it should be nice and flat, and I won't really have to spend too much time placing down dirt or like destroying a mountain, you know? I do want to build up some custom trees to like kind of add to the environment anyway. So I think a plains biome will be perfectly fine. And I also kind of want to keep it close to our starter location so I can actually put a path leading over here. I don't want it to be like thousands of blocks away. I think this area right here where my crosshair is a really, really nice looking spot. And you can see it's not far away at all from where we live. There's the enchanting tower right there. So I can definitely make a path over to this spot right there. Yeah, I think right here is actually going to do really, really nicely. I'm gonna have to smooth out the terrain a little bit. But we have a really nice backdrop though with a couple big mountains. There's a forest back there too. I think this is going to be the spot. Now that we have the build location picked out, let me go ahead and take pretty much all of the dirt that I have, or all might be overkill. I have like a double chest and a half of dirt. Let me grab a bunch of dirt though and just get a nice looking like build platform. Now, honestly, I'm just gonna build just a massive, completely flat platform. It's gonna look horrible, but we can terraform around the build once we finish it. This is already like a pretty big area right here. So I think if we just kind of fill this entire little bowl type area to this level, that should be enough space, or at least very close to enough space. So without further ado, let's get placing. Yeah, so you know how I just said a little bit ago that that all the dirt I had would probably be overkill? Let me go ahead and take pretty much all of the dirt that I have, or all might be overkill. I have like a double chest and a half of dirt. Yeah, I had to gather dirt 2 separate times after using all of the dirt that I had to fill in this area. I'm notoriously awful at like estimating how many blocks I'm gonna need. Let's hope that doesn't happen again in this video with any of the blocks I collected just now. But we now have a huge flat platform to start building on, so let me go and transport all of the materials that we gathered today over to the build spot, and then we can actually start building on. The blocks are now all completely moved over to the build location. It's time to actually start placing some of these. Now, like I mentioned earlier, I did mess around in creative. I actually had my friend help me out, Simply Knight. We kind of designed the shape of this build together. He was also kind of teach me how to use Axiom a little bit. I've never really used it before. Wombat also helped out, so huge shout out to both of them. But I do know what like the basic shape of this build is going to look like. I didn't do any kind of texturing though, or anything like that in the creative world. I just knew if I tried to freehand this entirely, it just would not look good, and I probably wouldn't get the scale that I wanted. The goal for day 2 here is just to get pretty much all of these blocks placed. And there's another wandering trader. Hold on, I'm distracted, but this could be mangrove for me. It never is. It's just never going to be. That's what I've concluded. Yeah, the main goal here for day 2 is just to get the bulk of the blocks placed. And just to make it a little bit easier on me so I don't have to go back and forth between my creative world and this world, I did re-download Lightmatica. And just in case you're unfamiliar with how Lightmatica works, this mod allows you to take a schematic of a build like between worlds. So I went to my creative world, copied this schematic, and I pasted it here. This is just the first layer though. You can also go layer by layer, which is super cool. This thing goes up very, very tall. You can see the top of the box up there. Like this is how tall the building is pretty much. But none of these blocks are placed. As you can see, I can just run through them. I do actually have to go back through and manually place all of these in, which is what I'm gonna start working on right now. And considering these are all going to be pretty much the same block, there's not gonna really be any texturing or anything like that going on here. I think I'll just time lapse this, and then I'll be back once we have the full like shape of the building to try to figure out some different texturing techniques that I want to use. But let's kick it to another time lapse. I'm sorry to have so many of those in this video already, but what do you gotta do, man? This thing's huge. So, I'm out of oak wood. Got a lot of this done though. But yeah, you can kind of see why now I needed so much. If you're curious how much more we have left, it still has to go up about that much higher. So, you know, it's not like there's a little bit left. But here's a quick progress update. This is what it looks like right now. Obviously very, very under-detailed, but we'll work on those details here after we get like the main structure built. Also, we're missing a few pillars. I forgot to strip that dark oak log. I'll get to that eventually, but we're missing a few of the dark oak pillars every so often. Also missed that one. And I do need a couple more blocks that I kind of forgot about, but I'll kind of talk about that later once we start detailing this a little bit more. But you can kind of see how this thing is taking shape. And I hope you can realize why I needed Lightmatica. This would have been so annoying to have to go back and forth between worlds to build. But yeah, I have to chop down that whole like oak forest again. There is a wandering trader down here though. What do you got? It's just never anything that I need, like, at all. All right, well, let me go back to that forest, chop down probably about the same amount of oak wood, and then I'll be back to finish this off. This thing's gonna look really cool though, man. I really can't wait until I get it fully built. Yeah, I told you guys this thing is huge. This thing is absolutely colossal. Very, very easily the biggest thing I've ever made. This is the end of my schematic. This is everything that I had built in my creative world. Like I said earlier, I really just wanted to get the basic shape down for pretty much everything, and even then it's not even finished. Like if I just fly around a little bit here, the porch is supposed to extend back here. This trapdoor is also definitely not supposed to be open, but whatever. Yeah, the porch is supposed to extend all the way around here. I don't know, I just didn't do that in my creative world for whatever reason. I was way more focused on just getting, like, the size and the proportions for everything. And I think I at least accomplished that. This was definitely going to be one of the harder parts, like, especially if I tried to just build this in survival. I feel like I certainly would not have gone this big. But, yeah, next up, I gotta go back through and texture this whole thing. But I've been playing Minecraft for, like, 6.5 hours today. And it's 1 in the morning. All right, I'm tired. So that seems like something we're gonna accomplish here on. I feel like before I get into any kind of texturing, I should probably fill in the gaps with the build. I'm pretty sure I've already pointed this out, but there's a lot of stuff missing with like the dark oak like beam that's supposed to be going across this left side. It's supposed to like be exactly like that. The porch is supposed to wrap around the corner here, which I don't have yet. And I think I also wrapped the porch around this way, but then the roof isn't correct. Yeah, the porch wraps completely around to the backside here, but the roof just ends right there. So before I do any kind of texturing, let me just spend a bit of time fixing up the builds and kind of polishing it off. It probably doesn't look like much, but that took an annoying amount of time. That was like an hour and a half of just going around this thing and making sure I didn't miss any blocks or anything like that. But I think we're good. I think we're at a spot where I can start texturing. I forgot a trapdoor down there. Another sapling that isn't mangrove. Maybe this will help for next time. Now that distraction is out of the way, there are 3 distinct sections of this build that are going to require the most texturing, right? So we have like the foundation, which is all out of tuff, but I should have pretty much all of the blocks I'm going to need to texture up this nicely. The wood section, just for the walls, I'm going to want to blend in a couple other types of wood. And I'm kind of leaning towards some mud in some sections just to darken it up and maybe bridge the gap between this wood and like a darker type of wood. I'll have to brainstorm some stuff here in a second. But then the roof, the moss section, I'm going to need to go collect a whole bunch of new stuff. I don't have too many other green blocks at my disposal right now, so I'm actually going to have to put in a lot more effort there. I'm sure I can work in some like mossy cobblestone and some other stones and stuff, but I'm also definitely going to want some like green concrete or green terracotta or something like that. Again, I'll have to brainstorm a little, but that's going to require the most work. So I think I'm going to start with the tough section, and we'll kind of work our way up. And since you guys have seen me texture up stone plenty of different times in this world, let me just go ahead and do a quick spin. I'm fairly certain that all of the foundation is now detailed and looking a lot better. So as you can see, we mixed together a couple different blocks, right? We got some mossy sections, mossy cobblestone, we got a little bit of regular stone, a little bit of just normal cobblestone as well. And then let me find a section that has some, there we go, we have some andesite here as well. I think this pattern looks really good. It looks super good from afar, and even up close it doesn't look that bad. But if I just like kind of pop away for a minute, like go all the way back here, I think that looks so much better now than just the tuff. That didn't take very long. Like I said before, I'm very used to texturing like this. What is going to take a while is the walls. There's just a lot of them. And what would definitely be useful is just highlighting a couple texturing techniques that I'm going to be using. I'm just going to do it on a much smaller scale, like just over here or something. Now, whenever I texture something and try to blend colors together and all that fun stuff, what I'll typically do is pick a gradient that gets brighter and darker and try to mesh them together into the same wall. Now, in terms of the lighter gradient, I'm thinking of ending at sand. And the way I'm going to get there is by going from the oak planks to stripped oak wood. And then we're going to transition into stripped birch wood. And then into birch planks. And then just end at sand. So it'll look something like that. I think that gradient looks really good on just a small scale. So on a scale this large, I think it's going to look really, really solid. Now for the gradient that gets darker, I'm going to put that on the top left of this wall. So this might not look good, but just imagine this at this massive scale. It's going to look a lot better. I want this gradient to end at coarse dirt. So in order to get there, I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of jungle planks. Then we're going to transition that into some mud. Then into some mud bricks, and then finally into the coarse dirt. So then taking a step back, you can kind of see it just gets a little bit darker as you go up to the top left. I feel like the coarse dirt was just a little bit too busy up there in that top left corner, so I just decided to go with a spruce plank instead. And we can even make this blend better as well, but it doesn't really need to. Since this build is so massive, like, if the blocks don't blend like perfectly with one another, it won't make as much of a difference. Don't worry, I'm fine. The arrow just barely missed my eye. We're good. But let me go ahead and grab up a bunch of materials again. I think I'm only going to really need to go gather some jungle wood and some mud. But the mud's going to be super annoying since I have to just convert dirt into mud myself. But it's alright. It's definitely worth it. Mud is one of the best looking blocks in this game, I think. So it's going to make the build look a hell of a lot better. That took a really long time, but the texturing of the walls, I think, is completely done, at least for now. I mean, this could be something that I could probably tweak, like, forever, but I'm gonna stop right now just to kind of save myself some time and probably some sanity. But I think it looks really solid. We have a lot of the lighter colors near the bottom of, like, each level of the structure. And then the darker colors are towards the top where like the roof would overhang, or maybe like underneath some of the windows where there would be potentially some moisture or whatever, just to make the building look a little bit more rundown. Also, I don't even think I pointed this out, but these two sections here are going to be towers. I just got to come up with a roof design for these. I haven't done that yet. That'll probably be in a little bit. I kind of don't want to worry about that right now because I don't have any really good ideas of how I can make those roofs look good. So I'm just going to kind of keep working on what I'm comfortable with for right now, but I'll tackle that eventually. The rain's finally gone. Thankfully, I was able to sleep, but the next step here with the texturing is going to be for the roof. And honestly, just to save a little bit of time, I'm getting a little bit worried I'm not going to be able to get this video out before Halloween or on Halloween. So just to kind of save a little bit here, I'm going to texture the moss roof with a bunch of blocks that I already have. If I do end up having additional time, I'll run back through and add some more blocks near the end. But for right now, let me just grab a few things from my starter area. And also, it's kind of sick that you can see the building just peering over the mountain there. Oh, this is going to look so cool when it's completely done. Just as a quick example of how I'm going to texture up this roof, I'm going to work in some of these azalea leaves. They look really nice next to moss and add just a little bit more like shape to the blocks as well. Maybe even just this flowering azalea to change up the color a little bit too. And then also some mossy cobblestone, which I can bleed into some tuff. So that's going to be the main texturing that we have on the roof. Like I said, it's going to be super, super simple for right now. But even though it is simple, it still should look really good. So let's go ahead and get this all done. Now with the little bit of mossy cobblestone tuff and azalea leaves we have on the roof, the build is pretty much completely textured. Obviously, I'll still have to go through and texture whatever roof design I come up with these two towers, but that shouldn't be too difficult. I'll just kind of do the same thing. This thing is definitely starting to look incredibly, incredibly good, in my opinion. Hopefully I don't go ahead and ruin it on... The main thing I would like to focus on today is just the rest of the exterior decorations here. I don't know if I'll get it completely all done, but that's my stretch goal, I guess. As you can see, like, obviously we have a couple window spots. I want to actually go through and come up with a few window designs just to kind of see what I like best. And then we can move those around the rest of the building as well. So, like, these aren't going to be the only spots for windows. Across the entire porch, we'll probably have a few window spots. And then when the roof, like, peaks up on either side, like right here, I think that'll be nice for, like, a huge window. And then I also would like a huge window, like, right here. Maybe like circular or just some weird funky shape or something like that. I think that will be a really, really nice centerpiece to this thing. But let me grab a whole bunch of spruce stuff because I think spruce is going to be the main block we use for these windows. And honestly, where are they? Where are these shelves? Okay, I'm going to use a lot of these shelves. These blocks are fantastic. All right, let's just work on this window here just so I can come up with some type of design and we can move this kind of all the way around. So this window is 4 blocks wide, and I actually kind of did that on purpose because I think having something in the middle here would look really cool to kind of separate it up. Let's do a couple stairs, and then let's do back-to-back shelves like that. And then I'm thinking maybe like a trapdoor or 2 on either side as well. Let's close those. And let's put 2 stairs at the top, and then 2 more of these shelf blocks. And then probably just like 2 trapdoors on either side as well. Okay, that looks kind of funky from down here, but if I peel back a little bit, it does look pretty cool. All right, so that's the design number 1. I'm going to use this second larger window. Hold on, I can't play scaffolding there. I'm going to use this second larger window for another design, and let's see which one I like better. I think I'm pretty much going to do the same exact thing. I do just want to maybe round this off, though, here. I think that could look kind of cool instead. Yeah, so let's put like stairs like that in the corners, and then let's do the shelf and trapdoor design at like the first window, because then that allows me to put trapdoors all along here then too. All right, then let's peel back another time. Okay, I definitely think I like the right side. I think that rounds it off a lot nicer. And honestly, hold on, wait. We don't even need that to all be trapdoors, because these shelf blocks are just like the best things in the game. I think that'll add just a little bit better of a shape here. All right, one last peel back. And yeah, I think that's going to be the design. That looks really cool. It just gives it so much more shape. Like, that's such an inorganic, like, Minecraft shape. Like, the circles on either side of the beam in the middle. That looks so cool. All right, so that was simple enough. That's definitely going to be the window design I use for these larger windows in the front. And then, honestly, for this window here, I might just keep it, like, as simple as possible. And just kind of round it completely off, using the shelf blocks as well, just to give a slightly different shape. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay, I think that's good for those 3 windows in the front. Now I need to kind of decide if I want to have like an overhang on these windows, or if I want them just kind of flush with the wall like that. Let me go grab a couple spruce slabs and just experiment with a couple different combinations. Okay, here is design number 1. We can just have something over the top like that. It doesn't look so bad. I feel like I want to switch that out for a different block, though. I feel like that's just too much spruce right there. So let me try it with some dark oak. That actually might look a little bit better. All right, does the dark wood look any better? I think it does. I think it looks better than the spruce, but I don't know if I like it. I think it'll just be too much if I add this everywhere, and then also, like, these fences would connect if I try to do the same thing in the middle. So I gotta come up with some different design if I want an overhang. Okay, I have no idea if I'm doing anything cool or if this just looks awful. I actually feel like that looks kind of cool. I don't know. That looks weird for sure, but I think it's like a cool type of weird. There's definitely something here. Like, there might be a little bit more tweaking I need to do, but there's definitely something here. Like, it feels a little bit too thin, so maybe if I just like thicken up all these slabs, it'll look better. Okay, I think that might be it. I think that might be the design over the top. It's still a little weird, but I like it. It's like a little spiky at the bottom, but I think that actually fits the vibe of this build super well. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with, for sure. Cool. All right, I'm glad I actually tested a couple different things out. So now that I have this wall pretty much finalized, let me move on to this wall. This side of the building is still super tall, so I think I should probably have a window like right here, a window right here, and then maybe one in the middle there. That might look the best. Let me see what kind of sizes we got here. I think those sizes look really good. The window at the top is very, very tall, but that's all right. I mean, this roof is very tall, so I feel like it makes sense. So let me just quickly throw on the same design that we just came up with for the other windows. These windows are now complete. I did end up actually reshaping these a little bit. I made these bottom ones a little bit taller, and then this top one is like a circle now instead of being just a box, and I think it actually looks a lot better. The next window I would like to work on is this main tower right here. This one's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge because I want this building to be like sort of round, kind of like the top one we just built over there, but maybe even more so. I think this is a pretty cool shape, at least to start with. This can be something that I continue to tweak just as I build here. Let's run through with our spruce again, and let me actually take out these corner blocks and make those spruce stairs instead. I think that's going to add to the shape. And I think I do take out these sides as well. That's going to make it just a little bit more round. Yeah, that's almost like a perfect circle, but that might look pretty good. And let's kind of fill in the rest with trapdoors and shelves and whatnot. And I'm sorry for all the free cam in this video, but I just jumped right off. I hope you can realize that it is a little necessary to kind of look at this build. But let's pop back here. And that's looking pretty cool. I think I will come in, though, and put spruce wood along this entire boundary. I do think that the edges over here should probably be oak wood. I think they look a little bit weird touching the pillars of the build, but I do really like this shape. But if you just really focus on like that middle circle, it looks so cool. Just because like the shelves and the trapdoors, they just add so many different just shapes, honestly, to this thing. It's such a unique looking thing. I'm just not used to seeing something like that in Minecraft. And all right, that is what the central window is going to look like. I think that thing looks really cool. It also kind of looks like a face. Like those spruce bits up there kind of look like eyes. And that's the mouth. Can't stop seeing it now. I might have to I might have to fix that. But anyway, I think that's going to be like all of the window designs that I use around this entire place. So let me just run around for a while and throw in a whole bunch of windows to make this build look a lot better. I feel like almost every time that I like start talking again after doing something substantial, it's raining. So I apologize if you guys don't like the rain in this game. I actually quite like it. I know a lot of people don't, but I think it's a cool little vibe. It makes it feel a little bit more cozy, especially when I'm like on the porch. I don't know. It just feels cool. But the windows are now at least in their spots. I still definitely have to figure out the window block that I'm going to go with, but that'll be something we figure out later. With the inclusion of all of these window spots, though, the build is looking a lot more complete, but it is still incredibly, incredibly bare. Yeah, we got textured walls, we got some cool window designs, we got some cool, like, shapes and stuff everywhere, but it's not really lively, you know? It doesn't really look lived in or anything like that. I was able to sleep, so I got rid of the rain. Hopefully the viewing experience is a little bit better. You know, a better YouTuber would have probably just re-recorded that entire section there, like when it wasn't raining, just to make it better, but I'm not going to do that. So the build is definitely looking good. It's taking shape for sure. But it is in massive need of some, you know, additional external details to really bring it to life. And those external details are going to be the main focus here on... My last episode has been uploaded now for a few days, so we can go ahead and name the dog. And the name I'm choosing is Lamp, from my man Zachary Wade 4478. I don't know, I just think it fits him. Look at him, dude. That looks just like a lamp. He's my dude, and I love Lamp. So this works. It is so insanely cool that we could see the building from here. Like I can see it from pretty much everywhere in my starter area, but like the mine entrance, this is like the best view, dude. That looks so cool. It's gonna look even better when we put that tower on, which I think is actually gonna be like the first thing we work on. And then after I figure out the roof for both of the tower sections, we can just start working on, you know, some other exterior decorations. I brought a handful with me, but I'm definitely gonna need a lot more. And just to potentially make my life a little bit easier, I think I'm going to bring these roofs down to like my level, to the ground level. Because if I start trying to make it up there and then I need to get rid of something and, you know, if I just don't like what it looks like, so many blocks are just going to fall all the way down. So this should save me a little bit of headache here. So this square over here is this central tower, and then the circle over there is this side tower. So let's see what kind of design I can come up with. I'm gonna start with the circular tower because I think I have an idea of what I want. I know we're definitely gonna have some upside down spruce stairs, just like this, just to add a little trim to the whole roof, kind of like we have on the entire roof all the way around. And I think I'm gonna want this roof to be very pointy. It's gonna be like a tall, pointy, like wizard-esque kind of roof. I think that's gonna look really good. Usually whenever I build up roofs like this, I usually just start with like the flat edges of like the circle, which doesn't really make any sense because a circle doesn't have any flat edges, but it's Minecraft. I usually start with these edges and then just meet in the middle, just until I get a shape that I'm comfortable with, and then it's honestly just far easier to fill in the gaps from there. Okay, now what does that type of thing look like? I feel like that actually looks pretty cool. It's very, very tall, but I think that up there is going to be like the perfect height. I got all the spruce sections in. I also decided to bring it up to a point in the middle, so we just extended a couple more spruce planks, put in some mud brick walls, and then a spruce fence. And I think that's looking pretty cool. And now I just kind of have to fill in each of these like quadrants with some moss. But for this, I'm probably only going to need to do just one quadrant here. And once I get a shape that I like with this one, I should be able to replicate that very easily all the way around. All right, let me take one quick step back and take a look at that shape. And yeah, I think that looks really good. That looks really cool from this angle. I think the trick to making a nice pointy roof, I'm still not the best at this, but you know, whenever I do it, is as I go like diagonally in, the blocks just get a little bit lower. So like what that means is if you're looking at it from like this side here, so like this moss block comes up 2 blocks high, and then it's 1 block, 1 block, 1 block. If you go up even higher than that, you can see it even better. This one comes all the way up here. This next one is a block lower, and then this one in the middle here is also a block lower, but then there's a wall on top of that. I think that just makes the shape look a lot cooler. Wish there was moss stairs. That would help me out tremendously, but I guess for the time being, I can make some mossy cobblestone stairs, but I am running a little bit low on moss, which is concerning. Yeah, so all I did there was just put 2 stairs right here, and then I brought this wall down 1 block, and I think that shape looks a little bit cooler here. So, okay, that's gonna be the shape that we use. I can pretty easily replicate this on every other side. And hopefully this just looks cool up there as well. If this doesn't look good up there, I'm going to be very upset. Because I really don't want to have to destroy all this when I'm like 50 blocks in the air. Only one way to find out, I guess. Alright, so the roof on the tower is now completely done. And yeah, I really like this. That looks so good. I think that's super well proportioned. I was a little bit nervous to, to go ahead and build this. I thought it was going to take me a really long time, but that was actually my like first real attempt. And I got it kind of right away, so we definitely take those. Now, the roof I'm really not looking forward to designing is this square one. Because if you look at the reference image, it doesn't really come up to like a complete point. That's what I'm normally used to building. This one, it kind of looks like there's like some kind of like roof platform up there that you can actually walk on. And I honestly don't know if I'm going to be able to design this too well, but I will do my best. All right, after a little bit of trial and error, I think this shape will probably do. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I hate that roof a lot. I end up trying to convince myself a lot that I like this. So I leave it on the building for like far too long. But I just wanted to let everyone know, like, don't worry, that gets switched off. It looks horrible. I know. It gets switched out near the end, so you don't have to deal with this for too long. I'm not super happy with this, but I don't think it's that bad. If this ends up looking weird, I could always just continue it going straight up to a point, and we can just have like a pointed roof here. But I honestly think the roof with like the more flat top will look a little bit better. So I'm gonna try it. Let's see if this roof looks good on top of that central tower. Now with the roof on the central tower, it looks a little bit strange. I'm trying to work on that now. I actually just like extended it down another couple of blocks. I think what could really also help is if I move all this stripped dark oak one block down as well. That'll kind of take those like eyes away that I was looking at before, that little, you know, spruce wood section. But I think that'll help a lot. So let me keep working on this. I'm pretty close, I think, though. I think we're getting there. All right, so I think I like this design a little bit better now. I think the roof fits a lot more, but it even looks like more like a face now. These little areas up here just look like eyes still. I'm hoping that once I put like whatever window block I'm gonna use in this main window, it'll not look like a mouth anymore. But if it ends up still looking like a face, I'll just change it later. I'm gonna roll with this for now though. All right, and now everything on this building has a roof. And I think this thing is looking so cool. except for this guy. Whatever, dude, whatever that is. Maybe we keep it. Do we keep the face? I don't know, it could add some interest to it. I don't want to keep the face. I want to continue working on the exterior of this build though. I'm admittedly very bad at external decorations, but you know, I have a bunch of leaves. We have a couple campfires. I can probably make a handful more of those. We have some paintings. I don't know if I'm going to use them, but we can probably get some like spooky looking paintings across the balcony. That could look kind of cool. Or across the porch, I mean. Bunch of chests. Probably throw in some barrels. All my normal exterior decoration. I'm just going to kind of run through and do that all over the place. And hopefully it brings this build to life. That's kind of the plan here. So let me go get that done. Man, I just checked and we started this video on day like 272. It is day 412. I've been working on this forever, but the exterior decorations are pretty much done. I think my last day working on this is just gonna be like fine-tuning everything and finishing off like small little things that I kind of notice. So I don't want to say anything's like 100% done just yet, because there might be some like extra external details that we add. And there, yeah, there's a pillager, like I think on the roof or somewhere. Oh, there he is. He'll die. But yeah, this is what now the porch looks like. I said that in a really weird way, but yeah, this is the porch. Got a couple different chairs. I didn't know what wood to use. I just figured warped is a little spooky. I feel like that kind of works. I really like this like fence design. I saw Wombat do something really similar to this, where he had a couple like open fence gates, making it look like the signs in the front are being supported. And I think this just looks really, really cool. It looks really good actually from like over there. I'll show that off in a second, but even just on the porch, I think it looks solid. I think these archways look really nice in the front. It definitely frames out this porch very, very nicely. And we have a nice big door. Using these shelf blocks again too. This is actually the back side of the shelves. These look really sick as well. Really like the texture on the back side of the shelves. And then walking down the steps, we have an area with some leaves and some soul sand and whatever this one's called. I forgot the name of it. Soul soil. Yep, knew that. And a couple leaves on top. I actually want these leaves to be the like mangrove roots, but you guys already know this, obviously. I don't have mangrove yet in this world. One day we'll get it, but I think the mangrove roots will look a little bit better and will blend in with the soul sand a lot nicer. And we can use the other like mangrove aspects, like the muddy roots or whatever they're called as well, to blend it together. I think that's going to look really nice and really darken up those corners. That's kind of the vibe I want to go for there. I don't really want them to be oak leaves. Like, I think it is a little bit too bright and matches like these leaves up here a little bit too well, but I do think that's better than nothing. So just going to be a placeholder for right now. But yeah, like I said, taking a step back, you can kind of see this thing in its entirety, like all the detail and stuff in the porch. It might still look a little bit under detailed, but I think it's detailed enough. I don't want to go crazy with this because honestly, that would just take me forever. And I don't want to like ruin the shape by over detailing it or anything like that. I think this is actually in a really good spot. I should put a window up there too. I kept meaning to do that and then I kept forgetting. That sounds like a day 7 problem. Oh, I think I did fix like the face up here as well. If you guys kind of remember, these were like more of like archways, sort of. Instead, I just put a couple slabs with some trapdoors underneath, and I feel like that kind of breaks up the pattern. I don't really see it as much anymore, so I feel like it's fine. Next up, I want to work on the terrain. It doesn't really look like this build should be here. Kind of just looks like it's plopped down. There's not too much going on here to actually blend it into the environment. I mean, I did a little bit there with the coarse dirt and the soul sand and the soul soil. That's the name of it, I learned. I did a little bit of it there, but I want to do a lot more. I want to build up a couple, like, custom trees, maybe add some other foliage, make the ground a little bit darker in the front, maybe add some more coarse dirt, all that kind of fun stuff, just to make it look like it is spooky and actually fits the vibes. And I need to get rid of these cherry blossom trees for sure, because they don't fit the vibe at all. And should I really do the same thing that I've been doing every time I cut to a different day and, like, cut myself off right when I'm about to say the next day? Should I do that again, or should I just cut myself off in the middle of this sentence? It's tree time, but very different trees than I'm used to building. I'm gonna build a bunch of dead trees. I think that'll fit this area a lot better. I've never actually built a completely dead tree before, so this is gonna be a brand new experience. I'm just gonna get started, probably just throwing down some tuff, and then I can kind of run back through and add some texturing blocks in later. But let's throw a tree maybe over here. That'll probably be a good spot. Let me see what I can come up with. Dude, I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to this. All right, it's kind of chaotic, but I'm gonna start with this as the base of the tree. Just kind of threw down a whole bunch of just tough blocks, a couple slabs, a couple walls. And from here, I'm just gonna try to make a whole bunch of different branches just kind of sprawling out. And that's mainly going to be accomplished using the walls. I also grabbed a little bit of spruce fences just to make the tops of these get a little bit smaller, so it looks like just thinner branches up there. And I also have these spruce trapdoors. That's gonna look really good with the walls, because that just changes the shape of the wall, you know, off to the side, so that's gonna look really cool. I really wish fences attached to walls. I don't know why they don't, but I guess it's alright. This is really difficult to commentate because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of throwing random blocks together and hoping it works out. And I'm kind of just realizing now that this blends in a little bit too well with the foundation. Like, you can kind of barely even see the different shapes here, so I might need to switch this out for some wood instead. Let me actually go start doing that now. I think it'll look a lot better. All right, so I just went in and switched out pretty much all of the tuff to some spruce and some mud bricks and a little bit of jungle. I left a little bit of the tuff there, though. I think that'll be all right if I just kind of have it very sparingly. And I think that looks pretty cool. The shape still has to be ironed out a little bit more, but we're definitely getting there. I think I should just start making trees like this all the time. Just looking at dead trees, because if I just put leaves on this, that would probably also look good. Yeah, I'm super happy with this tree. That was suspiciously easy. Does this look horrible and I just, for whatever reason, think it looks good? I don't know. I'm like second guessing myself because I did this so quick. I think this thing's actually good. Like, I'm surprised. This took me like 20 minutes to build. I thought it was going to be at least like triple that, to be honest. I thought I was going to have to tear this down and rebuild it so many different times, but I just really like this. I keep running around it to try to find issues, but I feel like it looks pretty good from all sides. It fits the vibe that I'm going for. Yeah, this just looks really good. I'm happy with this. I'm going to go through and throw in a handful more of these just around the front yard here. And that should start making this build feel like it belongs here. So let's get to it. There are now 8 dead trees in the front lawn of the builds, and these ones on the left are pretty much exactly the same as these 4 on the right. I just changed the orientation and flipped around a couple of the blocks, but they are the same. Like, that one back there is the exact same tree as this, just flipped around differently. They look different enough, though, where you can't really tell, at least in my opinion, so I think they're good. I do really like these trees, though. I'm incredibly surprised with myself. I think they all turned out really, really well. I do want to continue working out front here just to add some more spooky vibes to this area, and probably put in a pathway. I mentioned this earlier, but I want to eventually have a path that stems all the way from here to the starter area, and it'll probably like wind around this way if I had to guess, because straight off in this direction is just the lake. So I don't really think that'll work, so I'll probably have to go around everything, which isn't really a big deal. I think it'll actually look really cool. So I feel like just putting in at least the end of that pathway here would probably be a good idea. And then I also would like to get rid of all of these cherry blossom trees and maybe level out the terrain a little bit more. It's going to be a lot of tedious work, but it's going to be incredibly, incredibly important just to make this build feel like it belongs here. And this is definitely better time-lapsed. So let me put my head down for a little bit, grind this away, and then I'll be back for whatever's next. I have killed probably like 10 waves of these guys ever since starting this build. They just do not leave me alone. But the area now, I think, is in a much better spot. The build definitely looks like it fits into the environment way better than it did before. There's no cherry blossom biomes anymore. I mean, they're still here. You can see it's like a little bit brighter with the grass and everything, but no trees, none of the flower stuff on the ground. What is it called? There's actually one more right here. What is this? I didn't pick it up. There it is. Pink petals. Not really any more of those in view, so I think this thing looks so much better in the environment. That was everything that I had planned here for day 6. So that just leaves one final day for some finishing touches. So let's move on to... We made it. The final day to detail this build. I can't believe we're here. Kind of like I was alluding to a couple times, honestly, in this video. All I want to do today is just put on the finishing touches. There's a handful of different things that I want to get done, and there's no real, like, theme to any of these, so this is just going to be a whole bunch of random stuff. Like, just a quick couple of examples, just off the top of my head. I need to figure out what kind of window block to use. I have no idea. Honestly, I still have no idea. That's going to take some thought power. I need to switch out all of these torches for lanterns. I don't actually want torch spam everywhere. I would like to put a window up there. That still has to be done. And I'm honestly still unsure about this roof. There is a very real chance I just scrap that entirely. Oh, and a chimney. I definitely want to add a chimney to this build. That'll add a lot. It'll add some movement too with the smokestacks shooting up. Let's actually start with that, because I know for a 100% certainty I want to add a chimney. Probably where the tower is, pretty much just on this side of the roof, just to kind of balance it out. I'm going to need to go grab some blocks. I feel like a red chimney of sorts, like a granite chimney, maybe some bricks, maybe some other texturing blocks in there, will look really nice with this color palette. No, I got rid of my water. No. Oh, that's frustrating. I'm just gathering up some mud because I think it's going to look good with the granite. And I got rid of my water. This is just tragic. I need a mangrove swamp so badly, dude. Next episode, man. Next episode, I'm finding one. I don't care how long it takes. I'll stream it or something. I don't know. I'm going to find one because I cannot keep doing this. I use so much mud in this build, and every single piece of mud I had to gather this way. It is so tedious. I know there's like machines and stuff you could build to get it faster, but I can't do that. I'm an idiot. This is all the mud I'm collecting. Okay, I'm gonna make this work somehow. 51 packed mud, that should be plenty. It's not gonna be. I definitely underestimated it, but I don't care, all right? It's the principle. I'm done. All right, I think I have everything in my inventory to build up this chimney. This shouldn't be too complicated. All right, I think the best spot for this chimney is going to be like right here. And I'm just gonna build it straight into the side of the roof. I don't think I'm gonna have a section like on the ground that this touches. I think building a chimney like this will be perfectly fine here. And like everything else, I'm just going to work out the shape first, and then I'll come back through and add in some more blocks. I feel like about that high will probably work. Yeah, you can see it over the top of the roof. Can I see it from the ground level? This is going to be important. You can. Okay, so you can still see it from the ground level. Let me go up like 2 more blocks to probably there. And then I got to remember there's going to be campfires on top of this, and then probably a couple walls on top of that. And since this house is so massive, I'm gonna put hay bales underneath the campfires to make the smoke go up higher. And don't worry, I'll cover up the hay bales. Just gotta burn my toes for a second. And then I will also put a trap door up here to cover up the campfires themselves. And then on top of these campfires, I'm thinking a mixture of tough walls and granite walls will look good. And then I also want to put some flower pots up there, but they're down in my chests. I only brought the decorated pots. You guys ready for this, though? Okay, I'm going to break this block, and then I'm going to water bucket clutch. Just clinical. Gonna run through and add some more granite just along the sides to make it look even more supported here. Just throwing a couple walls on top of each of these sections is just gonna make it look even better. So let's go craft up some more. And then while I'm down there, I'll go grab the flower pots. Okay, I don't even know if this is gonna be noticeable, but I'm putting 4 flower pots on top of those walls. And there's a chance that you'll be able to see that. That might be a cool addition. But now let me run through and add a whole bunch of walls all over the place. And like everything else here, we can texture all this up, but I just want to get a lot of these down first. Okay, I think this shape is looking a lot cooler now. So I think I can come back through and start texturing. And I'm going to do that by just having a nice gradient going probably all the way up this thing. We're going to start at the bottom here with some coarse dirt. From the coarse dirt, then we're going to go into actually some of this mud brick. But let me break in a little bit more coarse dirt because this thing is pretty tall. All right, so now let's break in that mud brick that I was talking about. And then from the mud brick, we're going to break in some normal mud. And then while at this granite level, I'm just going to break in a little bit of brick. Maybe some of these brick walls, actually. Those look pretty cool. I don't have too many bricks. I only have 13, so I kind of have to use these a bit sparingly. But I think just a couple here and there will look pretty cool. And that should be the entire chimney design. I feel like it's a good shape. It's a good size. You can see it from pretty much everywhere you are looking at the build. And I think it works. Okay, cool. We got the chimney down. That's honestly such a simple building tip. If you're struggling to like detail your houses, just add a chimney. It's such an easy way to just make your builds look so much better. Adding any kind of movement to your builds helps a lot. And a chimney is just like a super easy one. All right, that's one of the things I wanted to get done. Let's move on to just probably filling in this area with a whole lot of lanterns. That's another pretty simple one. Actually, completely scratch what I just said. I'm not going to be doing any of the lanterns right now. I'm going to postpone that a little bit because I have figured out the window design. Or the window block, I guess I should say. I was thinking about it for a while and I really couldn't come up with anything, so I asked my friend Simply Knight for his opinion on what he thinks I should use as these windows. So I hopped into a quick call with him on Discord. I don't know if I'm going to be able to include any of the footage because when I was sharing my screen, it messed up the recording a little bit, but if I'm able to, I'll put a little bit of the footage here. But these windows are actually going to consist of 2 different blocks. Shroom lights and chiseled bookshelves. It does unfortunately mean I'm probably going to have to gather more shroom lights because I only have 23. But let me show you the idea. Now, the chiseled bookshelves are pretty self-explanatory. I'm just gonna straight up use those as the window block. And when you see the shroom light design that Simply Knight recommended, you're gonna see why I went with the chiseled bookshelves as the other one. I'm gonna use this window up here just as a quick example. So I actually have to come back 3 blocks before I put the shroom lights down, but let's get all of these placed. And then on these shroom lights, I'm gonna go ahead and throw down some trapdoors at the top of each of these blocks. And then in front of those trapdoors, I'm gonna put 1 spruce fence going all the way down. Looks really weird from right here. But if you take a step back, it looks like that. So to me, these look like the same blocks, but this one just has a light on. And you can kind of even like go around a little bit more and it doesn't look too weird, even though there aren't shroom lights like over here. I could probably round this whole thing off to make it look a little bit better, like from every angle. But from like straight on, this looks so good. So that is the idea that I'm going to go with for these windows. I do need a lot more shroom lights though. I gathered up about a stack of shroom lights and a little bit less than that in glowstone. I'm just going to kind of use both of these here. Shroom lights are such annoying blocks to get. Let me throw on the rest of these shroom light windows and then I'll be back to do something else. Chicken. Darn. Okay, so all of the windows are now completely done. I'm going to leave this central one open. I think I'm going to commit to it. I think it'll be a cool spot for like a happy guest potentially one day. So I'm just going to let it kind of go. Just breathe. I don't know. But yeah, we have a lot of windows now with the shroom lights. I did run out. I planted 1 tree. I didn't have a shroom light on it and I immediately gave up. So we used some glowstone and some other spots. And then the rest of them I just filled back in with the bookshelves. I wouldn't mind coming back through eventually and taking out the bookshelves and putting more shroom lights in because they do look really good. I just really don't want to do it right now, man. It's such an annoying block to gather. I hate going to the nether. I hate planting the nether trees in the overworld. It's just bad. But like I mentioned before, the next thing I want to do is I want to change up that roof. It's just not it. So let me fill up my inventory with all the materials I'm going to need, and I can get building. That took an annoyingly long amount of time, but the roof is now switched out. And I think it does look a lot better, especially from down here. It gets nice and tall there in the front. Looks pretty cool. I am in the process of adding another window up there just to fill in the space. It's day 456, by the way. Like, we're getting really close to 200 days in this video. Man. Anyway, this window is now completed, and it looks like this. And I think this tower in general just looks a lot better now. It doesn't look like a face to me anymore. So I'm going to take that as a win. All right, then if you're curious what the backside of this looks like, I just brought the wall out a little bit more. I put that same window back here as well. And then just to avoid putting another window down here, I just threw in some leaves. The backside of the building doesn't look nearly as good. The windows repeat too much because there's too many of these chiseled bookshelves, but it's fine. I also threw in a couple stairs into the wall. I think that's a really cool effect. It is a really small detail, but I do think it makes actually a pretty big difference. Let me just at least do it in the front of the building, because that's the side we're going to see way more often anyway. It's very, very subtle, but it just adds that little bit of extra detail just every so often. I do really like it. I'm also going to run through and throw in a couple of leaves in front of some of these windows. I just think that second level just needs a tad bit more decoration. I do have to stop myself at some point, though, because I could really run around this build, honestly, forever, and just continuously add little details to it. So I think I'm gonna cut myself off after I add these leaves to the two windows on that side. And I'm also going to add just one more window up there. I just think it calls for it. But then after that, the only other thing I really want to do is just put lanterns everywhere. The thing that I mentioned so long ago. I'm not gonna lie, I ran out of shroom lights, so I just put the chiseled bookshelves in with the shroom lights up there. I don't think you could notice it too much, so I'm gonna say it's okay. You wanna see potentially the most extra thing I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put a brewing stand at the top of this tower. I saw Mr. Matt Ranger do this once, and it looked really cool. But that's the last little thing I'm gonna do. Let me take a step back here so you can kind of see that. It's so subtle. It really is, especially when it's up that high. But it just makes the point a little bit cooler. That probably wasn't worth it. Okay, let me do the final thing. Okay, there's two things. I gotta fill in this gap. And then I have to put in lanterns. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm gonna do, and then I'm done. I can't keep going. If I keep going, I'm going to lose my mind. As for this section that I'm gonna cover up, I'm really just gonna put some spruce slabs over it. I can't imagine I'm gonna be looking up too much when I'm under this porch. So I think this is okay. And I think for these lanterns, I'm just gonna put a spruce fence, a chain, and then just hang the lantern on top of that. I kind of like a more simple lantern design anyway, so I think this works. It's done. It's finally done. After almost 200 days, I have finished my spooky mansion. You could see the shadow of it creeping up on me. Look at it go, dude. Wow, that's crazy. Of course, I got the shaders on as well. Let's take one final look at this thing. Dude, it looks so good. I can't get over how cool this thing is. I can't believe I built this. Wow, I did not think I was capable. I gotta be honest. I didn't really think this video was ever going to end, but I'm so glad I did. Oh, of course it's raining. Wait, that kind of fits, though. Wait, that makes it look so much better. Wait, chicken. No, okay. That makes it look so much better. Oh, I'm in love. I'm in love with this build. The day I'm recording this right now is Halloween, so it's looking a little unlikely that I'll be able to get the video uploaded today, but I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna try to grind it out, and hopefully I can actually get this posted. If anything, it'll just be uploaded November 1st. All right, I also just wanted to see what this thing looked like in the daytime, and it still looks so cool. Man, thank you guys so much for watching this video, especially if you've watched until this point. I really hope you guys have enjoyed this one. Now, I'm sure some of you are wondering what the interior is gonna be. And to that, I say, I have no idea how I've done this, but somehow I completely forgot that pale oak leaves existed. But, you know, huge shout out to jcrim88 for reminding me. I think these on all of the dead trees that we built last time are going to look really, really nice. It's also turning nighttime, so you can get the full vibe of this area. I'm going to make it even better by turning on these spooky shaders. Oh man, that's dark. That is so dark for you guys for sure. But dude, this place looks so cool with these shaders turned on. I'm gonna sleep just because this is definitely like incredibly dark. Even when it's not nighttime, these shaders still make it pretty dark out. Yeah, so this is like the morning with these shaders on. Oh, they look so cool. Welcome back here to my hardcore world. I hope you guys are all having a fantastic day. Last time we built this behemoth of a mansion. It took me so long, but we did it. Look at it. It's great. It's probably the best thing I've ever made. Probably the best thing I'm ever going to make. But you guys were incredibly supportive in the comments of last time, like, you know, supporting this build, and I really do appreciate it. I spent so much time on this thing, so it actually feels really good that it was well received. Today, though, I don't really have a plan. I have no idea what I want to do. I just kind of wanted to hop back on the world and start recording again. I do want to do some fishing here, just to try to fish up a mending book. And then I feel like after that, I'll probably figure out whatever I want to build for the episode. But I think these trees are looking a little bit better with the pale oak. The comment also mentions putting some pale moss underneath, like the hanging moss underneath. And I do want to do that, I just don't have any. So, I'll come back to it. I just still can't get over how cool this thing looks from all the way over here. I'm so happy that I can see it from my starter base. Like I mentioned though, I'm gonna spend some time trying to fish up a mending book. I think I'll probably go either until like day 500 or until I just get super bored. But whatever happens first. Dude, no way. We actually just straight up got a mending book. I've only been fishing for like 2 days. I also got this pretty decent bow, but I think the bow I have is just better. I mean, I can add punch 1 to mine, but I'm not really concerned about that. I cannot believe we have a mending book. I think I'm going to continue fishing. To put mending on my axe, which is the thing I actually really want to put it on, I need 33 levels, and I'm level 26. This axe has gotten so expensive to repair, and I definitely do want to repair it, so I feel like mending on that is just a no-brainer. Alright, I did just get to level 30 here, and before I keep going on, I actually think I'm going to enchant something first. And then after this, I'll get up to level 33 and put mending on my axe. I just wanted to get some enchantment out of this first. And the thing I'm going to enchant is just going to be my helmet. It's the only piece of armor that is guaranteed protection 4. And it's Respiration 3, Unbreaking 3 as well, so that's a really good helmet. Wait, I hear a wandering trader. Where are you? We got some slime balls. I mean, that's cool, I guess. Might as well trade with him for a few things. I'll take the slime balls. I'm gonna grab a couple hay bales and then trade these with the trader to get some emeralds and then use those emeralds to get the slime balls. But you only gave me 2 of those? Why? That's so cheap. I don't think there's anything else that I'm gonna want to buy. I could buy this tube coral block, but I don't think I care enough about it. And I guess I might as well get some more emeralds out of him. Let me bake some potatoes. This guy really does not have much stock. He only gave me 2 more emeralds for the baked potatoes as well. Bought some of these open eye blossoms as well. I don't really
know why. I don't need them. But I definitely never trade with wandering traders, so I don't know. I kind of felt like actually making a couple deals. I'm gonna fish into day 480, and then I think I'm gonna call it for fishing for this episode. Oh, and it's raining. This is actually perfect. But I've thought of the actual concept of this video now. I feel like most creators probably have like the video concept completely figured out before they start recording. I kind of just hit record and just go from there. There's some times where I have everything completely figured out. Like last episode, for example, I knew I wanted to build a spooky mansion in 7 days, like before I even clicked record. But then there's episodes like this where I just want to start doing something. Anyway, with that ramble out of the way, my idea for this video is to kind of do like a completely opposite video from my last one. So last episode, I spent almost 200 days building something in this world. And today, I want to see what I could get built in only 20 days. That's still a significant amount of time to actually get something built, but it's not long enough for me to build something huge. And there's just way too many random mobs out here, so I'm going to go out in the middle of the lake, and hopefully it's a little bit safer to fish out here. But this idea actually kind of works out perfectly for me, because if you've been a long-term viewer, you might know this, but I like releasing like full movies in 500-day increments in my worlds. So the first one here would be for day 500, obviously. And if I can finish this episode at exactly day 500, that'll segue into the movie perfectly. And I just cannot get away from these drowned. They're so annoying. I really want to fish through this night, but they're just making it difficult. Let me go ahead then and avoid these drowned for a night and finish off this night of fishing. And I can come back to plan out the build for today. It's day 480 now. Let's put back the fishing rod. The only other real interesting thing I got overnight was this Unbreaking 3 mending fishing rod. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool, but not super useful to me at the moment. And I know I'm level 30 and not level 33, so I can't put mending on my axe just yet, but that's alright. Just whenever I hit level 33, I'll go ahead and do that. I don't really think I'm going to need my axe too much for this build anyway, but I will enchant something else. Just to use these 30 levels, why not? And that next thing I'm going to enchant is just going to be a shovel. Efficiency 4, Unbreaking 3. The reason why I wanted to do that is because I hate having fortune on a shovel. I like actually getting the gravel whenever I mine it. I hate that fortune gives you all flint. So that just kind of felt like it made the most sense there. Let me run back to my starter house though. Grab a couple materials out of some chests, and then we can kind of start mapping out what I have in mind for today. Obviously, whatever I decide to build today, I can't make it too big, right? I do only have 20 days to actually construct this. And my nether portal is still just sitting like this. I feel like I should do something about this. And I feel like another portal transformation shouldn't take me too long, so that's going to be the point of today's video. Now, this area over here, let me just run over there. It looks pretty cool, especially from our starter house. So this area right here, right where I'm standing, let me pop into free cam and fly back a little bit just so you can kind of get the bigger picture. But this terrain looks kind of cool. There's like this interesting like natural archway, and then there's the platform that I'm standing on. And I feel like, just for this view right here, just a big, like, monolithic stone or something right there could look really, really cool. And this actually fits with the future pathway that I want. Oh, it stopped raining. That's nice. But connecting to the Haunted Mansion from last time, I'm going to have a huge sprawling pathway that comes all the way through this area and connects up over here somewhere, probably close to the Enchanting Tower. So then we could pretty easily have a branch that kind of just walks up here onto this platform that I'm standing on currently, where we can access the nether portal. So I feel like this kind of fits with some of the future plans that I have. And also just will make for a really cool view from the starter house and like the fishing dock and whatnot. So let me flatten off this platform a little bit, and let me get rid of all of the flowers and the different pieces of grass. I'm already putting this shovel to very good use. But this is probably like all the terraforming that I'm gonna have to do for right now. We might have to like pretty up this area at the end, but at least to start building, this should be plenty of space. You just clear up this little bit of foliage. I now have a space that is this large. I want this up on some type of a platform. And since I do have a limited amount of time, I'm going to do something that I don't typically do, and I'm going to try to work through the night here. I should definitely go grab some torches, though, and light up this area, because that's going to probably make the viewing experience a lot better for you guys. So let me go do that before I actually start working on the platform. I definitely do not want to get too sidetracked with this, but there is a zombie villager over here. I'm going to save him. Okay, there we go. He's in a boat now, so he should be saved. I just have to put a little platform above him. Alright, this guy's saved now, so I'll convert him at some point. All right, so something about this size might work out kind of well. I want the actual nether portal to be like in the middle of this entire platform. So maybe like here-ish. Let me connect this up and then take a step back just to see how big this nether portal is going to be. Yeah, that's not bad. I think I might go a little bit taller. So like 4 more blocks up here maybe. And actually the best viewing spot for this is probably going to be the dock. So let me put a free camera over here. Yeah, like this perspective is probably going to be the most valuable. So now if I just hit F4 and 1, I can just instantly teleport over there. Cool. All right, so I think that's probably a pretty good height for the nether portal. Now, of course, this is going to be a rock. Like, this is all going to be covered. So let me get this into a good shape. And I'm just going to do that with regular, just full blocks of stone. I will definitely come back through and add some, like, stairs, slabs, walls, all that kind of stuff. And, of course, texture. But let me just go through with just this block for right now, just to get something that looks good. But this is exactly why FreeCam is such a valuable mod. Because instead of, like, placing down a bunch of blocks and then actually manually having to go over there, I could just do this. It's so much easier. It saves me so much time. All right, so from the front and the back, I think this thing looks pretty good. It looks like kind of the shape I want. Obviously, I'm gonna get the shape to look even better when I add in some like walls and slabs and whatnot. But I do think this thing is ready just for some light texturing. I didn't bring over too many materials to texture with, but this should be enough to at least get started. I do actually have a new block that I'm gonna work in here, and that is this light gray wool. So I'm going to use this light gray wool as the brightest part of the rock. Normally I use andesite to be the complete highlight, but I'm just going to go a step further here. Light gray wool, a little bit lighter than andesite, and it blends in really nicely. So that'll mainly be at the top, like where the sun is actually hitting this thing. Then in order to get darker, gonna use a little bit of tuff. I might blend in a bit of cobblestone as well to kind of bridge that gap a little bit better. I just only have, I think, 4 cobblestone right now. But to get a little darker, we're gonna go to some tuff and then eventually some deep slate. The top texture of deep slate looks very nice next to some tuff. And then, of course, I also have the usual moss that I'm gonna use. Gonna work in a little bit of mossy cobblestone and some mossy stone bricks as well. Then, of course, we have some mud. Not gonna use too much of this stuff, but just in a very small amount, this looks really good with some stone. So those are the texturing techniques that I'm going to use for this. Let me go ahead and break this in everywhere. This actually shouldn't take long because obviously this thing is really not that big. A lot of the rock is now textured. I think this is probably going to be the final texturing. I might change like a block or two here and there, but I think this thing looks good, especially from a distance. Now I just have to go through and shape this thing out a little bit better. And to do that, let me run back to the mining building and I'm gonna grab up all of like the slabs and the walls and stairs and stuff that I already have crafted, just to try to save some materials here. There's honestly not too much like rhyme or reason to what I'm doing here. I'm kind of just throwing in these random other blocks like the walls, the stairs, and the slabs and whatnot, just wherever I feel like one fits. And the only like real strategy that I'm keeping here is that I'm just making sure that I'm using like the same blocks for the walls and the slabs that I'm getting rid of. So like for example, if I wanted to replace this block here, I would just make sure it was a tough block that I put back down again. All right, I think this thing is actually really close to being finished. I like the shape. I like all the additional blocks that I just added. The texturing still looks good in my opinion. All that I really need to do is just put the actual nether portal around the whole thing. Let me go get a little bit more obsidian. I don't know how much more I'm going to need. I think I have probably like 5 blocks in my house, but I'm gonna need a bit more than that. I now have a fully completed nether portal. It hasn't been lit yet, obviously, but that will work. We can actually get to the nether with this. I do want to get rid of some of the grass here on the outside and probably replace this maybe with a little bit more stone, just to kind of texture up the ground here a little bit better. And then I think some coarse dirt would also look really nice. As you get closer to the portal here, the ground is now looking nice and textured. I do want to put a little bit of coarse dirt around this. I just don't have any. There's a chance I might have like half a stack at my house. I actually have more coarse dirt than I was expecting. I have a stack in 23. That's probably enough for what I need. And that thing actually looks really cool from over here, man. That adds so well to the view. When you just look off in this direction. That thing's sick. Let me throw in this coarse dirt here. And then, honestly, I was thinking that we could kind of round out the rest of these days until day 500. Just finishing off the pathway that I started last episode, connecting up to the mansion. It might take a while, but with this new shovel, wherever it went, there it is. But with this new shovel, and honestly my other shovel that I have, I should be able to insta-mine all of the dirt, all of the grass, and carve out a massive pathway going back into the starter house. I feel like I could probably get that done before day 500, but before I do anything, obviously, let me just put a little bit of coarse dirt here on the boundary. I've said this before, but I just swear every time I start recording again, it is raining. I don't know how this continuously happens, but I'm pretty sure this thing is, like, entirely done. The last few things I want to add are all just going to be, like, around the monolith here, but, like, the structure itself, I think, is done. I do have to light this portal, though, so let's go ahead and do that. And that looks, honestly, just so cool. Like, huge nether portals look awesome in this game. Also gonna plop down a chest right here, just keep a couple, like, nether essentials, a piece of gold armor, flint and steel. You know, just what you kind of need whenever you go into the nether. And then the rest of my inventory is filled with the path materials that I'm gonna use. But these bundles are filled with a bunch of other things, like sunflowers and dandelions. I'm gonna just put a couple of these around here. These were just completely on this area before I built anything, so I feel like I should probably put them back. And I did also bring some bone meal with me, so I can go ahead and get more of these. Now, I like pairing the big flowers in the game with a bunch of the little flowers of the same color. I think it just looks way better this way. If you have too many of the taller flowers in a row, I just think it gets a little bit too repetitive. I'm gonna use these 7, like, eye blossom flowers as well. Why not? These things look really cool. And I think that's going to be all of the flowers that we put on this area. I do actually want to run through and bone meal a little bit of this grass, or even just, like, harvest up some grass myself and sprinkle it in. And I need iron to make a couple lanterns anyway, so let's make a trip over to the mine building. I can craft up some shears and also a couple soul lanterns, because it is a nether build after all. All right, that is a stack of short grass placed down. And you really can't tell the difference whenever, you know, you place down short grass, but I do think it definitely helps. And then let me just go through and add a few soul lanterns on top of some of these walls. And especially these ones that are dangling down in the middle. Yeah, that looks really cool. But with that, this build should be done. It's nothing special. It really didn't take me that long. But I think it looks really good. It's definitely better than whatever it was before. You know, the nether portal that was just next to the enchanting tower. This is a massive improvement. But now for the last 10 days here before day 500, I'm going to try to finish this pathway, connecting up the mansion from last episode and my starter area. And just really quickly, I want to show how I designed this pathway. It's pretty simple, but I don't actually think I pointed it out last episode, so I want to go over it here. Now, normally when I make paths, I either use just like coarse dirt or path block or some combination of the two of those. This one's entirely different, and I think it suits this area super well, but just in general, I think this is just a cool pathway design. So we got some deep slate, we got some tuff, we got some cobblestone, and just a little bit of regular stone peeking in. And this pathway is actually really easy to make. So the innermost like 3 blocks or so, I made all out of deep slate. And just to kind of change up the texturing, I was just kind of moving around the orientation. Because obviously, if you silk touch up the deep slate, each side has like a different texture, you know? So you can get some pretty decent looking texture variation just only using deep slate. And then once I put in enough deep slate that I was happy with, I would follow that up with some tuff. So everything that's touching a part of the deep slate, I'll just put a little tuff outline on there. And then I will do that exact same thing with cobblestone. So then everything that's touching the tuff, I will put a cobblestone block. And then just every so often I was breaking in some of this stone. I wasn't doing it everywhere. Like as you can see, the stone isn't completely bordering the path. But I think in just a couple different spots, it definitely helps. And that's the final result. You just get a nice little gradient going inwards with the center of the path being the darkest. And I think it looks really, really good, especially from far away. If I peel all the way back to like here. Yeah, that pathway looks sick. Huge fan of that. So I'm going to connect this all the way over to like the barn area. Well, at least I'm gonna see how far I can get in the next 10 Minecraft days. I wonder if I'll be able to complete this. Alright, so I at least mapped out the pathway for the most part. As you can see, it does go all the way over there. I have run out of deep slate, though, which is kind of unfortunate. And you can see I still have a couple more gaps to fill in. There's that little stretch. There's a stretch down there. And a stretch over there in the woods. And I honestly don't have all that many tough slabs or stone slabs, and especially cobblestone slabs. So I think I'll probably spend the next like 2-ish days and nights as well, just underground collecting up some stones. I really shouldn't need too much more deep slate. The big one's gonna be, I think, the tough and the cobblestone. The ordinary stone I'm not gonna need to gather because I have a ton left still here. But yeah, this is my tough chest, it's completely empty. This is my cobblestone chest, it's empty. And this is my deep slate chest, along with a couple stacks of dirt I just kind of threw in there. So these are all empty. Let me go replenish these stones, and then I'll be back to continue working on the path. I've just finished gathering up some stones, and I'm actually really excited about this. I have always wanted one of these horses. How do I do this? Can I just kill the skeletons? I guess it must have thunderstormed at some point. No! No! Why did you kill the horse, man? I wanted to save as many as possible. We do have two. We have two of these guys. Are they automatically tamed? I think they are. Okay, hold on. I gotta act quick. Let me put them in the stable. I have actually always wanted one of these horses in one of my Minecraft worlds. I don't think I've ever had one. All right, I only have one saddle, but it's fine because I can just lead the other one. Let's go. Yes, we got him. All right, you're gonna hang out right next to Lamp. And I don't think you can get out of here. Okay, you can't. So I should be able to leave those trapdoors down, much like I did with Gravy, to stop all the jumping. Let me grab this saddle, and then I'll move the other one into the other stable. All right, let's go, dude. That's sick. We have 2 skeleton horses now. That definitely means I'm gonna need some name suggestions. But man, I'm so happy to have these guys. I do now have a lot more deep slate, cobblestone, and tough, so I should have enough materials to finish off this pathway. Hopefully I have the time. It is now day 500, and I did not completely finish the pathway. But I did get very close, so I think I'm going to spend the rest of day 500 here working on this pathway. I should be able to get it pretty much finished by then, so I'll count that as a win. I want to show you guys how far I made it, but I just want to make sure there's no creepers around me looking to end this series. So I got all of the deep slate down. I'm just running back through and adding the rest of the texturing, but it looks really good, actually. Man, I haven't peeled back yet. This thing looks so cool. I should be able to get this finished, like I said, at the end of this day here, but I will see you guys probably at the night of day 500. There it is. That's the sun rising on day 501. I did not finish the pathway in time. I actually had to go gather a little bit more tough, so that kind of stalled me out there. But I do think I'm still just going to finish this. If I finish on day like 501, 502, that's all right with me. Plus, this will be a lot better for the world download, so I think it's definitely worth it to do. It is now day 502, and I think this pathway is pretty much completely done. I say pretty much because there are some spots that are floating that I'll definitely have to fix later. I just don't really know how the terrain's gonna go just yet, so I'm not gonna worry about that right now. But just popping into free cam to show this thing in its entirety, we now have a fully connected pathway from the mansion that also branches off to the new nether portal, and then goes all the way around this plains biome close to the village and splits off around the barn down there. I'm so happy that this is now in my world.
This gives me a lot of space to expand. Pretty much if I just put a building along this pathway somewhere, it should look good. This is kind of one of the areas I'm talking about that is floating. It really wouldn't take much to fix that, just like a layer of grass or two, but I'll work on that another time. The pathway is fully functional and does look really good, so that's kind of the only things I'm worrying about right now. And I also don't really want to surpass day 500 by too much. Day 502 is already kind of pushing it. But thank you all so much for watching this video, and thank you for watching the first 500 days of this world. I'm gonna have an entire movie probably out this upcoming weekend at some point if you want to kind of like relive this experience, or if you're looking for something to sleep or study to, so be on the lookout for that for sure. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Thank you so much one more time for watching, and I will talk to you guys soon. Bye.